for the open Zionist military preparations, which had a provocative nature, the drift into war in 1948 could have been averted. But back then, in January 1948, he seemed impatient that the Jewish troops were still engaged in searching for guilty individuals in each location instead of actively inflicting damage. Ilan and Palmon now set out to explain the new orientation to their colleagues. There was a need for a more aggressive policy in areas that had been quiet for too long. There was no need to persuade Ben-Gurion. By the end of the long seminar, he had given the green light to a whole series of provocative and lethal attacks on Arab villages, some as retaliation, some not, the intention of which was to cause optimal damage and kill as many villagers as possible. And when he heard that the first targets proposed for the new policy were all in the north, he demanded a trial action in the south as well, but it had to be specific, not general. In this he suddenly revealed himself as a vindictive bookkeeper. He pushed for an attack on the town of Beersheba today, particularly targeting the heads of Al-Hajj Salame ibn Sa'id, the deputy mayor, and his brother, who in the past had both refused to collaborate with the Zionist plans for settlement in the area. There was no need, stressed Ben-Gurion, to distinguish any more between the innocent and the guilty. The time had come for inflicting collateral damage. Danin recalled years later that Ben-Gurion spelled out what collateral damage meant. Every attack has to end with occupation, destruction, and expulsion. Danin even claimed that some specific villages were discussed. As for the conservative mood among the Haganah troops and Wingate's training of them as a retaliatory force, Yigael Yadin, the acting chief of staff of La Haganah, and as of the 15th of May 1948 of the Israeli army, suggested that the way forward lay in adopting a new, more straightforward terminology and a tougher form of indoctrination. He recommended abandoning the term retaliation. This is not what we are doing. This is an offensive, and we need to initiate preemptive strikes. No need for a village to attack us first. We have not used properly our ability to strangulate the economy of the Palestinians. For many Israelis, legendary head of the Palmach, Yitzhak Sadeh, agreed with Yadin and added, "We were wrong to initiate only retaliations. What was needed was instilling in the troops that aggression is the mood and mode now." His second-in-command, Yigal Allon, was even more critical. He criticized the consultancy indirectly for not having issued explicit orders for a comprehensive attack at the beginning of December. "We could have taken Jaffa by now easily and should have attacked the villages around Tel Aviv. We have to go for a series of collective punishments, even if there are children living in the attacked houses." When Eliyahu Sasson, helped by Reuven Shiloah, one of his aides, later a leading figure in Israeli Orientalism, tried to draw attention to the fact that provocation was liable to alienate friendly or peaceful Palestinians, as he would throughout the seminar, Ilan impatiently sidelined him by declaring, "A call for peace will be weakness." Moshe Dayan expressed similar views, and Ben-Gurion ruled out any attempt to reach an agreement in Jaffa or anywhere else. That there was still a psychological problem among the troops was indeed evident in the case of Jaffa. In the weekly meeting of the 7th of January, officials of Tel Aviv's municipality wondered why the Haganah, and not just the Irgun, was provoking the Arabs of Jaffa, when they themselves had been successful in ensuring an atmosphere of peace between the two neighboring cities. On the 25th of January 1948, a delegation of these senior officials came to see Ben-Gurion at home, complaining that they had detected a distinct change in the Haganah's behavior towards Jaffa. There was an unwritten agreement between Jaffa and Tel Aviv that the two towns would be divided by a strip of no man's land along the coast, which enabled an uneasy coexistence. Without consulting them, the Haganah troops had entered this area, covered by citrus groves, and had upset this delicate balance, and this was done at a time, remonstrated one of the participants, that the two municipalities were trying to reach a new modus vivendi. He complained that the Haganah seemed to be doing its best to foil such attempts, and spoke of them attacking randomly, killing people without provocation, near the water wells, within the no-man's land, robbing the Arabs, abusing them, dismantling wells, confiscating assets, and shooting for the sake of intimidation. Similar complaints, Ben-Gurion noted in his diary, were coming from members of other Jewish municipalities located in proximity to Arab towns or villages. Protests had come in from Rehovot, Nes Tziona, Rishon LeZion, and Petah Tikva, the oldest Jewish settlements in the greater Tel Aviv area, whose members, like their Palestinian neighbors, failed to grasp that the Haganah had adopted a new approach against the Palestinian population. A month later, however, we already find these very same officials sucked into the more general atmosphere of intransigence as they tell Ben-Gurion, "We have to hit Jaffa in every possible way." The temptation was indeed great. In February, the picking season of the oranges, for which Jaffa was famous, was in full swing, and a greedy Tel Aviv municipality quickly set aside its earlier inclination to maintain a modus vivendi with the neighboring Palestinian town. There was, in fact, no need for their pleas. A few days before, the High Command had already decided to attack the citrus groves and picking stations of the Palestinians in Jaffa. In the weekend that followed the long seminar, in a meeting with 6 out of the 11 members of his consultancy, Ben-Gurion hinted to them why he thought the policy of the military high command had not at first struck a chord with the civilian heads of the municipality, and he suggested to the smaller cabal they start using a new term: aggressive defense. Yadin liked the idea and said, "We have to explain to our commanders that we have the upper hand. We should paralyze the Arab transport and their economy, harass them in their villages and the cities, and demoralize them." Galili concurred, but warned, "We still cannot destroy places as we do not have the equipment," and he was also worried about the British reaction. But it was Yigal Allon, and not Tel Aviv's senior city clerks, who carried the day. He wanted a clear directive from above to the troops who, he now reported, were full of enthusiasm and eager at any moment to go and assault Arab villages and neighborhoods. The absence of a clear coordinating hand also troubled the rest of the military men in the consultancy. Zealous troops, it was reported, sometimes attacked villages in areas where the High Command currently wished to avoid any provocation. One particular case discussed in the long seminar was an incident in the western Jerusalemite neighborhood of Romina. That area of the city had been particularly quiet until a local Haganah commander decided to intimidate the Palestinians in the neighborhood under the pretext that the owner of a petrol station there encouraged villagers to strike out at passing Jewish traffic. When the troops killed the station owner, his village, Lifta, retaliated by striking at a Jewish bus. Sasson added that the allegation had proved to be false, but the Haganah attack signaled the onset of a series of offensives against Palestinian villages on the western slopes of the Jerusalem mountains, especially directed at the village of Lifta that, according to Haganah intelligence, had never attacked any convoys at all. Until 5 years ago, when a new road connected the main Jerusalem-Tel Aviv highway to the northern Jewish neighborhoods of Jerusalem was built, illegally on occupied territory after 1967, upon entering the city you could see on your left a number of attractive old houses, still almost wholly intact, clinging to the mountain. They are gone now, but for many years these were the remnants of the picturesque village of Lifta, one of the very first to be ethnically cleansed in Palestine. It had been the residence of Qasim Ahmad, the leader of the 1834 rebellion against the Egyptian rule of Ibrahim Pasha, which some historians view as the first national revolt in Palestine. The village was a fine example of rural architecture, with its narrow street running parallel to the slopes of the mountains. The relative prosperity it enjoyed, like many other villages, especially during and after the Second World War, manifested itself in the construction of new houses, the improvement of roads and pavements, as well as in an overall higher standard of living. Lifta was a large village, home to 2,500 people, most of them Muslims, with a small number of Christians. Another sign of the recent prosperity was the girls' school a number of the villages had combined forces to build in 1945, investing their joint capital. Social life in Lifta revolved around a small shopping center, which included a club and 2 coffee houses. It attracted Jerusalemites as well, as no doubt it would today, were it still there. One of the coffee houses was the target of the Haganah when it attacked on the 28th of December, 1947. Armed with machine guns, the Jews sprayed the coffee house, while members of the Stern gang stopped a bus nearby and began firing into it randomly. This was the first Stern gang operation in rural Palestine. Prior to the attack, the gang had issued pamphlets to its activists: destroy Arab neighborhoods and punish Arab villages. The involvement of the Stern gang in the attack on Lifta may have been outside the overall scheme of the Haganah in Jerusalem, according to the consultancy, but once it had occurred, it was incorporated into the plan. In a pattern that would repeat itself, creating fait accompli became part of the overall strategy. The Haganah High Command at first condemned the Stern gang attack at the end of December, but when they realized that the assault had caused villagers to flee, they ordered another operation against the same village on the 11th of January in order to complete the expulsion. The Haganah blew up most of the houses in the village and drove out all the people who were still there. This was the ultimate outcome of the long seminar. Although the Zionist leadership acknowledged the need for a coordinated and supervised campaign, they decided to turn every unauthorized initiative into an integral part of the plan, giving it their blessing retrospectively. Such was the case in Jerusalem, where sporadic retaliatory actions were systemized into an offensive initiative of occupation and expulsion. On the 31st of January, Ben-Gurion gave direct orders to David Shaltiel, the city's military commander, to assure Jewish contiguity and expansion through the destruction of Sheikh Jarrah, the occupation of other neighborhoods, and the immediate settlement of Jews in the evicted places. His mission was to settle Jews in every house of an evicted semi-Arab neighborhood, such as Romina. The mission was successfully accomplished. On the 7th of February, 1948, which happened to fall on a Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, Ben-Gurion came up from Tel Aviv to see the emptied and destroyed village of Lifta with his own eyes. That same evening he reported jubilantly to the Mapai Council in Jerusalem what he had seen. When I come now to Jerusalem, I feel I am in a Jewish, Irvit, city. This is a feeling I only had in Tel Aviv, or in an agricultural farm. It is true that not all of Jerusalem is Jewish, but it has in it already a huge Jewish bloc. When you enter the city through Lifta and Romina, through Mahane Yehuda, King George Street, and Mea Shearim, there are no Arabs. 100% Jews. Ever since Jerusalem was destroyed by the Romans, the city was not as Jewish as it is now. In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. I do not suppose it will change. And what happened in Jerusalem and in Haifa can happen in large parts of the country. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, very considerable, and to our advantage. There will certainly be considerable changes in the demographic composition of the country. Ben-Gurion's diary also reveals how eager he was in January to move ahead with building a more effective assault force. He was particularly worried that the Irgun and the Stern Gang continued their terror attacks against the Palestinian population without any coordination from the Haganah command. David Shaltiel, the Jerusalem Haganah commander, reported to him that in his city, and actually all over the country, the Irgun often acted in areas where the other forces were not yet fully prepared. For example, troops belonging to the Irgun had murdered Arab drivers in Tiberias and were torturing captured villagers everywhere. Shaltiel was mainly fretting about the repercussions from the isolated Jewish quarter in Jerusalem's Old City. All the Jewish attempts, then and later, to occupy that part of the city failed because of the resistance the Jordanian Legion put up to ensure it remained part of Jordan. In the end, the people of the Jewish quarter themselves decided to surrender. Ilan, Yadin, Sadeh, and Dayan, the military professionals in the consultancy, understood the old man, as they affectionately called Ben-Gurion, better than anyone else. Any military action, authorized or not, helped contribute to the expulsion of the strangers. When he confided his thoughts to them privately, he added another reason for simultaneously encouraging an official coordinated policy and local, unauthorized initiatives. The new intimidation policy had to be connected to the question of Jewish settlements. There happened to be 30 settlements in the UN-designated Arab state. One of the most effective ways to incorporate them into the Jewish state was to build new settlement belts between them and the Jewish-designated areas. These were the same tactics Israel would again use in the occupied West Bank during the years of the Oslo Accord and again in the early years of the 21st century. The person who understood Ben-Gurion the least was Eliyahu Sasson. He reported to the long seminar another case of what he thought was an unprovoked and barbaric Jewish attack on peaceful villagers. This was the case of Chisas, mentioned earlier. He complained in the seminar, "Actions such as the one in Chisas will prompt quiet Arabs to act against us. In all the areas where we committed no provocative actions, in the coastal plain and the Negev, the atmosphere is calm, but not in the Galilee." As before, no one listened to him. All participants concurred with Moshe Dayan when he told Sasson, "Our action against Chisas ignited the Galilee, and this was a good thing." There appears to be no trace of Ben-Gurion's earlier reaction to the Chisas operation, when he had gone so far as to publish an apology. In the long seminar he sided with those who welcomed the act, but suggested that actions like this should be done officially in the name of the Haganah. "We need to involve the Mossad, the special branch that would become Israel's secret service, in such actions." In his diary, he laconically summarized the meeting by repeating Alon's words. "There is a need now for strong and brutal reaction. We need to be accurate about timing, place, and those we hit. If we accuse a family, we need to harm them without mercy, women and children included. Otherwise, this is not an effective reaction. During the operation, there is no need to distinguish between guilty and not guilty." Eliyahu Sasson left the long seminar still believing that he had persuaded Ben-Gurion to continue with a selective policy directed against hostile Arabs that would allow friendly areas, most of the country in fact, to remain calm and peaceful. But in the following meetings, we soon find him towing the general line, and he no longer mentions the divide-and-rule tactics he had championed before, realizing that none of his associates was interested any longer in exploiting distinctions between political forces, but only in expelling as many Palestinians as possible. Yigal Allon and Israel Galili, on the other hand, left the meeting with the impression that they had been given a free rein to start massive attacks against the Palestinian towns and villages within the coveted Jewish state. The military men appeared to grasp Ben-Gurion's wishes better, or at least assumed that he would not object to more aggressive initiatives on their part. They were right. Ben-Gurion's shift at this point to systematic operations of takeover, occupation, and expulsion had much to do with his keen understanding of the fluctuations in the global mood. In the long seminar, we find him stressing the need for further swift operations, as he sensed a possible change in the international political will regarding the Palestinian crisis. UN officials had begun to realize that the peace resolution their organization had adopted was not a solution at all, but actually fostered war, as had American diplomats and British officials. True, the presence of the ALA, on the whole, served to restrain Palestinian actions and postponed any significant general Arab invasion. But the danger of a shift in UN and American policies remained, and establishing facts, Ben-Gurion believed, was the best means to thwart any such potential change of policy. Moreover, the sense that an opportune moment for action towards cleansing the country was developing was reinforced by the fact that the Zionist leadership knew how weak the Palestinian and Arab military opposition actually was. The intelligence unit of the Haganah was well aware, through telegrams it intercepted, that the ALA failed to cooperate with the paramilitary groups led by Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini in Jerusalem and Hassan Salameh in Jaffa. This lack of cooperation resulted in the ALA deciding, in January 1948, not to operate in the cities, but rather to try and attack isolated Jewish settlements. The acting commander of the ALA was Fawzi al-Kaukji, a Syrian officer, who had led a group of volunteers, mainly from Iraq, into Palestine in the 1936 revolt. Ever since then, he had been at loggerheads with the Husseini family, and gave his loyalty instead to the governments of Syria and Iraq, who had authorized his move into Palestine, both in 1936 and in 1948. The Iraqi government saw al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini as a rival to its Hashemite sister country, Jordan, while the Syrian government of the time was apprehensive of his pan-Arabist ambitions. Hence, an Arab League decision to divide Palestine between the three commanders, al-Kaukji in the north, Abd al-Qadir in Jerusalem, and Salameh in Jaffa, was a farce, and what little military power the Palestinians themselves possessed was made wholly ineffective by the way it was being employed. In a way, the hesitations in the global community about the way things were going and the highly limited nature of the pan-Arab military activity could have restored calm to Palestine and opened the way for a renewed attempt to solve the problem. However, the new Zionist policy of an aggressive offensive that the consultancy hastened to adopt blocked all possible moves toward a more reconciliatory reality. On the 9th of January 1948, the first significant unit of the ALA Volunteer Army crossed into Palestine, mainly into the areas the UN had allotted to the future Arab state. Quite often, they camped along the boundaries of this imaginary state. In general, they adopted a defensive policy and focused on organizing the people's fortification lines in cooperation with the national committees, bodies of local notables that had been established in 1937, which acted as an emergency leadership in the cities, and with the village Mukhtars. However, in several limited cases, especially after just crossing the border, they assaulted Jewish convoys and settlements. The first settlements that came under attack were Kfar Sult, 9th of January 1948, and Kfar Etzion, 14th of January 1948. 35 Jewish troops, who were part of a convoy that was sent to help Kfar Etzion, southwest of Jerusalem, were ambushed and killed. Long after these Haganah troops were killed, 35, Lamed He in Hebrew, which substitutes letters for numbers, continued to serve as a code name for operations carried out supposedly in retaliation for this attack. Ben-Gurion's biographer, Michael Bar-Zohar, commented rightly that these operations had already been contemplated during the long seminar, and all were aimed at inflicting the kind of collateral damage Ben-Gurion had envisaged there as desirable. The attack on the Lamed Hay convoy proved to be just one more pretext for the new offensive initiative, the final plan for which would be implemented in March 1948. After the long seminar, Jewish military operations began more systematically to transcend retaliation and punitive action, moving to cleansing initiatives within the UN-designated area of the Jewish state. The word cleansing, tihur, was used economically in the consultancy's meetings, but appears on every order the High Command passed down to the units on the ground. It means, in Hebrew, what it means in any other language: the expulsion of entire populations from their villages and towns. This determination overshadowed all other political consideration. There were crossroads ahead where the Zionist leadership was offered a chance to take a different course of action, both by the United States and by Arab actors on the scene. Ben-Gurion and his consultancy had decided to blaze a clear road ahead, and they rejected these offers, one after the other. February 1948. Shock and awe. Nothing of the atmosphere that pervaded the first meetings of the consultancy was reflected in the fiery speeches Ben-Gurion delivered to the wider public. Melodramatic and full of pathos, he told his audience, "This is a war aimed at destroying and eliminating the Jewish community," never referring to the passivity of the Palestinians or the provocative nature of Zionist actions. These speeches, one should add, were not just rhetoric. The Jewish forces did suffer casualties in their attempts to keep the lines open to all the isolated settlements the Zionists had planted in the heart of the Palestinian areas. By the end of January, 400 Jewish settlers had died in these attacks, a high number for a community of 660,000, but still a much lower number than the 1,500 Palestinians who had so far been killed by the random bombardment and shelling of their villages and neighborhoods. These casualties Ben-Gurion now depicted as victims of a second Holocaust. The attempt to portray Palestinians and Arabs in general as Nazis was a deliberate public relations ploy to ensure that, 3 years after the Holocaust, Jewish soldiers would not lose heart when ordered to cleanse, kill, and destroy other human beings. Already in 1945, Natan Alterman, the national poet of the Jewish community, had identified the impending confrontation with the Palestinians with the war against the Nazis in Europe. "Like you, the brave English nation that stood with its back to the wall when Europe and France were covered black. And you who fought on the beaches, in the houses and the streets, so will we fight in the beaches, in the houses and the streets. The triumphant English people greet us on our last battle." In some of his public appearances, Ben-Gurion even went so far as to describe the Jewish war effort as an attempt to protect the honor of the UN and its charter. This discrepancy between a destructive and violent Zionist policy on the one hand and an overt discourse of peace on the other will reoccur at various junctures in the history of the conflict. But the deceitfulness in 1948 seems to have been particularly startling. In February 1948, David Ben-Gurion decided to enlarge the consultancy and absorb into its members of the Zionist organizations responsible for recruitment and arms purchase. Again, this brings to the fore how closely interconnected the issues of ethnic cleansing and military capability were. While still appearing outside with doomsday scenarios of a second Holocaust, the enlarged consultancy heard Ben-Gurion outline amazing achievements in the compulsory recruitment the Zionist leadership had imposed on the Jewish community and in the arms purchases it had made, especially in the sphere of heavy weaponry and aircraft. If these new procurements of arms that by February 1948 had enabled the forces on the ground to extend their operations and act with greater efficiency in the Palestinian hinterland. A principal result of the upgraded weaponry were the heavy bombardments, especially from new mortars, that were now carried out on densely populated villages and neighborhoods. The confidence of the military can be gauged from the fact that the Jewish army was now able to develop its own weapons of destruction. Ben-Gurion followed personally the purchases of a particularly lethal weapon that would soon be used to set fire to the fields and houses of Palestinians: a flamethrower. An Anglo-Jewish professor of chemistry, Sasha Goldberg, headed the project of purchasing and then manufacturing this weapon, first in a laboratory in London, and later in Rehovot, south of Tel Aviv, in what was to become the Weizmann Institute in the 1950s. The oral history of the Nakba is full of evidence of the terrible effect this weapon had on people and properties. The flamethrower project was part of a larger unit engaged in developing biological warfare under the directorship of a physical chemist called Ephraim Katzia, later the President of Israel, who, in the 1980s, through a slip of the tongue, revealed to the world that the Jewish state possessed nuclear weapons. The biological unit he led, together with his brother, Aharon, started working seriously in February. Its main objective was to create a weapon that could blind people. Katzia reported to Ben-Gurion, "We are experimenting with animals. Our researchers were wearing gas masks and adequate outfit. Good results. The animals did not die, they were just blinded. We can produce 20 kilos a day of this stuff." In June, Katzia suggested using it on human beings. More military might was also needed, since the Arab Liberation Army units had now positioned themselves in some of the villages, and greater effort would be required to occupy them. In some places, the arrival of the ALA was more important psychologically than materially. They had no time to turn the villagers into fighting men, nor did they have the equipment to defend the villages. All in all, the ALA had only reached a few villages by February, which meant that most of the Palestinians remained unaware of how dramatically and crucially their life was about to change. Neither their leaders nor the Palestinian press had any inkling of what was being contemplated behind closed doors in the Red House, close to the northern outskirts of Jaffa. February 1948 saw major cleansing operations, and it was only then, in certain parts of the country, that the meaning of the imminent catastrophe began to dawn on people. In the middle of February 1948, the consultancy met to discuss the implications of the growing presence of Arab volunteers inside Palestine. Eliyahu Sasson reported that no more than 3,000 volunteers in total had so far entered as part of the ALA. Ben-Gurion's diary cites a smaller number. He described all of them as poorly trained and added that, "If we do not provoke them, they will remain idle, and the Arab states will send no more volunteers." This prompted Yigal Allon once more to speak out vociferously in favor of large-scale cleansing operations, but he was opposed by Yaakov Drori, the designated chief of staff, who insisted they adopt a more cautious approach. However, Drori fell ill soon thereafter and ceased to play a role. He was replaced by the more bellicose Yigael Yadin. On February 9th, Yadin had already shown his true intentions by calling for deep invasions into the Palestinian areas. He specified heavily populated villages such as Fasuta, Tarbicha, and Ailut in the northern Galilee as targets for such invasions, with the aim of totally destroying the villages. The consultancy rejected the plan as too far-reaching, and Ben-Gurion suggested shelving it for the time being. Yadin's code name for his plan had been Lamed He. He had meant it as retaliation for the assault on the Gush Etzion convoy. A few days later, the consultancy did approve other similar plans with the same code name inside Palestine's rural areas. but still insisted they should be related, at least loosely, to Arab acts of hostility. These operations were also Yigael Yadin's brainchild. They began on the 13th of February, 1948, and focused on several areas. In Jaffa, houses were randomly selected and then dynamited, with people still in them. The village of Sassa was attacked, as well as 3 villages around Caesarea today. The February operations, carefully planned by the consultancy, differed from the actions that took place in December. No longer sporadic, they formed part of a first attempt to link the concept of unhampered Jewish transport on Palestine's main roads with the ethnic cleansing of villages. But unlike the following month, when operations would be given code names and clearly defined territories and targets, directives were still vague. The first targets were 3 villages around the ancient Roman city of Caesarea, a town whose impressive history went all the way back to the Phoenicians. Established as a trading colony, Herod the Great later named it Caesarea in honor of his patron in Rome, Augustus Caesar. The largest of these villages was Caesarea, where 1,500 people lived within the ancient walls of the old city. Among them, as was quite common in the Palestinian villages on the coast, were several Jewish families who had bought land there and lived practically inside the village. Most of the villagers lived in stone houses next to Bedouin families, who were part of the village but still lived in tents. The village wells provided enough water for both the semi-sedentary and the peasant communities, and allowed them to cultivate extensive tracts of land and grow a wide range of agricultural produce, including citrus fruit and bananas. Thus, Caesarea was a typical model of the live-and-let-live attitude that pervaded coastal rural life in Palestine. The 3 villages were chosen because they were easy prey. They had no defense force of any kind, neither local nor volunteers from the outside. The order came on the 5th of February to occupy, expel, and destroy them. Caesarea was the first village to be expelled in its entirety on the 15th of February, 1948. The expulsion took only a few hours and was carried out so systematically that the Jewish troops were able to evacuate and destroy another 4 villages on the same day, all under the watchful eyes of the British troops stationed in police stations nearby. The second village was Barat Caesarea, outside Caesarea, which had a population of about 1,000. There are a number of photographs from the 1930s of this village showing its picturesque location on the sandy beach, close to the ruins of the Roman city. It is wiped out in February in an attack so sudden and fierce that both Israeli and Palestinian historians refer to its disappearance as quite enigmatic. Today, a Jewish development town, or Akiva, stretches out over every square meter of this destroyed village. Some old houses were still standing in the town in the 1970s, but they were quickly demolished when Palestinian research teams tried to document them as part of an overall attempt to reconstruct the Palestinian heritage in this part of the country. Similarly, only vague information exists about the nearby village of Khirbat al-Burj. This village was smaller than the other 2, and its remains are still visible to the observant eye if one travels through the area east of the veteran Jewish settlement of Binyamina, relatively veteran as it dates from 1922. The major building in the village was an Ottoman inn, a khan, and it is the only building still standing. Called the Burj, the plaque nearby will tell you that once this was a historic castle. Not a word is said about the village. Today, the building is a popular Israeli venue for exhibitions, fairs, and family celebrations. North of these 3 villages, but not very far away, lies another ancient monument, the Crusaders' Castle of Atlit. This castle had impressively withstood both the passage of time and the various invading armies that had come down upon the region since the medieval era. The village of Atlit was built next to it, and was unique for the rare example it presented of Arab-Jewish cooperation in mandatory Palestine, in the salt industry along its beaches. For ages, the village's topography had made it a source of salt extraction from the sea, and Jews and Palestinians jointly worked in the evaporation pans southwest of the village that produced quality sea salt. A Palestinian employer, the Atlit Salt Company, had invited 500 Jews to live and work alongside the 1,000 Arab inhabitants of the village. However, in the 1940s, the Haganah turned the Jewish part of the village into a training ground for its members, whose intimidating presence soon reduced the number of Palestinians to 200. No wonder that with the operation in nearby Caesarea, the Jewish troops in the training base did not hesitate to expel their Palestinian co-workers from the joint village. Today, the castle is closed to the public, as it is now a major training base for Israel's Naval Commando elite units. In February, the Jewish troops also reached the village of Daliyat al-Roha, on the plain overlooking the Milk Valley connecting the coast with the Marj ibn Amir in northeast Palestine. In Arabic, the name means the fragrant vine, a testimony to the scents and sights that still characterize this scenic part of the country. This, too, was a village where Jews lived among Arabs and owned land. The initiative for the attack had come from Yosef Weitz, who wanted to use the new phase of operations to get rid of the village. He had set his eyes on the rich soil, generously supplied by an extremely abundant source of natural water, which was responsible for the village's fertile fields and vineyards. Then came the raid on Sasa, on the night between the 14th and 15th of February. You cannot miss Sasa today. The Arabic pronunciation uses two laryngeal A's, but the sign to the entrance of the kibbutz built on the ruins of the Palestinian village points to Sasa, Hebraization having done away with the throaty pronunciation of the Arabic, difficult for Europeans to master, in favor of the obviously more European soft-sounding A's. Some of the original Palestinian houses have survived and now lie inside the kibbutz, on the way to Palestine's highest mountain, Jabal Jermak, Ha Meron in Hebrew, 1,208 meters above sea level. Beautifully located in the only evergreen part of the country, with its hewn stone houses, Sasa is one of those Palestinian villages that appears quite often in Israeli official tourist guides. The order to attack Sasa came from Yigal Allon, the commander of the Palmach in the north, and was entrusted to Moshe Kalman, the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion that had committed the atrocities in Chisas. Allon explained that the village had to be attacked because of its location. "We have to prove to ourselves that we can take the initiative," he wrote to Kalman. The order was very clear. You have to blow up 20 houses and kill as many warriors, read villagers, as possible. Sasa was attacked at midnight. All the villages attacked under the Lamed He order were assaulted around midnight, recalled Moshe Kalman. The New York Times, the 16th of April, 1948, reported that the large unit of Jewish troops encountered no resistance from the residents as they entered the village and began attaching TNT to the houses. "We ran into an Arab guard," Kalman recounted later. "He was so surprised that he did not ask Min Hada, who is it, but Eish Hada, what is it? One of our troops who knew Arabic responded humorously, Hada Eish. This is, in Arabic, fire, in Hebrew, and shot a volley into him. Kalman's troops took the main street of the village and systematically blew up one house after another, while families were still sleeping inside. In the end, the sky prized open, recalled Kalman poetically, as a third of the village was blasted into the air. We left behind 35 demolished houses and 60 to 80 dead bodies. Quite a few of them were children. He commended the British Army for helping the troops to transfer the 2 wounded soldiers, hurt by debris flying through the air, to the Sfat hospital. The long seminar participants were called in for another meeting on the 19th of February 1948, 4 days after the attack on Sasa. It was a Thursday morning. They met once again in Ben-Gurion's home, and the Zionist leader recorded the discussion almost verbatim in his diary. The purpose was to examine the impact of the Lamed He operations on the Palestinians. Josh Palmon brought the Orientalist point of view. The Palestinians still showed no inclination to fight. He was supported by Isra Danin, who reported, "The villagers show no wish to fight." Moreover, the ALA was clearly confining its activities to the areas the UN resolution had allocated to a future Palestinian state. Ben-Gurion was unimpressed. His thoughts were already somewhere else. He was unhappy with the limited scope of the operations. A small reaction to Arab hostility does not impress anyone. A destroyed house, nothing. Destroy a neighborhood and you begin to make an impression. He liked the Sasa operation for the way it had caused the Arabs to flee. Danin thought the operation had sent shockwaves through the nearby villages, which would serve to dissuade other villagers from taking part in the fighting. The conclusion was therefore to retaliate with force for every single Arab act, and not pay too much attention to whether particular villages or Arabs were neutral. This feedback process between response and further planning would continue until March 1948. After that, ethnic cleansing stopped being part of retaliation, but was codified into a well-defined plan that aimed to uproot the Palestinians en masse from their homeland. Ilan continued to expand on the lessons learned from the Lamed He operations in the consultancy's mid-February meeting. If we destroy whole neighborhoods or many houses in the village, as we did in Sasa, we make an impression. More people than usual were invited to this particular meeting. Experts on Arab affairs from all over the country had been summoned. Among them, Giora Zaid from the Western Galilee and David Caron from the Negev. The meeting spelled out the wish to prepare for an all-out operation. All of those present, without exception, reported that rural Palestine showed no desire to fight or attack, and was defenseless. Ben-Gurion concluded by saying he preferred to move more cautiously for the time being and see how events developed. In the meantime, the best thing to do was to continue to terrorize the rural areas through a series of offensives so that the same mood of passivity reported would prevail. Passivity, on the one hand, prevented actions in some areas, but led to many others on the other. The month ended with the occupation and the expulsion of another village in the district of Haifa, the village of Kira. It too had a mixed Jewish and Arab population, and here too, as in Daliat al-Raha, the presence of Jewish settlers on the village's land essentially sealed its fate. Again, it was Yosef Weitz who urged the army commanders not to delay the operation in the village too long. "Get rid of them now," he suggested. Kira was close to another village, Kamun, and Jewish settlers had built their homes strategically between the two. Kira is very close to where I live today. Now called Yokneam, Dutch Jews had bought some land here in 1935 before incorporating the two evicted Palestinian villages into their settlement in 1948. Nearby kibbutz Hazoriah took over some of the land as well. Yokneam is an attractive spot because it has one of the last clean water rivers in the Marj Ibn Amir area. In spring, the water gushes through a beautiful canyon down to the valley, as it did in the early days when it reached the stone houses of the village. The inhabitants of Kira called it the Mukata River. Israelis call it the River of Peace. Like so many other scenic sites in this area, set aside for recreation and tourism, this one, too, hides the ruins of a 1948 village. To my shame, it took me years to discover this. Kira and Kamun were not the only places where Weitz could vent his expulsion impulses. He was eager to act wherever he could. In January, soon after he had been invited to join the consultancy, his diary shows how he contemplated using the retaliation policy for getting rid of Palestinian tenants on land already bought by Jews. "Is it not time to get rid of them? Why should we continue to keep these thorns in our flesh?" In another entry, for the 20th of January, he recommended that these tenants be treated according to our original plan, that is, the ideas he had put forth in the 1930s for transferring the Palestinians. Benny Morris lists a number of operations that Weitz directed in February and March, for which, Morris adds, no authorization had been given by what Morris euphemistically calls the political leadership. This is impossible. The centralized Haganah command authorized all actions of expulsion. It is true that before the 10th of March 1948, it did not always want to know about them in advance, but it always granted authorization in retrospect. Weitz was never rebuked for the expulsions he was responsible for in Kamun and Kira, Arab al-Ghawarina, in the Naman Valley, Kumya, Mansarat al-Khayt, Husseiniya, Ulmaniya, Khirad al-Ghamana, and Ubaidiyah, all villages he had selected either for the quality of their land or because Jewish settlers resided in or nearby them. March. Putting the finishing touches to the blueprint. The consultancy had first discussed a draft of Plan Dalet in the second half of February 1948. According to Ben-Gurion's diary, this was on Sunday, the 29th of February, though one Israeli military historian put the date as the 14th of February. Plan Dalet was finalized in the early days of March. Based on the recollections of the army generals from that period, Israeli historiography generally claims that March 1948 was the most difficult month in the history of the war. But this assessment is only based on one aspect of the unfolding conflict. The ALA attacks on the Jewish convoys to the isolated Jewish settlements that in early March briefly proved relatively effective. Moreover, some of the ALA officers at the time tried to fend off or retaliate for the ongoing Jewish offensives in the mixed cities by terrorizing the Jewish areas through a series of mini-raids. Two such attacks gave the public the false impression that the ALA might, after all, be able to show some resistance in the face of a Jewish takeover. In fact, March 1948 began with this final and short-lived Palestinian military effort to protect its community. The Jewish forces were not yet sufficiently well organized to be able to react immediately and successfully to every counterattack, which explains the sense of distress in some sections of the Jewish community. However, the consultancy did not lose its grip on reality for a moment. When they met again at the beginning of March, they did not even discuss the ALA counterattack, nor did they seem to regard the overall situation as particularly troubling. Instead, under the guidance of Ben-Gurion, they were busy preparing a final master plan. Some members of the consultancy proposed to continue with the ethnic cleansing operations as the most effective means of protecting the routes to isolated settlements. Their main concern was the Tel Aviv road to Jerusalem, but Ben-Gurion had already set his mind on something more comprehensive. The conclusion he had drawn from the period between late November 1947 and early March 1948 was that, despite all the efforts from above, a competent guiding hand on the ground was still missing. He also felt that three previous plans the Haganah had prepared for the takeover of the mandatory state, one in 1937 and two more in 1946, now needed updating. He therefore ordered a revision of these plans, the two recent ones being codenamed Plans B and C. We have no record of what Ben-Gurion said about ethnic cleansing to the team that made up the consultancy on their regular Wednesday afternoon meeting on the 10th of March, 1948. But we do have the plan they authored, and which, after they had put the final touches to it, was approved by the Haganah High Command and then sent out as military orders to the troops in the field. The official name of Plan Dalet was the Yehoshua Plan, Born in Belarus in 1905, Yehoshua Globerman had been sent to prison in the 1920s for anti-communist activity. But he was released after 3 years in a Soviet jail after Maxim Gorky, a friend of his parents, had intervened on his behalf. Globerman was the commander of the Haganah in various parts of Palestine and was killed by unknown assailants in December 1947, who had fired at him while he was driving his car. He had been destined to become one of the future chiefs of staff of the Israeli army, but his untimely death meant that his name would be associated not with military prowess, but rather with the Zionist master plan for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. He was so revered by his peers that he was posthumously given the rank of general after the Jewish state was established. A few days after Globerman was killed, the intelligence unit of the Haganah drafted the blueprint for the coming months. Codenamed Plan D, it contained direct references both to the geographical parameters of the future Jewish state, the 78% coveted by Ben-Gurion, and to the fate of the 1 million Palestinians living within that space. These operations can be carried out in the following manner, either by destroying villages, by setting fire to them, blowing them up, and by planting mines in their rubble, and especially those population centers that are difficult to control permanently, or by mounting combing and control operations according to the following guidelines: encirclement of the villages, conducting a search inside them. In case of resistance, the armed forces must be wiped out and the population expelled outside the borders of the state. Villages were to be expelled in their entirety, either because they were located in strategic spots or because they were expected to put up some sort of resistance. These orders were issued when it was clear that occupation would always provoke some resistance and that therefore no village would be immune, either because of its location or because it would not allow itself to be occupied. This was the master plan for the expulsion of all the villages in rural Palestine. Similar instructions were given, with much the same wording, for actions directed at Palestine's urban centers. The orders coming through to the units in the field were more specific. The country was divided into zones, according to the number of brigades, whereby the 4 original brigades of the Haganah were turned into 12, so as to facilitate the implementation of the plan. Each brigade commander received a list of the villages or neighborhoods that had to be occupied, destroyed, and their inhabitants expelled, with exact dates. Some of the commanders were over-ambitious in executing their orders and added additional locations in the momentum their zeal had created. Some of the orders, on the other hand, proved too far-fetched and could not be implemented within the expected time frame. This meant that several villages on the coast that had been scheduled to be occupied in May were not destroyed until July, and the villages in the Wadi Ara area, a valley connecting the coast near Hadera with Marj ibn Amir, Emek Israel, and Afula, today's Route 65, managed to survive repeated Jewish attacks throughout the war. But they were the exception. The rule was the 531 villages and 11 urban neighborhoods and towns that were destroyed and their inhabitants expelled under the direct orders the consultancy put out in March 1948. By then, 30 villages were already gone. A few days after Plan D was typed up, it was distributed among the commanders of the dozen brigades the Haganah now incorporated. With the list each commander received came a detailed description of the villages in his realm of operation and their imminent fate, occupation, destruction, and expulsion. The Israeli documents released from the IDF archives in the late 1990s show clearly that, contrary to claims historians such as Benny Morris have made, Plan Dalet was handed down to the brigade commanders not as vague guidelines, but as a clear-cut operational orders for action. Unlike the general draft that was sent to the political leaders, the list of villages the military commanders received did not detail how the action of destruction or expulsion should be carried out. There was no specification here for how villages could save themselves, for instance, by surrendering unconditionally, as promised in the general document. There was another difference between the draft handed to the politicians and the one the military commanders were given. The official draft stated that the plan would only be activated after the end of the mandate. The officers on the ground were ordered to start executing it within a few days after its adoption. This dichotomy is typical of the relationship that exists in Israel between the army and politicians up to the present day. The army quite often misinforms the politicians as to its real intentions. Moshe Dayan did so in 1956, Ariel Sharon in 1982, and Shaul Mofaz in 2000. What the political version of Plan Dalet and the military directives had in common was the overall purpose of the scheme. In other words, even before the direct orders had reached the field, the troops already knew exactly what was expected of them. That venerable and courageous Israeli campaigner for civil rights, Shulamit Aloni, who was a woman officer in those days, recalled how special political officers would come down and actively incite the troops by demonizing the Palestinians and invoking the Holocaust as the point of reference for the operations ahead. Quite often, the day after the indoctrinating event had taken place. After the consultancy had approved Plan Dalet, the acting chief of staff, Yigael Yadin, summoned all the intelligence officers of the Haganah to a building that housed the headquarters of the Jewish Public Health Service, Kupat Holim, in Tel Aviv's Zamenhof Street, still functioning as such opposite a popular Indian restaurant. Hundreds of officers filled what was normally a reception hall for patients. Yadin did not tell them about Plan Dalet. The orders had gone out that week to their brigade commanders, but he provided them with a general idea that was meant to leave no doubt in their minds as to the troops' ability to carry out the plan. Intelligence officers were also politruk, political commissars of a kind, and Yadin realized he needed to account for the gap between the public declarations the leadership was making of an imminent second Holocaust and the reality that the Jewish forces clearly faced no real challenge in the scheduled depopulation of the territory they wished to turn into their Jewish state. Yadin, dramatic as ever, set out to impress upon his listeners that, since they were going to be issued with orders to occupy, conquer, and dispossess a population, they deserved an explanation of how they could afford to do so when, as they read in their newspapers and heard from their politicians, they themselves were facing the danger of annihilation. The officer, whose tall and lean figure would soon become familiar to all Israelis, then proudly told his audience, "Today we have all the arms we need. They are already aboard ships, and the British are leaving, and then we bring in the weapons, and the whole situation at the fronts will change." In other words, when we find Yigael Yadin's narrative depicting the last weeks of March 1948 as the toughest period of the war as a whole, we might instead conclude that the Jewish community in Palestine was not in any danger of annihilation. It was facing some obstacles on the way to completing its ethnic cleansing plan. These difficulties were the relative lack of arms and the isolated Jewish colonies within the designated Arab state. Especially vulnerable seemed to be the few settlements inside the West Bank, and those on the northwestern parts of the Negev, Nigba, Yad Mordechai, Nitzanim, and Gat. These four would still be left isolated even during the Egyptian forces' entry into Palestine that overtook them for a short while. Similarly, some settlements in the Upper Galilee were not easily reached or defended, as they were surrounded by scores of Palestinian villages that were lucky enough to have the protection of several hundreds of volunteers from the ALA. Finally, the road to Jerusalem was subjected to Palestinian sniper attacks, serious enough for a sense of siege to descend over the Jewish parts of the city that month. Official Israeli historiography describes the next month, April 1948, as a turning point. According to this version, an isolated and threatened Jewish community in Palestine was moving from defense to offense after its near defeat. The reality of the situation could not have been more different. The overall military, political, and economic balance between the two communities was such that not only were the majority of Jews in no danger at all, but in addition, between the beginning of December 1947 and the end of March 1948, their army had been able to complete the first stage of the cleansing of Palestine, even before the master plan had been put into effect. If there were a turning point in April, it was the shift from sporadic attacks and counterattacks on the Palestinian civilian population towards the systematic mega-operation of ethnic cleansing that now followed. Chapter 5. The Blueprint for Ethnic Cleansing. Plan Dalet. The Serbs were interested in creating an ethnically pure Republika Srpska for the Serbs, but large Muslim minorities, especially in the cities, made it difficult for the Serbs to carve out homogeneous ethnic entities. As a result, the army of the Republika Srpska, under the leadership of General Ratko Mladic, began the policy of ethnic cleansing against Muslims in what they considered to be Serb lands. GlobalSecurity.org, 2000-2005. The editors of Ben-Gurion's diary were surprised to discover that between the 1st of April and the 15th of May, 1948, the leader of the Jewish community in Palestine seemed rather oblivious to the military side of events. Instead, he appeared much more preoccupied with domestic Zionist politics and was dealing intensively with organizational topics such as transforming the diasporic bodies into organs of the new state of Israel. His diary certainly does not betray any sense of a looming catastrophe or a second Holocaust, as he proclaimed with pathos in his public appearances. To his inner circles he spoke a different language. To members of his party Pappé, early in April, he proudly listed the names of the Arab villages Jewish troops had recently occupied. On another occasion, on the 6th of April, we find him rebuking socialist-leaning members of the Histadrut's executive, who questioned the wisdom of attacking peasants instead of confronting their landlords, the Effendis, telling one of its central figures, "I do not agree with you that we are facing Effendis and not peasants. Our enemies are the Arab peasants." His diary does indeed offer a stark contrast to the fear he planted in his audiences during public gatherings, and consequently, the Israeli collective memory. It suggests that by then he had realized Palestine was already in his hands. He was not, however, overconfident and did not join in the celebrations on the 15th of May, 1948, aware of the enormity of the task ahead of him. Cleansing Palestine and making sure Arab attempts would not stop the Jewish takeover. Like the consultancy, he feared the outcome of developments in places where there was an obvious imbalance between isolated Jewish settlements and the potential Arab army, as was the case in remote parts of the Galilee and the Negev, as well as in some parts of Jerusalem. Ben-Gurion and his close associates nonetheless understood perfectly well that these local disadvantages could not change the overall picture. The ability of the Jewish forces to seize, even before the British had left, many of the areas the UN partition resolution had allocated to the Jewish state. Seizing, meaning only one thing: the massive expulsion of the Palestinians living there from their homes, businesses, and land in both the cities and the rural areas. Ben-Gurion may not have publicly rejoiced with the Jewish masses who danced in the streets on the day the British mandate officially ended, but he was well aware that the power of the Jewish military forces had already begun to show on the ground. When Plan Dalet was put into effect, the Haganah had more than 50,000 troops at its disposal, half of which had been trained by the British Army during the Second World War. The time had come to put the plan into effect. Operation Nachshon, the first Plan Dalet operation. The Zionist strategy of building isolated settlements in the midst of densely populated Arab areas, approved retroactively by the British mandatory authorities, proved a liability at times of tension. Attempts to bring supplies and troops to these faraway posts could not always be guaranteed, and once the country was in flames, the western approach road to Jerusalem, which passed through numerous Palestinian villages, was particularly difficult to safeguard, creating a sense of siege amongst the small Jewish population in the city. The Zionist leaders were also worried about the Jews in Jerusalem, for a different reason. They were made up mainly of Orthodox and Mizrahi communities, whose commitment to Zionism and its aspirations was quite tenuous, or even questionable. Thus, the first area chosen for putting Plan Dalet into action was the rural hills on the western slopes of the Jerusalem Mountains, halfway along the road to Tel Aviv. This was Operation Nachshon, which would serve as a model for future campaigns. The sudden, massive expulsions it employed were to prove the most effective means for maintaining isolated Jewish settlements or unblocking routes that were under enemy threat, such as the one leading to Jerusalem. Every brigade assigned to the operation was asked to prepare to move into Mazav Dalet, State D, that is, to ready themselves to implement the orders of Plan D. You will move to State Dalet for an operative implementation of Plan Dalet, was the opening sentence to each unit, and then, the villages which you will capture, cleanse, or destroy will be decided according to consultation with your advisers on Arab affairs and the intelligence officers. Judging by the end result of this siege, namely April to May 1948, this advice was not to spare a single village. Whereas the official Plan Dalet gave the villages the option to surrender, the operational orders did not exempt any village for any reason. With this, the blueprint was converted into military order to begin destroying villages. The dates differed according to the geography. The Alexandroni Brigade, which would storm the coast with its tens of villages, leaving only 2 behind them, received its orders towards the end of April. The instructions to cleanse the eastern Galilee arrived at the Golani Brigade headquarters on the 6th of May, 1948, and the next day the first village in their area, Shajara, was cleansed. The Palmach units received their orders for Nachshon on the very first day of April 1948. The night before, the consultancy had met at Ben-Gurion's house to finalize the directives to the units. Their orders were clear. The principal objective of the operation is the destruction of Arab villages and the eviction of the villagers so that they would become an economic liability for the general Arab forces. Operation Nachshon was also a novelty in other respects. It was the first operation in which all the various Jewish military organizations endeavored to act together as a single army, providing the basis for the future Israeli Defense Forces, IDF. And it was the first operation in which the veteran East European Jews, who naturally dominated the military scene, were incorporated into the campaign alongside other ethnic groups, such as newcomers from the Arab world and from post-Holocaust Europe. The commander of one battalion who participated in this operation, Uri Ben Ari, mentioned in his memoirs that melting the diasporas was one of the important goals of Nachshon. Ben Ari was a young German Jew who had arrived in Palestine a few years earlier. His unit made its final preparations for Nachshon on the Mediterranean coast near Hadera. He recalled likening himself to Russian generals fighting the Nazis in the Second World War. The Nazis, in his case, were a large number of defenseless Palestinian villages in proximity to the Jaffa-Jerusalem road and the paramilitary groups of Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini, who had come to their rescue. Al-Husseini's units had been retaliating for earlier Jewish attacks by firing randomly at Jewish traffic on the road, wounding and killing passengers. But the villagers themselves, as elsewhere in Palestine, were trying to continue life as normal, unaware of the demonized image attributed to them by Ben Ari and his comrades. Within a few days, most of them would be expelled forever from the homes and fields where they and their ancestors had lived and worked for centuries. The paramilitary Palestinian groups under the command of Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini put up more resistance than Ben Ali's battalion had expected, which meant that the Nachshon operation did not at first go as planned. By the 9th of April, however, the campaign was over. This was the day that the first of the many villages around Jerusalem fell into Jewish hands, despite its auspicious name, Kastal, the castle. It did have ancient fortifications, but these could not protect it from the superior Jewish forces. The Kastal was located on the last western peak before the final ascent to Jerusalem. The monument to the Haganah that Israel has put up at the site fails to mention that there was once, on this very spot, a Palestinian village. The plaque commemorating the battle is a typical example of how deeply rooted the language of Plan Dalet is in today's popular Israeli historiography. As in the plan, so on the plaque. The Kastal appears not as a village but as an enemy base. Palestinian villagers are dehumanized in order to turn them into legitimate targets of destruction and expulsion. All over Israel, many new settlements and national parks have become part of the country's collective memory without any reference to the Palestinian villages that once stood there. Even where there are vestiges, such as an isolated house or a mosque, which visibly attest to the fact that people used to live there as recently as 1948. On the 9th of April, while defending Kastal, Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini was killed in battle. His death so demoralized his troops that all the other villages in the greater Jerusalem area swiftly fell into the hands of the Jewish forces. One by one they were surrounded, attacked, and occupied, their people expelled and their homes and buildings demolished. In some of them, the expulsion was accompanied by massacres, the most notorious of which is the one Jewish troops perpetrated, on the same day Kastal fell, in Deir Yassin. Deir Yassin. The systematic nature of Plan Dalet is manifested in Deir Yassin, a pastoral and cordial village that had reached a non-aggression pact with the Haganah in Jerusalem, but was doomed to be wiped out because it was within the areas designated in Plan Dalet to be cleansed. Because of the prior agreement they had signed with the village, the Haganah decided to send the Irgun and Sterngang troops so as to absolve themselves from any official accountability. In the subsequent cleansings of friendly villages, even this ploy would no longer be deemed necessary. On the 9th of April 1948, Jewish forces occupied the village of Deir Yassin. It lay on a hill west of Jerusalem, 800 meters above sea level, and close to the Jewish neighborhood of Givat Shaul. The old village school serves today as a mental hospital for the western Jewish neighborhood that expanded over the destroyed village. As they burst into the village, the Jewish soldiers sprayed the houses with machine gun fire, killing many of the inhabitants. The remaining villagers were then gathered in one place and murdered in cold blood, their bodies abused while a number of the women were raped and then killed. Fahim Zaidan, who was 12 years old at the time, recalled how he saw his family murdered in front of his eyes. "They took us out, one after the other, shot an old man, and when one of his daughters cried, she was shot too. Then they called my brother, Muhammad, and shot him in front of us. And when my mother yelled, bending over him, carrying my little sister Hudra in her hands, still breastfeeding her, they shot her too." Zaidan himself was shot too while standing in a row of children the Jewish soldiers had lined up against a wall, which they had then sprayed with bullets, just for the fun of it, before they left. He was lucky to survive his wounds. Recent research has brought down the accepted number of people massacred at Deir Yassin from 170 to 93. Of course, apart from the victims of the massacre itself, dozens of others were killed in the fighting, and hence were not included in the official list of victims. However, as the Jewish forces regarded any Palestinian village as an enemy military base, the distinction between massacring people and killing them in battle was slight. One only has to be told that 30 babies were among the slaughtered in Deir Yassin to understand why the whole quantitative exercise, which the Israelis repeated as recently as April 2002 in the massacre of Jenin, is insignificant. At the time, the Jewish leadership proudly announced a high number of victims so as to make Deir Yassin the epicenter of the catastrophe, a warning to all Palestinians that a similar fate awaited them if they refused to abandon their homes and take flight. 4 nearby villages were next: Kolunya, Saris, Beit Surik, and Bidu. Taking only an hour or so in each village, the Haganah units blew up the houses and expelled the people. Interestingly, or ironically if you wish, Haganah officers claimed they had to struggle with their subordinates in order to prevent a frenzy of looting at the end of each occupation. Ben Ali, who supervised the sappers unit that blew up the houses, recounts in his memoirs how he had single-handedly stopped the plunder of these villages. But this claim seems exaggerated, to say the least, given that the peasants ran away with nothing while their possessions found their way into the living rooms and farms of both soldiers and officers as wartime mementos. 2 villages in the same area were spared, Abu Ghosh and Nabi Samuil. This was because their Mukhtars had developed a relatively cordial relationship with the local commanders of the Stern Gang. Ironically, this saved them from destruction and expulsion. As the Haganah wanted to demolish them, the more extremist group, the Stern Gang, now came to their rescue. This was, however, a rare exception, and hundreds of villages suffered the same fate as Kolunya and the Kastal. The herbicide of Palestine. The confidence the Jewish command in early April had in their capacity not only to take over but also to cleanse the areas the UN had granted to the Jewish state can be gauged from the way, immediately after Operation Nachshon, they turned their attention to the major urban centers of Palestine. These were systematically attacked throughout the rest of the month as UN agents and British officials stood by and watched indifferently. The offensive against the urban centers began with Tiberias. As soon as news of Deir Yassin and the massacre 3 days later, the 12th of April, in the nearby village of Khirbat Nasr al-Din reached the large Palestinian population in the city, many fled. The people were also petrified by the daily heavy bombardments by the Jewish forces situated in the hills overlooking this historic, ancient capital on the Sea of Galilee, where 6,000 Jews and 5,000 Arabs and their forebears had for centuries coexisted peacefully. British obstruction meant that the ALA had only managed to supply the city with a force of about 30 volunteers. These were no match for the Haganah forces, who rolled barrel bombs down from the hills and used loudspeakers to broadcast terrifying noises to frighten the population. An early version of the supersonic flights over Beirut in 1983 and Gaza in 2005, which human rights organizations have decried as criminal acts. Tiberias fell on the 18th of April. The British played a questionable role in the attack on Tiberias. At first, they offered to protect the Palestinian residents, but soon urged them to negotiate a general evacuation of the town with the Jewish forces. King Abdullah of Jordan was more practical. He sent 30 trucks to help move women and children. In his memoirs he claimed he was convinced another Deir Yassin was about to occur. British officers later professed to having had similar apprehensions, but documents showing heavy British pressure on the community's leaders to leave do not reveal any great concern about an impending massacre. Some would say that the British thereby prevented Tiberias's Arab residents from being massacred. Others would argue that they collaborated with the expellers. The role of the British is much clearer and far more negative in the next chapters of Palestine's herbicide, when Haifa and Jaffa were occupied. The de-Arabization of Haifa. As mentioned previously, operations in Haifa were retroactively approved and welcomed by the consultancy, although not necessarily initiated by it. The early terrorization of the city's Arab population, the previous December, had prompted many among the Palestinian elite to leave for their residences in Lebanon and Egypt, until calm returned to their city. It is hard to imagine how many fell within this category. Most historians put the figure at around 15,000 to 20,000. On the 12th of January, 1948, a local leader called Farid Saad, the manager of the Arab Bank in Haifa and a member of the local National Committee, telegraphed Dr. Hussein Khalidi, the secretary of the Arab Higher Committee, in despair. "It is good the Jews do not know the truth." The truth was that the urban elite in Palestine had collapsed after a month of heavy Jewish shelling and aggression. However, the Jews knew exactly what was going on. Indeed, the consultancy was well aware that the rich and well-to-do had already left in December, that the Arab arms were not arriving, and the Arab governments did little beyond airing their inflammatory war rhetoric in all directions, so as to hide their inaction and unwillingness to intervene on behalf of the Palestinians. The departure of the affluent meant that about 55,000 and 60,000 Palestinians in Haifa were leaderless and, given the relatively small number of armed Arab volunteers in the town, at the mercy of the Jewish forces in April 1948. This was despite the presence of British troops in the city, who were theoretically responsible for the locals' safety and well-being. This phase of the Jewish operation around the city was given the ominous name of scissors, misparayim, indicating both the idea of a pincer movement and of cutting the city off from its Palestinian hinterland. Haifa, like Tiberias, had been allocated in the UN plan to the Jewish state. Leaving only the major port in the country in Jewish control was yet another manifestation of the unfair deal the Palestinians were offered in the UN peace proposal. The Jews wanted the port city, but without the 75,000 Palestinians who lived there, and in April 1948 they achieved their objective. As Palestine's main port, Haifa was also the last station on the trail of the British pullout. The British had been expected to stay until August, but in February 1948 they decided to bring the date of departure forward to May. Their troops were consequently present in great numbers, and they still had the legal and, one could argue, moral authority to impose law and order in the city. Their conduct, as many British politicians were later to admit, forms one of the most shameful chapters in the history of the British Empire in the Middle East. The Jewish campaign of terrorization, begun in December, included heavy shelling, sniper fire, rivers of ignited oil and fuel sent down the mountainside, and detonated barrels of explosives, and went on for the first months of 1948, but it intensified in early April. On the 18th of April, the day the Palestinians of Tiberias were put to flight, Major General Hugh Stockwell, the British commander of the northern sector seated in Haifa, summoned the Jewish authorities in the city to his office and informed them that in 2 days the British forces would be removed from locations in which they had been serving as a buffer zone between the two communities. This buffer was the only obstacle preventing Jewish forces from a direct assault on and takeover of the Palestinian areas, where more than 50,000 people still resided. The road was wide open for the de-Arabization of Haifa. This task was given to the Carmeli Brigade, one of the top units of the Jewish army. There were brigades of lesser quality, such as Kiryati, made up of Arab Jews who were sent only on looting or less attractive missions. The definition of Kiryati, as possessing a lesser human quality, can be found in the Israeli documents. The 2,000 Carmeli Brigade troops faced a poorly equipped army of 500 local and mainly Lebanese volunteers, who had inferior arms and limited ammunition, and certainly nothing to match the armored cars and mortars on the Jewish side. The removal of the British barrier meant Operation Scissors could be replaced by Operation Cleansing the Levin, Biur Hametz. The Hebrew term stands for total cleansing and refers to the Jewish religious practice of eliminating all traces of bread or flour from people's homes on the eve of the Passover, since as these are forbidden during the days of the feast. Brutally appropriate, the cleansing of Haifa, in which the Palestinians were the bread and the flour, began on Passover's Eve, the 21st of April. Stockwell, the British commander, knew in advance about the impending Jewish attack, and earlier that same day invited the Palestinian leadership in the city for a consultation. He met with a group of 4 exhausted men who became the Arab community's leaders for the hour, as none of the positions they held officially prepared them for the crucial, historic moment that unfolded in Stockwell's office on that morning. Previous correspondence between them and Stockwell shows they trusted him as the keeper of law and order in the city. The British officer now advised them that it would be better for their people to leave the city, where they and most of their families had lived and worked ever since the mid-18th century, when Haifa came to prominence as a modern town. Gradually, as they listened to Stockwell and their confidence in him faded, they realized that they would be unable to safeguard their community, and so they prepared for the worst. As the British would not protect them, they were doomed to be expelled. They told Stockwell they wanted to leave in an organized manner. The Carmeli Brigade made sure they would leave in the midst of carnage and havoc. On their way to meet the British commander, the 4 men could already hear the Jewish loudspeakers urging the Palestinian women and children to leave before it was too late. In other parts of the town, loudspeakers delivered a diametrically opposed message from the town's Jewish mayor, Shabtai Levi, a decent person by all accounts, who beseeched the people to stay and promised no harm would befall them. But it was Mordechai Maklef, the operation officer of the Carmeli Brigade, not Levi, who called the shots. Maklef orchestrated the cleansing campaign, and the orders he issued to his troops were plain and simple. Kill any Arab you encounter, torch all inflammable objects, and force doors open with explosives. He later became the Israeli Army Chief of Staff. When these orders were executed promptly within the 1.5 square kilometers, where thousands of Haifa's defenseless Palestinians were still residing, the shock and terror were such that, without packing any of their belongings or even knowing what they were doing, people began leaving en masse. In panic, they headed towards the port, where they hoped to find a ship or a boat to take them away from the city. As soon as they had fled, Jewish troops broke into and looted their houses. When Golda Meir, one of the senior Zionist leaders, visited Haifa a few days later, she at first found it hard to suppress a feeling of horror when she entered homes where cooked food still stood on the tables. Children had left toys and books on the floor, and life appeared to have frozen in an instant. Meir had come to Palestine from the U.S., where her family had fled in the wake of pogroms in Russia, and the sights she witnessed that day reminded her of the worst stories her family had told her about the Russian brutality against Jews decades earlier. But this apparently left no lasting mark on her or her associates' determination to continue with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. In the early hours of dawn on the 22nd of April, the people began streaming to the harbor. As the streets in that part of the city were already overcrowded with people seeking escape, the Arab community's self-appointed leadership tried to instill some order into the chaotic scene. Loudspeakers could be heard, urging people to gather in the old marketplace next to the port, and seek shelter there until an orderly evacuation by sea could be organized. "The Jews have occupied Stanton Road and are on their way," the loudspeakers blared. The Carmeli Brigade's War Book, chronicling its actions in the war, shows little compunction about what followed thereafter. The brigade's officers, aware that people had been advised to gather near the port's gate, ordered their men to station 3-inch mortars on the mountain slopes overlooking the market and the port, where the Rothschild Hospital stands today, and to bombard the gathering crowds below. The plan was to make sure the people would have no second thoughts and to guarantee that the flight would be in one direction only. Once the Palestinians were gathered in the marketplace, an architectural gem that dated back to the Ottoman period, covered with white arched canopies, but destroyed beyond recognition after the creation of the State of Israel, they were an easy target for the Jewish marksmen. Haifa's market was less than 100 yards from what was then the main gate to the port. When the shelling began, this was the natural destination for the panic-stricken Palestinians. The crowd now broke into the port, pushing aside the policemen who guarded the gate. Scores of people stormed the boats that were moored there and began to flee the city. We can learn what happened next from the horrifying recollections of some of the survivors published recently. Here is one of them. Men stepped on their friends and women on their own children. The boats in the port were soon filled with living cargo. The overcrowding in them was horrible. Many turned over and sank with all their passengers. The scenes were so horrendous that when reports reached London, they spurred the British government into action as some officials, probably for the first time, began to realize the enormity of the disaster their inaction was creating in Palestine. The British Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was furious with Stockwell's behavior, but Field Marshal Montgomery, the chief of the Imperial Staff and thus Stockwell's boss, defended him. The last communication between Haifa's Palestinian leaders and Stockwell took the form of a letter that speaks volumes. "We feel distressed and are profoundly aggrieved by the lack of sympathy on the part of the British authorities to render aid to the wounded, although they have been requested to do so." Sfad is next. By the time Haifa fell, only a few towns in Palestine were still free. Among them, Acre, Nazareth, and Sfat. The battle over Sfat began in the middle of April and lasted until the 1st of May. This was not due to any stubborn resistance from the Palestinians or the ALA volunteers, although they did make a more serious effort here than elsewhere. Rather, tactical considerations directed the Jewish campaign first to the rural hinterland around Sfat, and only then did they move on the town itself. In Sfat, there were 9,500 Arabs and 2,400 Jews. Most of the Jews were ultra-Orthodox and had no interest at all in Zionism, let alone in fighting their Arab neighbors. This, and the relatively gradual way the Jewish takeover developed, may have given the 11 members of the local National Committee the illusion that they would fare better than other urban centers. The committee was a fairly representative body that included the town's notables, ulama, religious dignitaries, merchants, landowners, and ex-activists from the 1936 revolt, of which Sfat had been a major center. The false sense of security was reinforced by the relatively large presence of Arab volunteers in Sfat, totaling more than 400, although only half of them were armed with rifles. Skirmishes in the town had begun in early January, triggered by an aggressive reconnaissance incursion by some Haganah members into the Palestinian neighborhoods and market. A charismatic Syrian officer, Ihassan Ulmaz, held the defenses against repeated attacks by the Haganah's commando unit, the Palmach. At first, these Palmach attacks were sporadic and ineffective, as its units focused their actions on the rural area around the town. But once they were through with the villages in Sfat's vicinity, described later in this chapter, they could concentrate fully on the town itself on the 29th of April, 1948. Unfortunately for the people of Sfat, at precisely the moment they needed him most, they lost the able Ulmaz. The Volunteers' Army's new commander in the Galilee, Adib Shishakli, to become one of Syria's rulers in the 1950s, replaced him with one of the ALA's more incompetent officers. However, it is doubtful whether even Ulmaz would have fared better in view of the imbalance of power. 1,000 well-trained Palmach troops confronting 400 Arab volunteers, one of many local imbalances that show the falsity of the myth of the Jewish David facing an Arab Goliath in 1948. The Palmach troops drove most of the people out, only allowing 100 old people to stay on, though not for long. On the 5th of June, Ben-Gurion noted dryly in his diary, Avraham Hanuki from Kibbutz Ayelet HaShahar told me that since there were only 100 old people left in Sfat, they were expelled to Lebanon. The Phantom City of Jerusalem. The herbicide did not skip Jerusalem, which quickly changed from the Eternal City, as a recent book by Salim Tamari puts it, into a phantom city. Jewish troops shelled, attacked, and occupied the western Arab neighborhoods in April 1948. Some of the richer Palestinian inhabitants of these more affluent sections had left town a few weeks before. The rest were expelled from houses that still testified to the architectural beauty of the neighborhoods the Palestinian elite had started building outside the walls of the old city by the end of the 19th century. In recent years, some of these masterpieces have begun to disappear. Real estate fervor, architectural eccentricism, and constructors' greed have combined to transform these elegant residential areas into streets of monstrous villas and extravagant palaces for rich American Jews who tend to flock to the city in their old age. The British troops were still in Palestine when these areas were cleansed and occupied, but they remained aloof and did not intervene. Only in one area, Sheikh Jarrah, the first Palestinian neighborhood built outside the old city's walls, where the leading notable families, such as the Husseinis, the Nashashibis, and the Khalidis, had their domicile, did a local British commander decide to step in. The instruction to the Jewish forces was very clear in April 1948. Occupy the neighborhood and destroy all its houses. The cleansing attack began on the 24th of April 1948, but was halted by the British before it could be fully implemented. We have vital testimony of what happened in Sheikh Jarrah from the Secretary of the Arab Higher Committee, Dr. Hussein Khalidi, who lived there. His desperate telegrams to the Mufti were often intercepted by the Israeli intelligence and are kept in the Israeli archives. Khalidi reports how the British commander's troops saved the neighborhood, with the exception of the 20 houses the Haganah succeeded in blowing up. This confrontational British stance here indicates how very different the fate of many Palestinians would have been had British troops elsewhere intervened, as both the imperatives of the Mandatory Charter and the terms of the UN Partition Resolution required them to do. British inaction was the rule, however, as Khalidi's frantic appeals highlight as regards the rest of the Jerusalemite neighborhoods, especially in the western part of the city. These areas had come under repeated shelling from the first day of January, and here, unlike in Sheikh Jarrah, the British played a truly diabolical role as they disarmed the few Palestinian residents who had weapons, promising to protect the people against Jewish attacks, but then instantly reneged on that promise. In one of his telegraphs in early January, Dr. Khalidi reported to Al-Hajj Amin in Cairo how almost every day a crowd of angry citizens would demonstrate in front of his house, seeking leadership and calling for help. Doctors in the crowd told Khalidi that the hospitals were overcrowded with the injured and that they were running out of shrouds to cover the dead bodies. There was total anarchy, and people were in a state of panic. But worse was to come. A few days after the aborted attack on Sheikh Jarrah, with the help of the same 3-inch mortar bombs used in Haifa, Palestinian northern and western Jerusalem were hammered by endless shelling. Only Shufat held on and refused to surrender. Katamon fell in the last days of April. Yitzhak Levi, the head of the Haganah intelligence in Jerusalem, recalls, "While the cleansing of Katamon went on, pillage and robbery began. Soldiers and citizens took part in it. They broke into the houses and took from them furniture, clothing, electric equipment, and food." The entry of the Jordanian Arab Legion into the fighting changed the picture, and the cleansing operations were halted in the middle of May 1948. Some Jordanians were involved in the fighting before as volunteers, and their contribution had helped slow down the Jewish advance, especially during the takeover of Katamon, which involved intensive fighting with Jewish troops in the monastery of San Simon. But despite their heroic, in the description of Levi and his friends, attempt to defend the Palestinian neighborhoods of the West, they failed. All in all, 8 Palestinian neighborhoods and 39 villages were ethnically cleansed in the Greater Jerusalem area, their population transferred to the eastern part of the city. The villages are all gone today, but some of Jerusalem's most beautiful houses are still standing, now inhabited by Jewish families who took them over immediately after their eviction, silent reminders of the tragic fate of the people who used to own them. Acre and Beisan. The herbicide continued into May with the occupation of Acre on the coast and Beisan on the east on the 6th of May, 1948. In the beginning of May, Acre proved once again that it was not only Napoleon who found it hard to defeat it. Despite severe overcrowding due to the huge influx of refugees from the neighboring city of Haifa, heavy daily shelling by the Jewish forces failed to subdue the Crusader city. However, its exposed water supply 10 kilometers to the north from the Cabri Springs via an almost 200-year-old aqueduct proved its Achilles heel. During the siege, typhoid germs were apparently injected into the water. Local emissaries of the International Red Cross reported this to their headquarters and left very little room for guessing whom they suspected: the Haganah. The Red Cross reports describe a sudden typhoid epidemic and, even with their guarded language, point to outside poisoning as the sole explanation for this outbreak. On the 6th of May, 1948, in Acre's Lebanese hospital, which belonged to the Red Cross, an emergency meeting was convened. Brigadier Beveridge, Chief of the British Medical Services, Colonel Bonnet of the British Army, and Dr. McLean of the Medical Services, and Mr. de Meuron, the Red Cross delegate in Palestine, met with city officials to discuss the 70 casualties the epidemic had already claimed. They concluded that the infection was undoubtedly waterborne, not due to crowded or unhygienic conditions, as the Haganah claimed. Tellingly, it had affected 55 British soldiers who were transferred to Port Said Hospital in Egypt. "Nothing like that ever happened in Palestine," Brigadier Beveridge told de Meuron. The minute they had identified the aqueduct as the source, they switched to artesian wells and water from the agricultural station north of Acre. The refugees from Acre, already in camps in the north, were also examined in order to prevent the epidemic from spreading. With their morale weakened by both the typhoid epidemic and the intensive shelling, residents heeded the call from loudspeakers that shouted at them, "Surrender or commit suicide. We will destroy you to the last man." Lieutenant Petit, a French UN observer, reported that after the city fell into Jewish hands, there was widespread and systematic looting by the army, including furniture, clothes, and anything that might be useful to the new Jewish immigrants, and the removal of which might discourage the refugees' return. A similar attempt to poison the water supply in Gaza on the 27th of May was foiled. The Egyptians caught 2 Jews, David Horin and David Mizrahi, trying to inject typhoid and dysentery viruses into Gaza's wells. General Yadin reported the incident to Ben-Gurion, then Israel's prime minister, who duly entered it in his diary without comment. The 2 were later executed by the Egyptians without any official Israeli protestations. Ernest David Bergman, together with the Katsir brothers mentioned earlier, was part of a team working on Israel's biological warfare capability set up by Ben-Gurion in the 1940s, euphemistically called the Science Corps of the Haganah. Ephraim Katsir was appointed its director in May 1948, when the outfit was renamed Hamud, Sweetness, the acronym of Hail Mada, the Science Corps. It did not contribute in any major way to the 1948 campaigns, but its early input was indicative of the unconventional aspirations the State of Israel would pursue in the future. Roughly at the same time that Acre was occupied, the Golani Brigade seized the town of Beisan in Operation Gideon. As in Sfat, after occupying several villages in the vicinity, they moved in on the town. The Jewish forces, with the successful takeovers of Haifa, Tiberias, and Sfat behind them, were confident and highly effective. Experienced now in mass evictions, they tried to force a swift departure in Beisan by issuing an ultimatum to the people to leave their homes within 10 hours. The ultimatum was delivered to the city notables, namely a fraction of the local national committee. These notables declined and hastily tried to accumulate food stocks for a long siege. They organized some weapons, mainly 2 cannons brought in by volunteers in order to repel the impending assault. Nahum Spiegel, the commander of the Golani Brigade, wanted a swift offensive and to take a number of prisoners of war in order to exchange them for some Jewish prisoners the Jordanian forces had captured earlier in their successful bid for both the Jewish quarter in the Old City and the Zionist settlement of Gush Etzion. In fact, the Legion rescued the Gush Etzion settlers from the hands of angry Palestinian paramilitary groups that had attacked the isolated Jewish colony and the convoy that had come to save it. Today, Gush Etzion is a large Jewish settlement in the West Bank. These settlers, together with the residents of the old Jewish quarter, were among the few Jewish POWs captured during the war. They were treated fairly and released soon after, unlike the thousands of Palestinians who were now, according to international law, citizens of the State of Israel, but on becoming prisoners were caged in pens. After heavy daily bombardments, including from the air, the local committee in Beisan decided to surrender. The body that took the decision consisted of the Qadi, the local priest, the municipal secretary, and the richest merchant in town. They met Pappé and his colleagues to discuss the terms of surrender. Before the meeting, the members asked permission to travel to Nablus to discuss capitulation, but this was refused. On the 11th of May, the town passed into Jewish hands. Pappé remembered particularly the 2 pathetic old artillery guns that had been meant to protect Beisan, 2 French anti-air cannon from the First World War, antiquated weaponry representative of the overall level of the arms the Palestinians and the volunteers possessed, on the eve of the regular Arab army's entrance into Palestine. Immediately after, Pappé and his colleagues were able to oversee the orderly expulsion of the townspeople. Some were transferred to Nazareth, still a free Palestinian city in May, but not for much longer. Some to Jenin, but the majority were driven across the nearby Jordan River onto the opposite bank. Eyewitnesses remember the hordes of people from Beisan as particularly panic-stricken and cowed, hurriedly making their way in the direction of the Jordan River, and from there inland to makeshift camps. While the Jewish troops were busy with other operations nearby, however, quite a few of them succeeded in returning. Beisan is very close to both the West Bank and the River Jordan, and therefore slipping back unnoticed was relatively easy. They succeeded in staying on until mid-June, when the Israeli army loaded the people at gunpoint onto trucks and drove them across the river once again. The ruination of Jaffa. Jaffa was the last city to be taken on the 13th of May, 2 days before the end of the mandate. Like so many of Palestine's cities, it had a long history going back as far as the Bronze Age, with an impressive Roman and Byzantine heritage. It was the Muslim commander, Umar ibn al-As, who took the town in 632 and imbued it with its Arab character. The greater Jaffa area included 24 villages and 17 mosques. Today, 1 mosque survives, but not one of the villages is left standing. On the 13th of May, 5,000 Irgun and Haganah troops attacked the city as Arab volunteers headed by Mikhail al-Isa, a local Christian, tried to defend it. Among them was an extraordinary unit of 50 Muslims from Bosnia, as well as members of the second generation of the Templars, German colonists who had come in the mid-19th century as religious missionaries and now decided to try and defend their colonies. Other Templars in the Galilee surrendered without a fight and were swiftly driven out of their two pretty colonies, Waldheim and Beit Lechem, west of Nazareth. All in all, Jaffa enjoyed the largest defense force available to the Palestinians in any given locality. A total of 1,500 volunteers confronted the 5,000 Jewish troops. They survived a 3-week siege and attack that began in the middle of April and ended in the middle of May. When Jaffa fell, its entire population of 50,000 was expelled with the help of British mediation, meaning that their flight was less chaotic than in Haifa. Still, there were scenes reminiscent of the horrors that took place in the northern harbor of Haifa. People were literally pushed into the sea when the crowds tried to board the far too small fishing boats that would take them to Gaza, while Jewish troops shot over their heads to hasten their expulsion. With the fall of Jaffa, the occupying Jewish forces had emptied and depopulated all the major cities and towns of Palestine. The vast majority of their inhabitants, of all classes, denominations, and occupations, never saw their cities again, while the more politicized among them would come to play a formative role in the re-emergence of the Palestinian national movement in the form of the PLO, demanding first and foremost their right to return. The cleansing continues. Already towards the end of March, the Jewish operations had destroyed much of the rural hinterland of Jaffa and Tel Aviv. There was an apparent division of labor between the Haganah forces and the Irgun. While the Haganah moved in an orderly fashion from one place to the next, according to plan, the Irgun was allowed sporadic actions in villages beyond the scope of the original list. This is how the Irgun arrived in the village of Sheikh Muanis, or Munis, as it is known today, on the 30th of March, and expelled its inhabitants by force. Today, you will find the elegant campus of Tel Aviv University sprawling over the ruins of this village, while one of the village's few remaining houses has become the university's faculty club. Had there not been the tacit understanding between the Haganah and the Irgun, Sheikh Muanis might have been saved. The heads of the village had made a serious effort to cultivate a cordial relationship with the Haganah in order to prevent their expulsion. But the Arabists, who had concluded the treaty, were nowhere to be found on the day the Irgun showed up and expelled the entire village. In April, the operations on the countryside were more closely connected to the herbicide. Villages near urban centers were taken and expelled, and sometimes subjected to massacres, in a campaign of terror designed to prepare the ground for a more successful takeover of the cities. The consultancy met again on a Wednesday, the 7th of April, 1948. It was decided to destroy and expel the inhabitants from all the villages on the Tel Aviv-Haifa Road, Jenin-Haifa Road, and the Jerusalem-Jaffa Road. At the end of the day, apart from a tiny handful of villages, no one was spared. Thus, on the day the Irgun wiped out Sheikh Muanis, the Haganah occupied 6 villages in the same area within a week. Khirbat Azun was the first, on the 2nd of April, followed by Khirbat Lid, Arab al-Fukara, Arab al-Nufayat, and Damira, all cleansed by the 10th of April, and Sherkis on the 15th. By the end of the month, another 3 villages in the vicinity of Jaffa and Tel Aviv, Khirbat al-Menshia, Biyar Adas, and the large village of Miska, had all been taken and destroyed. All of this took place before a single regular Arab soldier had entered Palestine, and the pace now becomes hard to follow. For contemporary as well as for later historians, between the 30th of March and the 15th of May, 200 villages were occupied and their inhabitants expelled. This is a fact that must be repeated, as it undermines the Israeli myth that the Arabs ran away once the Arab invasion began, Almost half of the Arab villages had already been attacked by the time the Arab governments eventually and, as we know, reluctantly decided to send in their troops. Another 90 villages would be wiped out between the 15th of May and the 11th of June, 1948, when the first of two truces finally came into effect. Eyewitnesses on the Jewish side recall clearly thinking throughout April that the army could strive for more. In his recent interview with official historians, Pappé, whose testimony can be found in the Haganah archives in Tel Aviv, used colorful language to reconstruct that atmosphere of extra zeal. Pappé was a member of the Jewish forces that occupied and cleansed the town of Beisan, and who were ordered to push out the large Bedouin tribes that had for centuries seasonally resided in the area. He later remarked, "After we cleansed the area from the Bedouin tribes, the pus," he used the Yiddish word for a purulent wound, furunkel, of the Beisan are still infected with two villages, Faruna and Samaria. They did not seem to be afraid and were still cultivating their fields and continued using the roads. One of the many villages captured during these attacks in the east was that of Sirin. Its story epitomizes the fate that befell scores of villages depopulated by Jewish forces in Marj ibn Amir and the Beisan Valley, where today one searches in vain for any trace of the Palestinian life that once flourished there. The village of Sirin. Sirin was occupied on the 12th of May, 1948. It lay near Beisan on one of the Jiftilik's lands. Historically, these lands, at times referred to as Mudawar lands, were nominally under the Ottoman Sultan's title, but were cultivated by Palestinian farmers. Sirin grew into a thriving community around the burial place, Maqam, of a Muslim holy man named Sheikh ibn Sirin. The terrain in that part of Palestine is tough, and the summers are unbearably hot, and yet the habitation that developed around the Maqam and the nearby springs, 3 kilometers away, resembled that of villages endowed with a much better climate and an endless flow of fresh water. Animals carried the water from the wells, and diligent farmers used it to turn the rugged land into a small Garden of Eden. Sirin was an isolated community, as it was unreachable by car, but outsiders who did frequent the village single out the particular style of the buildings there. Sirin's houses were made of volcanic black stones mixed with clay, and the roofs were covered with intertwined layers of wood and bamboo. Sirin was noted as a fine example of the collective system of land sharing to which the villagers adhered, dating back to the Ottoman period, and here had survived both the capitalization of the local agriculture and the Zionist drive for land. It boasted 3 rich bustans, gardens with fruit trees, and olive groves, which spread out over 9,000 cultivated dunam of land, out of 17,000. The land belonged to the village as a whole, and the size of the family determined its share in the crops and territory. Sirin was also a village that had all the right connections. The main family, the Zabi, had been promised immunity by the Jewish agency because they belonged to a collaborative clan. Mubarak al-Hajj al-Zabi, the Mukhtar, a young, well-educated man with close connections to the opposition parties, was a friend of the Jewish mayor of Haifa, Shabtai Levi, from the time they had both worked in Baron Rothschild's company. He was sure his 700 villagers would be exempt from the fate of the nearby villages. But there was another clan in the village, the Hamula of Abu al-Hijja, who were more loyal to the ex-Mufti, Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini, and his national party. According to the 1943 Haganah village file on Sirin, it was the presence of this clan that doomed the village. The file noted that in Sirin, 10 members of the Abu al-Hijja had participated in the 1936 revolt, and that none of them was arrested or killed, and kept their 10 rifles. The village suffered from time to time from the animosity between the two Hamulas, but, as everywhere in Palestine, matters improved after the Great Revolt, and by the end of the mandate the village had put behind it the rift that tore it apart during the rebellious days of the 1930s. Sirgens Mukhtar hoped that the village's immunity would be further ensured by the presence of a small Christian clan that had an excellent relationship with the rest of the people. One of them was the village teacher who, in his class of 40 children, educated the next generation without any prejudice to politics or clannish affiliations. His best friend was Sheikh Muhammad al-Mustafa, the imam in the local mosque, and the guardian of the Christian church and monastery that were also located inside the village. Within a few short hours, this microcosm of religious coexistence and harmony was laid waste. The villagers did not put up a fight. The Jewish troops gathered the Muslims of both clans and Christians together and ordered them to start crossing the River Jordan to the other side. They then demolished the mosque, the church, and the monastery, together with all the houses. Soon, all the trees in the bustans had withered away and died. Today, a cactus hedge surrounds the rubble that was Sirgen. Jews never succeeded in repeating the success of the Palestinians in holding on to the tough soil in the valley, but the springs in the vicinity are still there, an eerie sight, as they serve no one. The ALA in Marj ibn Amir. West of Sirgen, in the Marj ibn Amir, Israel Valley, Fawzi el-Kaukchi did what he could to limit the Jewish takeover and carried out a few abortive attacks on the main Jewish kibbutz in the area, Mishmar HaAmek. In one of the bombardments of the kibbutz by the one cannon he had available, a direct hit killed 3 children. This awful tragedy is the only hostile event you will find mentioned in official Israeli history books as having taken place in this area. The villages nearby did not contribute much to the ALA's efforts to bring good news back from the front to the Arab League that had sent them. In fact, many of them had signed non-aggression pacts with the kibbutzim in their vicinity. But as the ALA attack on Mishmar HaEmek fueled the vengeful rage of the kibbutzniks, these villages were no longer immune from the growing aggression in the valley. The kibbutzniks urged the troops to continue the ethnic cleansing they had started to the east of the area. Many of the kibbutzim in this part of the Galilee belonged to the Zionist Socialist Party, Hash Omer HaTzair, some of whose members tried to adopt a more humane position. In July, some prominent Mapam members complained to Ben-Gurion about what they saw as an unnecessary expansion of the cleansing operation. Ben-Gurion was quick to remind these conscientious kibbutzniks that they themselves had been glad to see the first phase initiated in the area back in April. Indeed, if you were a Zionist Jew in 1948, this meant one thing, and one thing only: full commitment to the de-Arabization of Palestine. Al-Kaukchi's attack on kibbutz Mishmar HaEmek on the 4th of April was in direct response to the Jewish mass expulsion that had started around the 15th of March. The first villages to go on that day had been Gabaya al-Tata and Gabaya al-Fauqa, each with more than 1,000 inhabitants. Later, the same day, it was the turn of the smaller village of Khirbat al-Ras. Occupation here, too, carried the by now familiar features of ethnic cleansing, expulsion of the people, and destruction of their houses. After the Mishmar HaEmek incident, it was the turn of even larger villages: Abu Shusha, Kafrein, Abu Zoreik, Mansi, and Narnariya. The roads east to Jenin soon filled with thousands of Palestinians whom the Jewish troops had expelled and sent walking, not far from where the bastion of Zionist socialism had its kibbutzim. The smaller village of Wadi Ara, with 250 people, was the last to be wiped out in April. Here, too, the Irgun contributed its share of the continued destruction of Palestine's countryside. They completed the vengeful attack on the remaining villages in Marj ibn Amir, while the British Mandate troops were still there: Sabarin, Sindiana, Barieka, Hubietza, and al-Shauf. Some of the people in these villages fled under the heavy mortar fire of the attacking forces, while others, who waved white flags signaling surrender, were instantly exiled. In Sabarin, the Irgun bandits, angered by the fact that they encountered some armed resistance, as punishment, kept the women, old men, and children confined for a few days within barbed wire. Very much like the cages in which Palestinians today are kept for hours at checkpoints in the West Bank when they fail to present the right permits. 7 young Palestinian men found carrying arms were executed on the spot by Jewish troops, who then expelled the rest of the villagers to al-Fam, then not yet in Jewish hands. Each phase or operation in the various geographical locations produced new patterns of behavior that were later adopted by the rest of the troops. A few days after the village of Kafrain had been occupied and its people expelled, the army practiced its skills on the now empty village, wiping it off the face of the earth. This type of maneuver was used again and again, long after the War of 1948 had ended, well into the 1950s. The operation in Sfat's hinterland was already motivated less by rage than by efficient planning, and had been given the ominous code name of Broom, Matate. It began with the cleansing of the villages along the Tiberias-Sfat highway. The first village to go was Guair. After Tiberias fell, the Mukhtar immediately realized what was in store for his village, as it was the nearest to the city. He asked Adib Shishakli, the head of the ALA volunteers, to help, and suggested distributing arms to the villagers, but Shishakli refused. The news demoralized the villagers, and women and children began fleeing to Ramah on the road to Acre on the other side of the Galilee Mountains. The Mukhtar proceeded to recruit 50 peasants, who, armed with their hartouche, old hunting guns from the First World War, awaited the Jewish assault. On the 22nd of April, the Jews, as was to become their custom, first sent a delegation proposing a collective evacuation of the men without fighting. In this case, however, the delegation was unusual. It was made up of people who, in the past, had maintained friendly ties with the village, and the Palestinians who were present at the meeting later recalled their apologetic tone when they explained that all the villages on the road between Tiberias and Sfat were scheduled to be expelled. The Mukhtar did not reveal the fact that the village was almost deserted, and avowed that the people will defend their homes. After the swift occupation of the village, another pattern emerged. A Jewish soldier went out on the roof of one of the houses and inquired whether among the men captured there were any Druzi. "If so," he shouted, "they can stay. The rest have to go to Lebanon." But even that option was not open to all, as the occupying force decided to conduct a selection process before allowing the villagers to leave for Lebanon. Such selection operations were to become the model for the following expulsions, and one that has remained deeply engraved in the collective memory of Palestinians from the Nakba years, haunting them to this very day. Young men between the age of 10 and 30 were taken aside and sent to prison camps. 40 men of Guair were thus separated from their families for 18 months, languishing in pens. The village of Guair was frequently visited by UN observers, checking firsthand how the partition resolution was being implemented. They witnessed the expulsions. Representatives of the Western media, including a New York Times reporter, were still filing stories about individual villages, although the public interest in their fate was by this time diminishing. In any case, Western readers were never given the full picture of events. Furthermore, it seems that none of the foreign correspondents dared openly to criticize the actions of the Jewish nation just 3 years after the Holocaust. It was in and around Haifa that the ethnic cleansing operation gathered momentum, its deadly pace heralding the destruction to come. 15 villages, some of them small, that is, with less than 300 people, some of them huge, with around 5,000, were expelled in quick succession. Abu Shusha, Abu Zurayk, Abu al-Fukara, Arab al-Nufayat, Al-Zarat al-Dumairi, Balad al-Sheikh, Damun, Khirbat al-Kasayir, Khirbat al-Manshia, Rihania, Khirbat al-Sarkas, Khirbat Sassa, Warat al-Saris, and Yajur were wiped off Palestine's map within a sub-district full of British soldiers, UN emissaries, and foreign reporters. Expulsion and flight were not enough to save the villagers. Many of them were hunted down by the Marxist kibbutzniks of Hashomer Hatzair, who swiftly and efficiently looted their houses before detonating them. We have records of the verbal condemnation by concerned Zionist politicians from this period, which provided new historians in Israel with material on the atrocities they had not encountered in other archival sources. Today, these documents of complaint read more as an attempt by sensitive Jewish politicians and soldiers to absolve their consciences. They form part of an Israeli ethos that can best be described as shoot and cry, the title of a collection of expressions of supposedly moral remorse by Israeli soldiers who had participated in a small-scale ethnic cleansing operation in the June 1967 war. These concerned soldiers and officers were then invited by the popular Israeli writer Amos Oz and his friends to perform a rite of exoneration in the Red House before it was demolished. Back in 1948, 3 years after the Holocaust, similar remonstrations served to ease the troubled consciences of Jewish soldiers involved in atrocities and war crimes against a largely defenseless civilian population. Crying aloud while killing and expelling innocent people was one tactic for dealing with the moral implications of Plan D. The other one was dehumanizing the Palestinians who, as the Jewish Agency had promised the UN, were to become full citizens of the State of Israel. Instead, they were expelled, imprisoned, or killed. Our army marches forward and conquers Arab villages, and their inhabitants flee like mice, wrote Yosef Weitz. The spectrum of military activity was still quite wide in April. Unlike in later months when vast areas were to be cleansed, in April some villages were still left intact. Other villagers suffered a worse fate than expulsion and were subjected to massacres. The military orders reflecting this spectrum, when they distinguished between two kinds of action to be taken against Palestinian villages, cleansing, leteher, and harassing, lehatrid. Harassment was never specified. It consisted of the random shelling of cities, towns, and villages, and hit-or-miss fire on civilian traffic. On the 14th of April, Ben-Gurion wrote to Sharet, "From day to day we expand our occupation. We occupy new villages, and we have just begun." In some of the villages that were close to urban centers, the Jewish troops followed a policy of massacres in order to precipitate the flight of the people in the cities and towns nearby. This was the case of Nasr al-Din near Tiberias, Ain al-Zaytun near Sfat, and Tirat Haifa near Haifa. In all three of these villages, groups of men that were, in the parlance of the Haganah, males between the age of 10 and 50, were executed in order to intimidate and terrorize the village population and those living in the nearby towns. Out of the 3 massacres, historians do not yet have the full picture for Nasr al-Din, but the other 2 are well documented, the most well-known of which is Ain al-Zaytun. Ain al-Zaytun. Ain al-Zaytun is the best known of the 3 massacres because its story formed the basis for the only epic novel on the Palestinian catastrophe we have so far. Bab al-Shams, by Elias Hourai. The events in the village were also chronicled in a semi-fictional Israeli novella on the period, Netivah ben Yehuda's Between the Knots. Bab al-Shams was made into a film, a French-Egyptian co-production. The scenes on the screen closely resembled the descriptions we find in Between the Knots, which Ben Yehuda largely based on reports in the military archives and on oral recollections. The film also faithfully represents the beauty of the village, which lay in a low-lying canyon bisecting the high mountains of the Galilee on the road between Meroun and Sfat, and was graced by a stream of fresh water surrounded by hot mineral pools. The village's strategic location, a mile west of Sfat, made it an ideal target for occupation. It was also coveted by local Jewish settlers, who had started buying land nearby and who maintained an uneasy relationship with the villagers towards the end of the mandate. Operation Broom provided a chance for the Haganah's elite unit, the Palmach, not only to cleanse the village in accordance with Plan Dalet on the 2nd of May, 1948, but also to settle old accounts, namely the hostility with which the Palestinian villagers had viewed and received the settlers. The operation was entrusted to Moshe Kalman, who had already successfully supervised savage attacks on Chisas, Sasa, and Husseiniya in the same district. His troops encountered very little resistance, as the Syrian volunteers positioned there left hurriedly once the shelling of the village started at dawn. Heavy mortar bombardment followed by the systematic throwing of hand grenades. Kalman's forces entered the village towards noon. Women, children, old people, and a few younger men who had not left with the Syrian volunteers came out of hiding, waving a white flag. They were immediately herded into the village center. The film then reenacts the search and arrest, in this case the search and execute, routine, as performed by the special intelligence units of the Haganah. First, they brought in a hooded informer who scrutinized the men lined up in the village square. Those whose names appeared on a pre-prepared list the intelligence officers had brought with them were identified. The men selected were then taken to another location and shot dead. When other men rebelled or protested, they were killed as well. In one incident, which the film captured extremely well, one of the villagers, Yusuf Ahmad Hajir, told his captors that he, like the others, had surrendered and thus expected to be treated humanely. The Palmach commander slapped him in the face and then ordered him, by way of punishment, to pick 37 teenagers at random. While the rest of the villagers were forced into the storage room of the village mosque, the teenagers were shot with their hands tied behind their backs. In his book, Hans Lebrecht offers another glimpse of the atrocities and explains that, at the end of May 1948, I was ordered by the military unit in which I served to build a temporary pump station and to divert the deserted village's stream, Ain Zaytun, to supply water to the battalion. The village had been totally destroyed, and among the debris there were many bodies. In particular, we found many bodies of women, children, and babies near the local mosque. I convinced the army to burn the bodies. These graphic descriptions are also found in the Haganah military reports, but how many of Ain al-Zaytun's villagers were actually executed is hard to tell. The military documents reported that all in all, including the executions, 70 people had been shot. Other sources give a much higher number. Netiva ben Yehuda was a member of the Palmach and was in the village when the execution happened, but she preferred to tell the story in a fictionalized way. However, her story offers a chilling, detailed description of the way the men of the village were shot while handcuffed, giving the number executed as several hundred. But Yehonatan continued to yell, and suddenly he turned with his back to Meirka and walked away furiously, all the time continuing to complain, "He is out of his mind. Hundreds of people are lying there tied. Go and kill them. Go and waste hundreds of people." A madman kills people bound like this, and only a madman wastes all the ammunition on them. I don't know who they had in mind, who is coming to inspect them, but I understand it's become urgent. Suddenly we have to untie the knots around these POWs' hands and legs, and then I realized they are all dead. Problem solved. According to this account of the massacre, as we know from many other mass killings, occurred not only as punishment for impertinence, but also because the Haganah had as yet no POW camps for the large numbers of villagers captured. But even after such camps were set up, massacres occurred when large groups of villagers were captured, as in Tantura, and Dawaime, after the 15th of May, 1948. Oral histories which provided Elias Khourai with the material for Bab al-Shams also reinforce the impression that the archival material does not tell the full story. It is economical about the methods employed and misleading about the number of people killed on that fateful day in May 1948. As noted, each village served as a precedent that would become part of a pattern and a model that then facilitated more systematic expulsions. In Ain al-Zaytun, the villagers were taken to the edge of the village, where the Jewish troops then started firing shots over their heads as they ordered them to flee. The routine procedures were followed as well. The people were stripped of all their belongings before being banished from their homeland. The Palmach later seized the nearby village, Biria, and, as in Ain al-Zaytun, ordered all of the houses to be burnt in order to demoralize the Arabs of Sfat. Only 2 villages remained in the area. The Haganah now faced a more complicated task: how to similarly homogenize, or rather Judaize, the Marj ibn Amir region and the vast plains that stretched between the valley and the River Jordan, all the way eastwards to occupied Beisan, and all the way north up to the city of Nazareth, which was still free in those days. Completing the mission in the east. It was Yigael Yadin who, in April, demanded a more determined effort to depopulate this vast area. He seemed to suspect the troops of not being enthusiastic enough, and wrote directly to several members of the kibbutzim in the vicinity to check if the troops had indeed occupied and destroyed the villages they had been ordered to eliminate. However, the soldiers' hesitations were not for lack of motivation or zeal. It was, in fact, the intelligence officers who restricted the operations. In part of the area, especially close to the city of Nazareth, all the way down to Afula, there were large clans who had cooperated, collaborated, with them for years. Should they be expelled as well? Local intelligence officers, such as Paltisela, were particularly concerned about the fate of one huge clan, the Zabis. Paltisela wanted them to be exempted. In an interview he gave in 2002, he explained that he was not sure how, in the haste of the operation, they would be able to select the right people. It all depended, he remembered, on his ability to tell the difference between them and the others. The Zabis were always different in their external look from the other villagers. The men, not the females. You could not tell the difference with the females, neither among the old males. In any case, he later regretted the effort, as the Zabis, in the end, proved not that cooperative, and after 1948, had reinforced their Palestinian identity. Today, they are cholera, Hebrew colloquial for scum, he told his interviewer, adding that they spit into the plate that fed them. Eventually, it was decided to leave intact those villages that had a large share of the Zabia clan. The most difficult decision concerned the village of Siren, as it only had a few members of the clan. As we saw, the whole village was eventually expelled. Paltisela wrote a letter to the heads of the families. Although you are part of the 7 villages that were allowed to stay, we cannot protect you. I suggest you all leave for Jordan. Which they did. For many years, his fellow kibbutzniks refused to forgive him for one village that he had saved, the village of Zarain. Behind my back, people call me traitor, but I am proud, he told his interviewer many years later. Succumbing to a superior power. One of the major indications that the Jewish forces had the upper hand in 1948, and that the Jewish community in Palestine as a whole was far from facing the fate of extinction and destruction the official Zionist myth paints for us, was the decision of several ethnic minorities in the country to leave the Palestinian camp and join the Jewish forces. The first and most important of these were the Druzi, a religious sect that regards itself as Muslim, although Islamic orthodoxy does not accept their claim. The Druzi emerged as an offshoot of the Ismailis, themselves a splinter group of Shia Islam. Particularly important in this context are the Druzi who had joined the ALA when it entered the country. In the beginning of 1948, 500 of them deserted the ALA to join the Jewish forces. How this took place forms one of the more curious chapters in the 1948 war. The deserters first pleaded with the Jewish commanders in the Galilee that before they changed sides they would participate in a phony battle and be taken captive, and only then would they declare their loyalty to Zionism. Such a battle was duly staged near the town of Shafa Amr, between the villages of Khirbat al-Qasir and Hosha, both later destroyed, and the Druzi then signed a pompous-sounding Treaty of Blood. Khirbat al-Qasir and Hosha were the first two villages Jewish troops attacked and occupied within the area the UN partition resolution had allocated to a Palestinian state. These attacks highlight the determination of the Zionist movement to occupy as much of Palestine as possible, even before the end of the mandate. One of the more tragic consequences of their defection was that the Druzi troops became the main vehicle for the Jews to carry out the ethnic cleansing of the Galilee. Their alliance with the Zionist movements has inexorably alienated the Druzis from the rest of the Palestinians. Only recently do we find a younger generation seemingly beginning to rebel against this isolation, but also discovering how difficult this proves in a patriarchal society ruled firmly by its elders and spiritual leaders. Another sect, the Circassians, who had several villages in the north of the country, also decided to show allegiance to the powerful Jewish military presence, and 350 of them joined the Jewish forces in April. This mixture of Druzi and Circassians would form the nucleus for the future border police of Israel, the main military unit policing first the Arab areas in pre-1967 Israel, and then enforcing Israel's occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip after 1967. Arab reactions. When the Jewish forces occupied and destroyed the first villages in December 1947, it seemed that Galilee was the only area where there was a chance of stopping these assaults, with the help of Fawzi al-Kawkji. He commanded an army of 2,000 men and impressed the local population with a series of attacks he conducted against isolated Jewish settlements, as have other units coming in via today's West Bank. But these were ultimately unsuccessful attempts and never caused any significant change in the balance of power. Al-Kawkji was limited in his ability because of the strategy he followed of dividing his troops into small units and sending them to as many cities, towns, and villages as possible, where they then formed inadequate defense forces. The presence of such an army of volunteers could have caused the situation to deteriorate further, pushing Palestine into a direct confrontation. But this did not happen. On the contrary, having attacked a series of isolated settlements as well as the Jewish convoys that came to assist them, Al-Kawkji began seeking a truce in January, and continued this all through February and March 1948. Realizing that the Jews enjoyed superiority in every military parameter, he tried to negotiate directly with the consultancy, some of whose members he knew from the 1930s. At the end of March, he met Yehoshua Palmon, apparently with the blessing of Transjordan's King Abdallah. He offered Palmon a non-aggression pact that would keep the Jewish forces within the designated Jewish state and would eventually allow negotiations over a cantonized Palestine. His proposals, needless to say, were rejected. Still, Al-Kawkji never conducted a significant offensive, nor could he wage one until the Jewish forces pushed into the areas the UN had allocated to the Arab state. Al-Kawkji offered not only a ceasefire, but also to bring the issue of a Jewish presence in Palestine back to the Arab League to discuss its future. However, Palmon was sent more as a spy than a delegate for negotiations. He was struck by the poor equipment and lack of motivation to fight among the ALA. This was the main piece of information the consultancy wanted to hear. Al-Khoukhji's appearance was accompanied by the arrival in the southern coastal plain of Muslim Brotherhood volunteers from Egypt. They were full of enthusiasm, but totally ineffective as soldiers or troops, as was quickly proven when the villages they were supposed to defend were occupied, emptied, and destroyed in quick succession. In January 1948, the level of war rhetoric in the Arab world had reached new heights, but the Arab governments, by and large, never moved beyond talking about the need to salvage Palestine. At the same time that both the local media and dailies, such as Palestine, and the foreign press, especially the New York Times, were methodically reporting Jewish attacks on Palestinian villages and neighborhoods. The Arab League's General Secretary, Azam Pasha, an Egyptian politician, hoped at that point that the UN would re-intervene and absolve the Arab states from direct confrontation in Palestine. But the international organization was at a loss. Intriguingly, the UN had never posed the question of how it should act if the Palestinians were to decide to reject the partition plan. The UN had left the issue open, while its officials, through the good services of countries such as Britain and France, inquired only whether neighboring Arab countries might annex the areas allocated to the Palestinians, and were basically satisfied to learn that one such neighbor, Jordan, was already negotiating with the Jews a possible takeover of Arab Palestine. The Jordanians eventually did gain control over that area, which became known as the West Bank. Most of it annexed without a shot being fired. The other Arab leaders were unwilling to play the game as yet, so they kept up the rhetoric that their intervention was for the sake of helping the Palestinians liberate Palestine, or at least salvage parts of it. The Arab decision as to how much to intervene and assist was directly affected by the developments on the ground. And on the ground, they watched, politicians with growing dismay, intellectuals and journalists with horror, the beginning of a depopulation process unfolding in front of their eyes. They had enough representatives in the area to be fully aware of the intent and scope of the Jewish operations. Few of them were in any doubt, at that early stage in the beginning of 1948, of the potential disaster awaiting the Palestinian people. But they procrastinated and postponed, for as long as they could, the inevitable military intervention, and then were only too happy to terminate it sooner rather than later. They knew full well not only that the Palestinians were defeated, but also that their armies stood no chance against the superior Jewish forces. In fact, they sent troops into a war they knew they had little or no chance of winning. Many of the Arab leaders were cynical about the looming catastrophe in Palestine, and few were genuinely concerned. But even the latter needed time to assess, not so much the situation as the possible implications of any involvement on their precarious positions back home. Egypt and Iraq were embroiled in the final stages of their own wars of liberation, and Syria and Lebanon were young countries that had just won independence. Only when the Jewish forces intensified their actions and their true intentions became fully exposed did Arab governments design some sort of coordinated reaction. In order not to be sucked into a whirlwind that could undermine their already shaky standing in their own societies, they transferred the decision to the regional outfit, the Arab League Council, made up, as mentioned, of the Arab states' foreign ministers. This was an ineffective body, as its decisions could be rejected, freely misinterpreted, or, if accepted, only partly implemented. This body dragged out its discussions even after the reality in rural and urban Palestine had become too painfully clear to be ignored, and only at the end of April 1948 was it decided that they would send troops into Palestine. By then, 250,000 Palestinians had already been expelled, 200 villages destroyed, and scores of towns emptied. It was, in many ways, Al-Khoukhji's defeat in Marj ibn Amir that convinced the Arab leaders that they would have to send regular forces. Al-Qaukji had failed to occupy Kibbutz Mishmar HaEmek after 10 days of fighting, which had begun on April 4th, the only Arab offensive action before May 1948. Before the final decision to enter was taken, on the 30th of April, responses from the Arab states varied. All were asked by the Council to send arms and volunteers, but not all complied with the request. Saudi Arabia and Egypt pledged small-scale financial help. Lebanon promised a limited number of guns, and it seems that only Syria was willing to engage in proper military preparations, also persuading its Iraqi neighbor to train and send volunteers into Palestine. There was no lack of volunteers. Many people in the surrounding Arab countries came out and demonstrated against their government's inaction. Thousands of young men were willing to sacrifice their life for the Palestinians. Much has been written about this strong outpouring of sentiment, but it remains an enigma. Classifying it as pan-Arabism hardly does it justice. Perhaps the best explanation one can offer is that Palestine and Algeria became models for a fierce and bold anti-colonialist struggle, a confrontation that inflamed the national fervor of young Arabs around the Middle East, whereas in the rest of the Arab world, national liberation came about through drawn-out diplomatic negotiations, always far less exciting. But I stress again, this is only a partial analysis of the willingness of young Baghdadis or Damascenes to leave everything behind for the sake of what they must have regarded as a sacred, though by no means a religious mission. The odd man out in this matrix was King Abdullah of Transjordan. He used the new situation to intensify his negotiations with the Jewish Agency over a joint agreement in post-mandatory Palestine. While his army had units inside Palestine, and some of them were, here and there, willing to help the villagers protect their houses and lands, they were largely restrained by their commanders. Fawzi al-Qaukji's diary reveals the ALA commander's growing frustration with the unwillingness of the Arab Legion units stationed in Palestine to cooperate with his troops. During the Jewish operations between January and May 1948, when around 250,000 Palestinians were driven by force from their homes, the Legion stood idly by. In fact, it was in January that the Jordanians and the Jews had cemented their unwritten agreement. In early February 1948, the Jordanian Prime Minister had flown to London to report on the conclusion of their tacit alliance with the Jewish leadership over the partition of post-mandatory Palestine between the Jordanians and the Jewish state. The Jordanians were to annex most of the areas allocated to the Arabs in the partition resolution, and in return would not join the military operations against the Jewish state. The British gave the scheme their blessing. The Arab Legion, the Jordanian army, was the best trained in the whole Arab world. It matched, and in some areas was even superior to, the Jewish troops. But it was confined by the king and his British General Chief of Staff, John Glubb Pasha, to act only in those areas the Jordanians deemed theirs, East Jerusalem, and the area now known as the West Bank. The final meeting that determined the limited role the Legion was to play in the rescue of Palestine took place on the 2nd of May, 1948. A top-ranking Jewish officer, Shlomo Shamir, met with two senior Legion officers, British, as most of them were, Colonel Goldie and Major Crocker. The Jordanian guests brought a message from their king saying he recognized the Jewish state, but wondered whether the Jews wanted to take the whole of Palestine. Shamir was candid. "We could, if we wanted to, but this is a political question." The officers then explained where the Jordanians' main apprehensions lay. They had noticed that the Jewish forces were occupying and cleansing areas that were within the UN-designated Arab state, such as Jaffa. Shamir responded by justifying the Jaffa operation as necessary for safeguarding the road to Jerusalem. Shamir then made it clear to the emissaries from Jordan that, As far as the Zionists were concerned, the UN-designated Arab state had shrunk to include only the West Bank, which the Israelis were willing to leave for the Jordanians. The meeting ended with an abortive attempt by the Jordanian officers to come to an agreement over the future of Jerusalem. If the Jewish Agency were willing to partition Palestine with the Jordanians, why not apply the same principle to Jerusalem? As Ben-Gurion's faithful proxy, Shamir rejected the offer. Shamir knew the Zionist leader was convinced his army was strong enough to take the city as a whole. An entry in his diary a few days later, on the 11th of May, shows that Ben-Gurion was aware the Legion would fight fiercely over Jerusalem and, if necessary, for its overall share in post-mandatory Palestine, that is, the West Bank. This was duly confirmed 2 days later when Golda Meir met King Abdullah in Amman on the 13th of May, where the king seemed more tense than ever before because of the double game he was playing in his effort to come out on top, promising the member states of the League to head the military effort of the Arab countries in Palestine on the one hand, and striving to reach an agreement with the Jewish state on the other. At the end of the day, the letter became decisive for the course of action he would take. Abdullah did everything he could to be seen to be taking a serious part in the overall Arab effort against the Jewish state, but in practice, his main objective was to secure Israeli consent for the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank. Sir Alec Kirkbride was the British representative in Amman, a position that combined those of ambassador and high commissioner. On the 13th of May, 1948, Kirkbride wrote to Ernest Bevin, Britain's foreign secretary. There have been negotiations between the Arab Legion and the Haganah, which have been conducted by British officers of the Arab Legion. It is understood that the object of these top-secret negotiations is to define the areas of Palestine to be occupied by the two forces. Bevin replied, I am reluctant to do anything that might prejudice the success of these negotiations, which appear to aim at avoiding hostility between the Arabs and the Jews. The implementation of this agreement depends on the British officers of the Legion. That is why we should not withdraw the Legion officers from Palestine. But Ben-Gurion never took for granted that the Jordanians would stick to the limited role he had set aside for them, which reinforces the impression that he felt confident the new state had enough military power to successfully confront even the Legion, while simultaneously continuing the ethnic cleansing. At the end of the day, the Legion had to fight for their annexation, notwithstanding Jordan's collusion with Israel. At first, the Jordanians were allowed to take over the areas they wanted without a shot being fired. But a few weeks after the end of the mandate, the Israeli army tried to wrest parts of it back. David Ben-Gurion seemed to regret his decision not to exploit the war more fully in order to enlarge the Jewish state even beyond the 78% he coveted. The general Arab impotence seemed to give the Zionist movement an opportunity that was too good to be missed. However, he underestimated the Jordanian determination. Those parts of Palestine that King Abdullah was adamant were his, the Legion successfully defended until the war was over. In other words, the Jordanian occupation of the West Bank at first came about thanks to a prior agreement with the Jews, but it remained in Hashemite hands thereafter due to the tenacious defensive efforts of the Jordanians and the Iraqi forces that helped repel Israeli attacks. It is possible to see this episode from a different angle. By annexing the West Bank, the Jordanians saved 250,000 Palestinians from being ousted, until, that is, they were occupied by Israel in 1967 and subjected, as they still are, to new waves of expulsion, be they more measured and slow. The actual Jordanian policy in the very last days of the mandate is detailed in the next chapter. As for the Palestinian leadership, what remained of it was fragmented and in total disarray. Some of its members left hurriedly and, they hoped in vain, temporarily. Very few of them wished to stay and confront the Jewish aggression in December 1947 and the onset of the cleansing operations in January 1948, but some did stay behind and remained official members of the national committees. Their activities were supposed to be coordinated and supervised by the Arab Higher Committee, the unofficial government of the Palestinians since the 1930s, but half of its members had by now also left, and those remaining found it difficult to cope. For all their failings in the past, however, they stood alongside their communities almost to the bitter end, although they could easily have opted to leave. They were Emil Ghori, Ahmad Hilmi, Rafiq Tamimi, Muin al-Mahdi, and Hussein al-Khalidi. Each of them was in contact with several local national committees, and with Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini, chairman of the Arab Higher Committee, who followed events with his close associates, Sheikh Hassan Abu Su'ud and Ishaq Darwish in Cairo, where he now resided. Amin al-Husseini had been exiled in 1937 by the British. Would he have been able to return in those days of chaos and turmoil, given the British presence in the land? He never tried to go back, so the point is moot. His relative, Jamal al-Husseini, acting chairman of the Arab Higher Committee in his absence, left in January for the U.S. to try to initiate a belated diplomatic campaign against the UN resolution. The Palestinian community, for all intents and purposes, was a leaderless nation. In this context, Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini should be mentioned once more, since he tried to organize a paramilitary unit from among the villagers themselves to protect them. His army, the Holy War Army, a rather grand name for the shaky outfit he headed, held on until the 9th of April, when it was defeated, and Abd al-Qadir was killed by the Haganah forces that outnumbered them with their superior equipment and military experience. A similar effort was attempted in the Greater Jaffa area by Hassan Salameh, whom I have already mentioned, and Nimr Hawari, who later surrendered to the Jews and became the first Palestinian judge in 1950s Israel. They tried to transform their scouts' movements into paramilitary units, but these too were defeated within a few weeks. Thus, prior to the end of the mandate, neither the Arab volunteers from outside Palestine nor the paramilitary troops on the inside put the Jewish community at any serious risk of either losing the battle or being forced to surrender. Far from it. All that these foreign and local forces tried, but were unable to do, was to protect the local Palestinian population against Jewish aggression. Israeli, and in particular American, public opinion, however, succeeded in perpetuating the myth of potential destruction or a second Holocaust awaiting the future Jewish state. Exploiting this mythology, Israel was later able to secure a massive support for the state in Jewish communities around the world, while demonizing the Arabs as a whole, and the Palestinians in particular, in the eyes of the general public in the U.S. The reality on the ground was, of course, almost the complete opposite. Palestinians were facing massive expulsion. The month that Israeli historiography singles out as the toughest actually saw the Palestinians simply attempting to be saved from that fate, rather than being preoccupied with the destruction of the Jewish community. When it was over, nothing stood in the way of the cleansing troops of Israel. Towards the real war. On the face of it, from the Palestinian point of view, the situation seemed to improve towards the second half of April 1948. Abdullah informed his Jewish interlocutors that the Arab League had decided to send regular armies into Palestine. The events in Palestine in the months of March and April left the leaders of the Arab world no other choice. They now began to prepare in earnest for a military intervention. Then, from Washington, came the unexpected news that the State Department was pushing towards a novel American approach. U.S. representatives on the ground were by now fully aware of the expulsions that were going on and had suggested to their chiefs back home to halt the implementation of the partition plan and try to work towards an alternative solution. Already by the 12th of March 1948, the State Department had drafted a new proposal to the UN which suggested an international trusteeship over Palestine for 5 years, during which the two sides would negotiate an agreed solution. It has been suggested that this was the most sensible American proposal ever put forward in the history of Palestine, the like of which, alas, was never repeated. In the words of Warren Austin, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, the USA position is that the partition of Palestine is no longer a viable option. Member states of the UN, coming together in Flushing Meadows, New York, where the UN was located before it moved to its current high-rise in Manhattan, liked the idea. It made a lot of sense to conclude that partition had failed to bring peace to Palestine and, in fact, was breeding more violence and bloodshed. However, while logic was one aspect to take into consideration, the wish not to antagonize a powerful domestic lobby was another, and in this case, a superior one. Had it not been for highly effective pressure by the Zionist lobby on President Harry Truman, the course of Palestine's history could have run very differently. Instead, the Zionist sections of the American Jewish community learned an important lesson about their ability to impact American policy in Palestine, and later beyond, in the Middle East as a whole. In a longer process that continued through the 1950s and early 1960s, the Zionist lobby succeeded in sidelining the State Department's experts on the Arab world and left American Middle Eastern policy in the hands of Capitol Hill and the White House, where the Zionists wielded considerable influence. But the victory on Capitol Hill was not easily won. The Arabists in the State Department, reading more carefully the reports from the New York Times than the President's men, desperately tried to convince Truman, if not to substitute partition with trusteeship, at least to allow more time for rethinking the partition plan. They persuaded him to offer the two sides a 3-month armistice. On the 12th of May, a Wednesday afternoon, the ordinary meeting of the Matkal and the consultancy was postponed for a crucial meeting in a new body, the People's Board, which was 3 days later to become the government of the State of Israel. Ben-Gurion claimed that almost all those present supported the decision to reject the American offer. Historians later claimed he had a difficult time passing the resolution, which meant not only rejecting the American plan, but declaring, 3 days later, a state. This was not such an important meeting after all, as the consultancy was already pushing ahead with its ethnic cleansing operations, which Ben-Gurion would not have allowed others in the Zionist political elite to halt, who were not privy, in the past, to the vision and the plan. The White House then went on to recognize the new state, and the State Department was pushed again to its backbench on U.S. policy on Palestine. On the last day of April, the Arab world had appointed the man most of its leaders knew had a secret agreement with the Jews to head the military operations against Palestine. No wonder that Egypt, the largest Arab state, waited until the failure of the last American initiative before deciding to join the military effort, something its leaders knew would end in a fiasco. The decision passed in the Egyptian Senate on the 12th of May left the Egyptian army with less than 3 days to prepare for the invasion, and its performance on the battlefield testified to this impossibly short period of preparation. The other armies, as we shall see later, did not fare any better. Britain remained the last hope in those days of April and May, but nowhere in its empire did Albion demonstrate such perfidious behavior. British responsibility. Did the British know about Plan Dalet? One assumes they did, but it is not easy to prove. Highly striking is that after Plan Dalet was adopted, the British announced that they were no longer responsible for law and order in the areas where their troops were still stationed, and limited their activities to protecting these troops. This meant that Haifa and Jaffa and the whole coastal region between them were now one open space where the Zionist leadership could implement Plan Dalet without any fear of being thwarted or even confronted by the British Army. Far worse was that the disappearance of the British from the countryside and the towns meant that in Palestine as a whole, law and order totally collapsed. The newspapers of the day, such as the daily Palestine, reflected the people's anxiety about the rising level of such crimes as theft and burglary in the urban centers and looting around the villages. The withdrawal of the British policemen from the cities and towns also meant, for example, that many Palestinians could no longer collect their salaries in the local municipalities. Most of the governmental services were located in Jewish neighborhoods in which they were likely to be assaulted. No wonder one can still hear Palestinians say today, "The main responsibility for our catastrophe lies with the British mandate," as Jamal Khadoura, a refugee from Sahmata near Acre, put it. He bore this sense of betrayal with him throughout his life and re-articulated it in front of a joint British Parliamentary Middle East Commission of Inquiry on the Palestinian refugees, established in 2001. Other refugees who gave testimonies to this commission echoed Khadoura's bitterness and accusations of blame. Indeed, the British avoided any serious intervention as early as October 1947 and stood idly by in the face of attempts by the Jewish forces to control outposts. Nor did they try to stop small-scale infiltration by Arab volunteers. In December, they still had 75,000 troops in Palestine, but these were dedicated solely to safeguard the eviction of the mandatory soldiers, officers, and officials. The British sometimes assisted in other, more direct ways in the ethnic cleansing by providing the Jewish leadership with ownership deeds and other vital data, which they had photocopied before destroying them, as was quite common in their decolonization process. This inventory added to the village files the final details the Zionists needed for the massive depopulation. Military force, and a brutal one at that, is the first requirement for expulsion and occupation, and bureaucracy is no less important for efficiently carrying out a huge cleansing operation that entails not only dispossession of the people, but also the repossession of the spoils. UN betrayal. According to the partition resolution, the UN was to be present on the ground to supervise the implementation of its peace plan, the making of Palestine as a whole into an independent country with two distinct states that were to form one economic unity. The resolution of the 29th of November 1947 included very clear imperatives. Among them, the UN pledged to prevent any attempt by either side to confiscate land that belonged to citizens of the other state, or the other national group, be it cultivated or uncultivated land. That is, land that had lain fallow for about a year. To the local UN emissaries' credit, it can be said that they at least sensed things were going from bad to worse and were trying to push for a re-evaluation of the partition policy. But they took no action beyond watching and reporting the beginning of the ethnic cleansing. The UN had only limited access to Palestine since the British authorities forbade an organized UN outfit to be present on the ground, thereby ignoring that part of the partition resolution that demanded the presence of a United Nations committee. Britain allowed the cleansing to take place in front of the eyes of its soldiers and officials during the mandate period, which came to an end at midnight on the 14th of May, 1948, and hampered the UN efforts to intervene in a way that might have saved a number of Palestinians. After the 15th of May, there was no excuse for the way the UN abandoned the people whose land they had divided and whose welfare and lives they had surrendered to the Jews who, since the late 19th century, wished to uproot them and take their place in the country they deemed as theirs. Chapter 6. The Phony War and the Real War over Palestine. May 1948. I have no doubt a massacre took place in Tantura. I did not go out into the streets and shout it about. It is not exactly something to be proud of. But once the affair was publicized, one should tell the truth. After 52 years, the State of Israel is strong and mature enough to confront its past. Eli Shimoni, senior officer in the Alexandroni Brigade. Ma'ariv, 4th of February, 2001. Within weeks of the end of the Mandate, the Jewish troops had reached the vast majority of the isolated Jewish settlements. Only 2 of these were lost to the Arab Legion because they were in the area that both sides, prior to May 1948, had agreed Jordan would occupy and annex. That is, the West Bank. The Jordanians also insisted they should have at least half of Jerusalem, including the Old City that incorporated the Muslim sanctuaries, but also the Jewish quarter. But since there was no prior agreement on this, they had to fight for it. They did so bravely and successfully. It was the only time the 2 sides were engaged in battle, and stands in complete contrast to the inaction the Arab League displayed when their units were stationed near Palestinian villages and towns the Israeli army had begun occupying, cleansing, and destroying. When Ben-Gurion convened the consultancy on the 11th of May, he asked his colleagues to assess the possible implications of a more aggressive Jordanian campaign in the future. The bottom line of that meeting can be found in a letter Ben-Gurion sent to the commanders of the Haganah brigades, telling them that the Legion's more offensive intentions should not distract their troops from their principal tasks. The cleansing of Palestine remained the prime objective of Plan Dalet. He used the noun bi'ur, which means either cleansing the leaven, in Passover, or root out, eliminate. Their calculation proved to be right. Although the Jordanian army was the strongest of the Arab forces and thus would have formed the most formidable foe for the Jewish state, it was neutralized from the very first day of the Palestine War by the tacit alliance King Abdullah had made with the Zionist movement. It is no wonder that the Arab Legion's English commander-in-chief, Glub Pasha, dubbed the 1948 war in Palestine the phony war. Glub was not only fully aware of the restrictions Abdullah had imposed on the Legion's actions, he was privy to the general pan-Arab consultations and preparations. Like the British military advisers of the various Arab armies, and there were many of them, he knew that the groundwork of the other Arab armies for a rescue operation in Palestine was quite ineffective. Pathetic, some of his colleagues called it, and that included the ALA. The only change we find in the overall Arab conduct, once the Mandate had ended, was in the rhetoric. The drums of war were now sounding louder and more boisterously than before, but they failed to cover the inaction, disarray, and confusion that prevailed. The situation may have differed from one Arab capital to the next, but the overall picture was quite uniform. In Cairo, the government only decided to send troops to Palestine at the very last moment, 2 days before the end of the Mandate. The 10,000 troops it had set aside included a large contingent, almost 50%, of Muslim Brotherhood volunteers. The members of this political movement, vowing to restore Egypt and the Arab world to the orthodox ways of Islam, regarded Palestine as a crucial battlefield in the struggle against European imperialism. But in the 1940s, the Brotherhood also regarded the Egyptian government as a collaborator with this imperialism, and when its more extreme members resorted to violence in their campaign, thousands of them were imprisoned. These were now released in May 1948 so that they could join the Egyptian expedition. But of course, they had had no military training and, for all their fervor, were no match for the Jewish forces. Syrian forces were better trained and their politicians more committed, but only a few years after their own independence, following the French Mandate, the small number of troops the Syrians dispatched to Palestine performed so badly that even before the end of May 1948, the consultancy had begun to consider expanding the Jewish state's borders on its northeastern flank into Syria proper by annexing the Golan Heights. Even smaller and less committed were the Lebanese units, which, for most of the war, were happy to remain on their side of the border with Palestine, where they reluctantly tried to defend the adjacent villages. The Iraqi troops formed the last and most intriguing component of the all-Arab effort. They numbered a few thousand and had been ordered by their government to accept the Jordanian guideline. That is, not to attack the Jewish state, but just to defend the area allocated to King Abdullah, namely, the West Bank. They were stationed in the northern part of the West Bank. However, they defied their politicians' orders and tried to play a more effective role. Because of this, 15 villages in Wadi Ara, on the road between Afula and Hadera, were able to hold out and thus escape expulsion. They were ceded to Israel by the Jordanian government in the summer of 1949 as part of a bilateral armistice agreement. For 3 weeks, these Arab units, some provoked into action by their politicians' hypocrisy, others deterred by it, succeeded in entering and holding on to the areas the UN partition resolution had allocated to the Arab state. In a few places, they were able to encircle isolated Jewish settlements located there and occupy them for a while, only to lose them again within a few days. The Arab troops that entered Palestine quickly found out they had overstretched their supply lines, which meant they stopped getting ammunition for their antiquated and quite often malfunctioning arms. Their officers then discovered that there was no coordinating hand between the various national armies, and that even when supply routes were open, the weaponry in their home countries was running out. Weapons were scarce, since the Arab army's main suppliers were Britain and France, who had declared an arms embargo on Palestine. This crippled the Arab armies, but hardly affected the Jewish forces, who found a willing furnisher in the Soviet Union and in its new Eastern Bloc. As for the lack of coordination, this was the inevitable result of the decision by the Arab League to appoint King Abdullah as the supreme commander of the all-Arab army, with an Iraqi general as the acting commander. While the Jordanians never looked back at those days of May, June, and July of 1948, when they had done all they could to undermine the general Arab effort, the Iraqi revolutionary rulers who came to power in 1958 brought their generals to trial for their role in the catastrophe. Still, there were enough Arab troops to engage the Jewish army in battle and provoke some courageous Jewish responses, especially around isolated Jewish communities in the heart of the UN-designated Arab state, or at the extreme outer ends of the country, where Ben-Gurion had made a strategic decision to leave vulnerable Jewish outposts to fend for themselves when Arab units started entering Palestine on the 15th of May. Units of the Syrian army marched along the Damascus-Tiberias road that day and were engaged in battle around the 4 isolated settlements there: Mishmar HaYarden, Ayelet HaShahar, Haztor, and Menachemiah. They succeeded in occupying only Mishmar HaYarden, where they remained until the first day of the truce, the 11th of June. In the words of the Israeli intelligence, they showed no offensive spirit when they were later attacked and driven out of Palestine. Israeli historians later criticized Ben-Gurion for having temporarily abandoned these settlements. From a purely military point of view, Ben-Gurion was right, as none of them would ultimately remain in Arab hands anyway, and although the ethnic cleansing operation was obviously far more important and higher up on his agenda, he did care about the fate of these more remote spots. This also explains why most of the heroic stories that have fed the Israeli mythology and collective memory of the 1948 war have their origin in these first 3 weeks of hostilities. The real war also included other tests of resilience and resolution on the Israeli side. Tel Aviv, for instance, was bombarded several times in the first few days of the war by Egyptian airplanes, but these subsided and disappeared over the following weeks. However, the presence of the Arab troops was never enough to stop the ethnic cleansing, none of whose horror stories ever troubled the official and popular Israeli narrative, as they were totally erased from it. Furthermore, the cleansing operations in the second half of May 1948 were no different from those of April and early May. In other words, the mass evictions were not affected by the end of the mandate, but went ahead uninterrupted. There had been ethnic cleansing on the day before the 15th of May, 1948, and the same ethnic cleansing operations took place the day after. Israel had enough troops both to handle the Arab armies and to continue cleansing the land. It should be clear by now that the Israeli foundational myth about a voluntary Palestinian flight the moment the war started, in response to a call by Arab leaders to make way for invading armies, holds no water. It is a sheer fabrication that there were Jewish attempts, as Israeli textbooks still insist today, to persuade Palestinians to stay. As we have seen, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had already been expelled by force before the war began, and tens of thousands more would be expelled in the first week of the war. For most Palestinians, the date of the 15th of May, 1948, was of no special significance at the time. It was just one more day in the horrific calendar of ethnic cleansing that had started more than 5 months earlier. Days of Tihur. Tihur is yet another Hebrew word for cleansing, literally meaning purifying. After the Jewish state was declared on the evening of the 14th of May, the orders the units in the field received from above used the term frequently and explicitly. It was with this kind of language that the High Command chose to galvanize the Israeli soldiers before sending them on their way to destroy the Palestinian countryside and urban districts. This escalation in rhetoric was the only obvious difference from the previous month. Otherwise, the cleansing operations continued unabated. The consultancy went on meeting, but less regularly, as the Jewish state had become a fait accompli with a government, cabinet, military command, secret services, etc., all in place. Its members were no longer preoccupied with the master plan of expulsion. Ever since Plan Dalet had been put into motion, it had been working well and needed no further coordination and direction. Their attention was now focused on whether they had enough troops to sustain a war on two fronts, against the Arab armies and against the 1 million Palestinians who, according to international law, had become Israeli citizens on the 15th of May. By the end of May, even these apprehensions had petered out. If there was anything new about the way the consultancy now functioned, it was only the physical move to a new building on a hilltop overlooking the evicted village of Sheikh Mouvanis. This became the Matkal, the headquarters of the General Staff of the Israeli Army. From this new vantage point, the consultancy could literally observe the onslaught that had begun on the 1st of May against the nearby Palestinian villages. By no means the only operation that day, it was conducted simultaneously with identical operations in the east and the north. One brigade, the Alexandroni, was entrusted with the mission of cleansing the villages to the east and north of Tel Aviv and Jaffa. It was then ordered to move north and, together with other units, start depopulating the Palestine coastline, all the way up to Haifa. The orders had come on the 12th of May. You must, between the 14th and 15th, occupy and destroy Tira, Kalansoa, and Kakun, Irata, Danba, Iktaba, and Shuaika. Furthermore, you should occupy but not destroy Kalkilia, the city in the occupied West Bank which Alexandroni failed to take, and which today is totally enclosed by the 8-meter-high segregation wall Israel has erected. Within 2 days, the next order arrived in the Alexandroni headquarters. You will attack and cleanse Tirat Haifa, Ein Ghazal, Ijsim, Kafar Elam, Jabba, Ein Haud, and Mazar. Retracing the route the brigade followed, it appears the troops preferred to sweep the area systematically from south to north, and accomplished the destruction of the villages in the order that seemed right to them, rather than according to the exact instruction of which village should be hit first. As completing the list was the overall goal, no clear priorities were mentioned. So the Alexandroni began with the villages north and east of Tel Aviv, Kfar Saba and Kakun, whose populations were duly expelled. In Kakun, the UN claimed, and testimonies by Jewish troops corroborated, that the takeover had involved a case of rape. All in all, there were 64 villages within the area that stretched between Tel Aviv and Haifa, a rectangle 100 kilometers long and 15 to 20 kilometers wide. Only 2 of these villages were spared in the end, Faredis and Jisr al-Zarqa. They had been scheduled for expulsion as well, but members of the neighboring Jewish settlements convinced the army commanders to leave them unharmed, because they claimed they needed the villagers for unskilled labor in their farms and houses. Today, this rectangle is bisected by the 2 main highways that connect these 2 major cities, Highways 2 and 4. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis commute daily on these roads, most of them without having the slightest notion of the places they are driving through, let alone of their history. Jewish settlements, pine forests, and commercial fishing ponds have replaced the Palestinian communities that once flourished there. The Alexandronis' pace cleansing the coastal rectangle was horrific. Within the second half of the month, alone, they cleansed the following villages: Manshia in the Tulkarem area, Bateimat, Khirbat al-Manara, Kanir, Khirbat Kumbaza, and Khirbat al-Shuna. A small number of villages courageously put up strong resistance, and the Alexandroni Brigade was unable to take them. Nevertheless, they were finally cleansed in July. That is, the ethnic cleansing operations in the central coastal plain developed in 2 phases, the first in May and the second in July. In the second half of May, the most important trophy was the village of Tantura, which the Alexandroni captured on the 21st of May, 1948. The massacre at Tantura. Tantura was one of the largest of the coastal villages, and for the invading brigade it stuck like a bone in the throat, as the official Alexandroni warbook puts it. Tantura's day came on the 22nd of May. Tantura was an ancient Palestinian village on the Mediterranean coast. It was a large village for the time, having around 1,500 inhabitants, whose livelihood depended on agriculture, fishing, and menial jobs in nearby Haifa. On the 15th of May, 1948, a small group of Tantura's notables, including the Mukhtar of the village, met the Jewish intelligence officers, who offered them terms of surrender. Suspecting that surrender would lead to the villagers' expulsion, they rejected the offer. A week later, on the 22nd of May, 1948, the village was attacked at night. At first, the Jewish commander in charge wanted to send a van into the village with a loudspeaker, calling upon people to capitulate. But this scheme was not carried out. The offensive came from all 4 flanks. This was uncommon. The brigade usually closed in on villages from 3 flanks, tactically creating an open gate on the 4th flank through which they could drive the people out. Lack of coordination meant that the Jewish troops had fully encircled the village and consequently found themselves with a very large number of villagers on their hands. Tantura's captured villagers were herded at gunpoint down to the beach. The Jewish troops then separated the men from the women and children and expelled the latter to nearby Faredis, where some of the men joined them a year and a half later. Meanwhile, the hundreds of men collected on the beach were ordered to sit down and await the arrival of an Israeli intelligence officer, Shimshon Mashvitz, who lived in the nearby settlement of Givat Ada, and in whose district the village fell. Mashvitz went along with a local collaborator, hooded as at Ein al-Zaytun, and picked out individual men. Again, in the eyes of the Israeli army, men were all males between the ages of 10 and 50, and took them out in small groups to a spot further away where they were executed. The men were selected according to a pre-prepared list drawn from Tantura's village file, and included everybody who had participated in the 1936 revolt, in attacks on Jewish traffic, who had contacts with the Mufti, and anyone else who had committed one of the crimes that automatically condemned them. These were not the only men executed. Before the selection and killing process took place on the coast, the occupying unit had gone on a killing spree inside the houses and in the streets. Yoel Skolnik, a sapper in the battalion, had been wounded in this attack, but after his hospitalization heard from other soldiers that this had been one of the most shameful battles the Israeli army had fought. According to him, sniper shots from within the village as the soldiers entered had caused the Jewish troops to run amok soon after the village was taken and before the scenes on the beach unfolded. The attack happened after the villagers had signaled their surrender by waving a white flag. Skolnik heard that 2 soldiers in particular had been doing the killing, and that they would have gone on had not some people from the nearby Jewish settlement of Zichron Yaakov arrived and stopped them. It was the head of the Zichron Yaakov settlement, Yaakov Epstein, who managed to call a halt to the orgy of killing in Tantura. But he came too late, as one survivor commented bitterly. Most of the killing was done in cold blood on the beach. Some of the victims were first interrogated and asked about a huge cache of weapons that had supposedly been hidden somewhere in the village. As they couldn't tell, there was no such stack of weapons. They were shot dead on the spot. Today, many of the survivors of these horrific events live in the Yarmouk refugee camp in Syria, coping only with great difficulty with life after the trauma of witnessing the executions. This is how a Jewish officer described the executions at Tantura. Prisoners were led in groups to a distance of 200 meters aside, and there they were shot. Soldiers would come to the commander-in-chief and say, "My cousin was killed in the war." His commander heard that and instructed the troops to take a group of 5 to 7 people aside and execute them. Then a soldier came and said his brother had died in one of the battles. For one brother the retribution was higher. The commander ordered the troops to take a larger group, and they were shot. And so on. In other words, what took place in Tantura was the systematic execution of able-bodied young men by Jewish soldiers and intelligence officers. One eyewitness, Abu Masheikh, was staying in Tantura with a friend as he originally came from Kisaria, the village the Jewish troops had already destroyed and expelled in February 1948. He saw with his own eyes the execution of 85 young men of Tantura, who were taken in groups of 10 and then executed in the cemetery and the nearby mosque. He thought even more were executed and estimated that the total number could have been 110. He saw Shimshon Mashvitz supervising the whole operation. He had a Sten, submachine gun, and killed them. He later adds, "They stood next to the wall, all facing the wall. He came from the back and shot them in the head, all of them." He further testified how Jewish soldiers were watching the executions with apparent relish. Fawzi Mohammed Tanj, Abu Khalid, also witnessed the executions. In the account he gives, the village men were separated from the women, and then groups of 7 to 10 were taken and executed. He witnessed the killing of 90 people. Mahmoud Abu Salih of Tantura also reported the killing of 90 people. He was 17 at the time, and his most vivid memory is the killing of a father in front of his children. Abu Salih kept in touch with one of the sons, who went out of his mind seeing his father executed and never recovered. Abu Salih saw the execution of 7 male members of his own family. Mustafa Abu Masri, known as Abu Jamil, was 13 at the time, but was probably mistaken for being around 10 during the selection, and thus was sent to the group of women and children, which saved him. A dozen members of his family, aged between 10 and 30, were less fortunate, and he witnessed them being shot. The sequence of events he relates makes for chilling reading. His father ran into a Jewish officer whom the family knew and trusted, and so he sent his family away with that officer. He himself was later shot. Abu Jamil recalled 125 people being killed in summary executions. He saw Shimshon Mashvitz walking among the people who had been collected on the beach, carrying a whip, lashing out at them just for the fun of it. Anis Ali Jarban told similar horror stories about Mashvitz. He came from the nearby village of Jisr al-Zarqa, and had fled with his family to Tantura, thinking the larger village would be safer. When the rampage in the village was over and the executions had come to an end, 2 Palestinians were ordered to dig mass graves under the supervision of Mordechai Sokoler, of Zichron Yaakov, who owned the tractors that had been brought in for the gruesome job. In 1999, he said he remembered burying 230 bodies. The exact number was clear in his mind. I lay them one by one in the grave. Several more Palestinians who took part in the digging of the mass graves told of the horrific moment when they realized they were about to be killed themselves. They were only saved because Yaakov Epstein, who had intervened in the frenzy of violence in the village, arrived and also stopped the killing on the beach. Abu Fihmi, one of the eldest and most respected members of the village, was one of those recruited to first identify the bodies and then help carry them to the graves. Shimon Mashvitz ordered him to list the bodies, and he counted 95. Jamila Ihsan Shura Khalil saw how these bodies were then put on carts and pushed by the villagers to the burial place. Most of the interviews with the survivors were done in 1999 by an Israeli research student, Teddy Katz, who stumbled upon the massacre while doing his MA dissertation for Haifa University. When this became public, the university retroactively disqualified his thesis, and Alexandroni veterans dragged Katz himself into court, suing him for libel. Katz's most senior interviewee was Shlomo Ambar, later a general in the IDF. Ambar refused to give him details of what he had seen, saying, "I want to forget what happened there." When Katz pressed him, all he was willing to say was, "I connect this to the fact that I went to fight the Germans." He had served with the Jewish Brigade in the Second World War. "The Germans were the worst enemy the Jewish people has had, but when we fought according to the laws of war dictated by the international community. The Germans did not kill prisoners of war. They killed Slav prisoners of war, but not British, not even when they were Jewish." Ambar admitted to hiding things. "I did not talk then, why should I talk now?" Understandable, given the images that came to his mind when Katz asked him what his comrades had done in Tantura. In fact, the story of Tantura had already been told before, as early as 1950, but then it failed to attract the same attention as the Deir Yassin massacre. It appears in the memoirs of a Haifa notable, Muhammad Nimar al-Khatib, who, a few days after the battle, recorded the testimony of a Palestinian who had told him about summary executions on the beach of dozens of Palestinians. Here it is in full. "On the night of the 22nd to the 23rd of May, the Jews attacked from 3 sides and landed in boats from the seaside. We resisted in the streets and houses, and in the morning the corpses were seen everywhere. I shall never forget this day all my life. The Jews gathered all women and children in a place where they dumped all bodies, for them to see their dead husbands, fathers, and brothers and terrorize them, but they remained calm. They gathered men in another place, took them in groups, and shot them dead. When women heard this shooting, they asked their Jewish guard about it. He replied, 'We are taking revenge for our dead.' One officer selected 40 men and took them to the village square. Each 4 were taken aside. They shot one and ordered the other 3 to dump the body in a big pit. Then they shot another, and the 2 carried his body to the pit, and so on." When they had completed their cleansing operations along the coast, the Alexandroni were instructed to move towards the Upper Galilee. "You are asked to occupy Kadas, Meirun, Nabi Yehoshua, and Malkiah. Kadas has to be destroyed. The other 2 should be given to the Golani Brigade, and its commander will decide what to do with them. Meirun should be occupied and handed over to Golani." The geographical distance between the various locations is quite considerable, revealing again the ambitious pace the troops were expected to maintain on their journey of destruction. The Brigade's Trail of Blood. The aforementioned formed part of the bloody trail the Alexandroni left behind along Palestine's coast. More massacres by other brigades would follow, the worst of which was in the autumn of 1948, when the Palestinians finally succeeded in putting up some resistance against the ethnic cleansing in certain places, and in response the Jewish expellers revealed an ever-increasing callousness in the atrocities they perpetrated. Meanwhile, the Golani Brigade followed in the footsteps of the Alexandroni. It attacked pockets the other brigades had missed, or enclaves that, for whatever reason, had not yet been taken. One such destination was the village of al-Zinat, which had been spared in the February cleansing operation in the Haifa district. Another was Lejeune, near the ruins of ancient Megiddo. Controlling the area between Lejeune and al-Zinat meant that the whole western flank of Marj ibn Amir and Wadi Milk, the canyon leading to the valley from the coastal road, were now in Jewish hands. By the end of May 1948, some Palestinian enclaves, still remaining inside the Jewish state, proved harder to occupy than normal, and it would take another few months to complete the job. For example, attempts to extend control over the remoter areas of the Upper Galilee that month failed, mainly because Lebanese and local volunteers courageously defended villages such as Sassa, which was the primary target of the Jewish forces. In the order to the Golani Brigade for the second attack on Sassa, it says, "The occupation is not for permanent stay, but for the destruction of the village, mining of the rubble, and the junctures nearby." Sassa, however, was spared for a few more months. Even for the efficient and zealous Golani troops, the plan had proved to be too ambitious. Towards the end of May came the following clarification. If there is a shortage of soldiers, you are entitled to limit, temporarily, the cleansing operation, takeover and destruction of the enemy's villages in your district. The orders the brigades now received were phrased in more explicit language than the vague oral instructions they had been given before. The fate of a village was sealed when the order said either le teher, to cleanse, meaning leaving the house intact but expelling the people, or lehashmid, to destroy, meaning to dynamite the house after the expulsion of the people and lay mines in the rubble to prevent their return. There were no direct orders for massacres, but neither were these fully and genuinely condemned when they took place. Sometimes the decision to cleanse or destroy was left in the hands of the local commanders. The villages in your district you have either to cleanse or destroy. Decide for yourself, according to consultation with the Arab advisors and the Shai, military intelligence officers. While these two brigades, the Alexandroni and the Golani, applied the methods described in Plan Dalet almost religiously to the coastal area, another brigade, the Carmeli, was sent to the northern areas of Haifa and the western Galilee. Like other brigades at the same time or later, it was also given orders to capture the area of Wadi Ara, the valley that contained 15 villages and connected the coast, near Hadera, with the eastern corner of Marj ibn Amir, near Afula. The Carmeli captured 2 villages nearby, Jalama, on the 23rd of April, and Kabara, soon afterwards, but they did not enter the valley. The Israeli command regarded this route as a crucial lifeline, but never succeeded in occupying it. As mentioned, it was then given to them by King Abdullah in the summer of 1949, a tragic outcome for a large group of Palestinians who had successfully resisted expulsion. As in the previous month, the Irgun, its units now part of the newly formed Israeli army, were sent in the second half of May to pockets along the coast to complete what the Haganah had regarded as questionable, or at least undesirable, operations at that particular moment. But even before its official inclusion in the army, the Irgun cooperated with the Haganah in the occupation of the greater Haifa area. It assisted the Haganah in launching Operation Hametz, Levin, on the 29th of April, 1948. 3 brigades took part in this operation: the Alexandroni, Kiryati, and Givati. These brigades captured and cleansed Beit Dajan, Kfar Ana, Abbasiyah, Yehudiya, Safuria, Khairia, Salama, and Yazur, as well as the Jaffa suburbs of Jabalia and Abu Kabir. In the second half of May, the Irgun were allocated the greater area of Jaffa to complete the job of the 3 Haganah brigades. They were regarded as a lesser force, as was the Kiryati brigade. The Israeli military commanders described it as made up of lesser quality soldiers, namely Mizrahi Jews. A report of all the brigades submitted by a supervising officer in June 1948 described the Kiryati as a most problematic brigade consisting of illiterate people with no candidates for NCOs and, of course, none for the post of officers. The Irgun and Kiryati were ordered to continue their mopping-up operation south of Jaffa. By the middle of May, their troops helped complete Operation Chametz. The ruins of some of the villages and suburbs occupied and expelled during that operation lie buried below the White City of Tel Aviv, that first Hebrew city the Jews had founded in 1909 on sand dunes bought from a local landowner, now spread out into the sprawling metropolis of today. In the Israeli military archives there is a query from the commander of the Kiryati, dated the 22nd of May, 1948, asking whether he could employ bulldozers to destroy the villages instead of using explosives, as was ordered by Plan Dalet. His request shows how phony the war was. Only 1 week into it, this brigade commander had ample time to allow a slower method for demolishing and erasing the scores of villages on his list. The Ha'el Brigade of Yitzhak Rabin showed no hesitation about which method of demolition to employ. Already on the 11th of May, the day before the final orders for the next stage in the ethnic cleansing were issued, it could report that it had occupied the village of Beit Masir, in what today is Jerusalem's National Park on the western slopes of the mountains, and that "we are currently blowing up the houses. We have already blown up 60 to 70 houses." Together with Brigade Etzioni, the Ha'el troops focused on the greater Jerusalem area. Far away from there, in the northeastern valleys of the country, the soldiers of the Bulgarian Brigade were so successful in their destruction mission that the High Command thought at the time that they could proceed immediately to occupy parts of the northern West Bank and sections of the Upper Galilee. But this proved overambitious after all, and failed. The Bulgarim, as they were called, were unable to push out the Iraqi contingent holding Jenin, and had to wait until October before it could take the Upper Galilee. However presumptuous the belief that this brigade could seize the northern part of the West Bank, despite the agreement with Abdallah, and even conduct invasions into southern Lebanon, while cleansing vast areas of Palestine, reveals once again the cynicism behind the myth that Israel was fighting a war of survival. The brigade, meanwhile, achieved enough, as it was, and could boast of having destroyed and expelled a larger number of villages than expected. The two fronts of the real and phony war merged into one in those days in May, as the High Command was now confident enough to dispatch units to the border areas adjacent to the Arab countries, and there to engage the Arab expeditionary forces their governments had sent into Palestine on the 15th of May, 1948. Meanwhile, the Golani and Yiftach bridges concentrated on cleansing operations on the border with Syria and Lebanon. In fact, they were able to carry out their mission unimpeded, following their usual routine for each village they had been ordered to destroy, while nearby Lebanese or Syrian troops stood idly by, looking the other way, rather than risking their own men. Campaigns of revenge. The sky was not always the limit, however. Inevitably, there were hitches in the wild, galloping pace of the Israeli operations, and there was a price to be paid for the systematic cleansing of Palestine and simultaneous confrontation with the regular Arab armies that had begun moving into the country. Isolated settlements in the south were exposed to the Egyptian troops, who occupied several of them, albeit only for a few days, and to Syrian troops, who took over 3 settlements for a few days as well. Another sacrifice was exacted from the regular practice of sending convoys through densely Arab areas not yet taken, when some of them were successfully attacked. More than 200 Jewish troops lost their lives. Following one such attack, on a convoy heading towards the Jewish settlement of Yechaim, in the northwestern tip of the country, the troops who later carried out operations in its vicinity were particularly vengeful and callous in the way they performed their duties. The settlement of Yechaim was several kilometers south of Palestine's western border with Lebanon. The Jewish troops who attacked the villages in Operation Ben Ami in May 1948 were specifically told the villages had to be eliminated in revenge for the loss of the convoy. Thus, the villages of Samaria, Zib, Bassa, Kabri, al-Faraj, and Nahar were subjected to an upgraded, crueler version of the destroy and expel drill of the Israeli units. Our mission? To attack for the sake of occupation, to kill the men, destroy and set fire to Kabri, al-Faraj, and Nahar. The extra zeal thus infused into the troops produced one of the swiftest depopulation operations in one of the densest Arab areas of Palestine. Within 29 hours of the end of the mandate, almost all the villages in the northwestern districts of the Galilee, all within the designated Arab state, had been destroyed, allowing a satisfied Ben-Gurion to announce to the newly assembled parliament, "The western Galilee has been liberated." Some of the villages north of Haifa were actually only occupied later. In other words, it took Jewish troops just over a day to turn a district with a population that was 96% Palestinian and only 4% Jewish, with a similar ratio of land ownership, into an area almost exclusively Jewish. Ben-Gurion was particularly satisfied with the ease with which the populations of the larger villages had been driven out, such as those of Kabri, with 1,500, Zib, with 2,000, and the largest, Bassa, with its 3,000 inhabitants. It took more than a day to defeat Bassa because of the resistance from the village militiamen and some ALA volunteers. If the orders to be extra harsh with the village in revenge for the attack on the Jewish convoy near Yechaim had not been enough, its resistance was seen as another reason to punish the village, that is, beyond simply expelling its people. This pattern would recur. Villages that proved hard to subdue had to be penalized. As with all traumatic events in the lives of human beings, some of the worst atrocities remain deeply engraved in the survivors' memories. The victims' family members guarded those recollections and passed them down through the generations. Nizar al-Hanna belonged to such a family, whose memories are based on the traumatic events witnessed by his grandmother. My maternal grandmother was a teenager when Israeli troops entered Bassa and ordered all the young men to be lined up and executed in front of one of the churches. My grandmother watched as two of her brothers, one 21, the other 22 and recently married, were executed by the Haganah. The total destruction that followed the massacre spared a church in which the village's Greek Orthodox Christians prayed, and a doomed Muslim shrine that served the other half of the population. Today, one can still spot a few houses fenced off with barbed wire standing in an uncultivated field now expropriated by Jewish citizens. The village was so vast, 25,000 dunam, out of which 17,000 were cultivated, that its territory today includes a military airport, a kibbutz, and a development town. The more observant visitor cannot fail to notice the remains of an elaborate water system, which was the pride of the villagers and had been completed just before the place was wiped out. The expulsion of so many villagers, whom the UN partition resolution had just transformed from citizens of the British Mandate into either citizens of the UN-designated Arab state or citizens of the Jewish state, went unnoticed by the UN. Consequently, despite the drama of the British withdrawal and the potential hitch of the Arab world sending units into Palestine, the business of ethnic cleansing continued without interruption. The leaders of the newly created State of Israel, still in the making, and its military commanders knew they had sufficient forces at their disposal to halt the incoming Arab units while continuing their relentless cleansing of the land. It was also obvious that in the following month the capacity of the Jewish forces would reach new heights. In early June, the orders sent down to the troops were even more far-reaching in both their geographical span and the ambitious quota of villages each brigade was now assigned to capture and destroy. The Arab General Command, on the other hand, was quickly losing its grip. The Egyptian military generals had pinned their hopes on their air force, but the aircraft they had sent in the crucial second half of May failed in most of their missions, apart from a few raids on Tel Aviv. In June, the Egyptian and other Arab air forces were preoccupied elsewhere, their main mission limited to protecting the Arab regimes rather than helping to rescue parts of Palestine. I am not an expert in military history, nor is this the place to tackle the purely military aspects of the war, since the focus of this book is not on military strategies, but on their outcomes, that is, war crimes. Significantly, many military historians summing up the month of May have been particularly impressed with the performance of the Syrian army, which began its campaign in May 1948 and kept it up intermittently until December 1948. In fact, it did quite poorly. Only for 3 days between the 15th and 18th of May did Syrian artillery, tanks, and infantry, with the occasional help of their air force, constitute any kind of threat to the Israeli forces. A few days later, their efforts had already become more sporadic and less effective. After the first truce, they were on their way back home. By the end of May 1948, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine was progressing according to plan. Assessing the potential strength of the forces eventually sent by the Arab League into Palestine, Ben-Gurion and his advisers concluded, as they had already predicted a week after the Arab armies had moved into Palestine, that the all-Arab force could attack isolated Jewish settlements marginally more effectively than the Volunteers' Army could ever have done. But apart from this, it was as ineffective and weak as the irregular and paramilitary troops that had come first. This realization created a euphoric mood, which is clearly reflected in the orders to the 12 brigades of the Israeli army to start considering the occupation of the West Bank, the Golan Heights, and southern Lebanon. On the 24th of May, after Ben-Gurion had met with his advisers, in his diary entry he sounds triumphant and more power-hungry than ever before. "We will establish a Christian state in Lebanon, the southern border of which will be the Litani River. We will break Transjordan, Bam Aman, and destroy its army, and then Syria falls, and if Egypt will still continue to fight, we will bombard Port Said, Alexandria, and Cairo. This will be in revenge for what they, the Egyptians, the Aramis, and Assyrians, did to our forefathers during biblical times." On that same day, the Israeli army had received a large shipment of modern, brand-new 45-caliber cannons from the Communist Eastern Bloc. Israel now possessed artillery unmatched not only by the Arab troops inside Palestine, but by all the Arab armies put together. It should be noted that the Israeli Communist Party was instrumental in arranging this deal. This meant the consultancy could now put aside the initial worries it had had at the beginning of the real war about the overall capacity of its army to manage both fronts effectively and comprehensively. Its members were now free to turn their attention to other issues more in line with the qualifications of the Orientalist section of the consultancy, such as advising the leader on what to do with the small communities of Palestinians that had been left in the mixed towns. The solution they came up with was to have all these people moved into one particular neighborhood in each town, deprive them of their freedom of movement, and put them under a military regime. Finally, it may be useful to add that during the month of May, the definitive infrastructure of the IDF was decided upon, and, within it, the central place of the military regime referred to in Hebrew as HaMimshal, HaTzvai, and Israel's internal security services, the Shabak. The consultancy was no longer needed. The machinery of ethnic cleansing was working on its own, propelled by its own momentum. On the last day of May, Arab volunteers and some regular units made one final attempt to retake some of the villages that lay within the designated Arab state, but failed. The military power that confronted them was such that, except when challenged by a well-trained professional army like the Legion, it had no match. The Legion defended those parts of the West Bank that King Abdullah thought should be his trophy for not having entered the areas the Zionist movement had set its mind on for their Jewish state, a promise he kept until the end of the war. However, his army did pay a heavy price for the two sides' failure to agree on the fate of Jerusalem, as most of the Jordanian soldiers killed in the war fell during the Legion's successful bid for the eastern parts of the Holy City. Chapter 7. The Escalation of the Cleansing Operations, June to September, 1948. Article 9. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Article 13, Section 2. Everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and to return to his country. Article 17, Section 2. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his property. From the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted as General Assembly Resolution 217A, Roman numeral 3, the 10th of December, 1948, the day before Resolution 194 declared the unconditional right of the Palestinian refugees to return to their homes. By the beginning of June, the list of villages obliterated included many that had until then been protected by nearby kibbutzim. This was the fate of several villages in the Gaza district: Najid, Barer, Simsim, Kalfacha, Muraka, and Hajj. Their destruction appeared to have come as a genuine shock to nearby kibbutzim when they learned how these friendly villages had been savagely assaulted, their houses destroyed, and all their people expelled. On the land of Hajj, Ariel Sharon built his private residence, Havat Hashikmim, a ranch that covers 5,000 dunam of the village's fields. Despite the ongoing negotiations by the UN mediator, Count Fulka Bernadotte, to broker a truce, the ethnic cleansing moved on unhindered. With obvious satisfaction, Ben-Gurion wrote in his diary on the 5th of June, 1948, "We occupied today Yibne. There was no serious resistance, and Kakun. Here the cleansing, Tihur operation continues. Have not heard from the other fronts." Indeed, by the end of May his diary had reflected a renewed interest in the ethnic cleansing. With the help of Yosef Weitz, he compiled a list of the names of the villages taken, the size of their lands, and the number of people expelled, which he meticulously entered in his diary. The language is no longer guarded. This is the list of the occupied and evicted, Mefunim villages. 2 days later, he convened a meeting in his own house to assess how much money had meanwhile been looted from the banks of the Arabs, and how many citrus groves and other assets had been confiscated. Eliezer Kaplan, his Minister of Finance, persuaded him to authorize the confiscation of all Palestinian properties already taken in order to prevent the frenzied wrangling that was already threatening to break out between the predators who were waiting to swoop down on the spoils. Dividing the booty was one matter that preoccupied the Prime Minister. Ben-Gurion was both an autocrat and a stickler for details, and was obsessive about questions of scrutiny, and his diary reflects other minuscule problems that accompanied the systematic destruction of Palestine. In several entries he records conversations he had had with army officers about the shortage of TNT created by the large number of individual houses the army was ordered to blow up under Plan D. Like a ferocious storm gathering force, the Israeli troops no longer spared anyone in their destructive zeal. all means became legitimate, including burning down houses where dynamite had become scarce, and torching the fields and remains of a Palestinian village they had attacked. The escalation of the Israeli army's cleansing operation was the outcome of a meeting of the new, reduced consultancy, whose members had met on the 1st of June without Ben-Gurion. They later reported to the Prime Minister that villagers were trying to return to their homes, so they had decided to instruct the army to prevent this at all costs. To make sure that the more liberal-minded among his government members would not object to this policy, Ben-Gurion demanded prior approval and was duly given carte blanche to proceed on the 16th of June, 1948. Increased callousness was also part of the Israeli response to a brief spurt of activity by the Arab armies in early June. The latter's artillery bombarded whatever was in range, and the Egyptian Air Force attacked Tel Aviv 4 or 5 times, scoring a direct hit on Ben-Gurion's home on the 4th of June that caused only limited damage. The Israeli Air Force retaliated by shelling the Arab capitals, resulting in a considerable number of casualties. But the Arab effort to salvage Palestine was already running out of steam, mainly due to the Legion's insistence that East Jerusalem should remain part of Jordan. The war lingered on. The division of labor between the Israeli forces on the different fronts, determined solely by Ben-Gurion, meant that the military effort on the Jewish side fell short of the impact it needed to gain the upper hand over the Jordanians. The fighting also persisted because of the tenacity the Egyptian volunteers displayed, especially the Muslim Brotherhood, who, despite their poor equipment and lack of training, succeeded in holding their lines in the Negev. The Egyptians were also able to hold on to the Palestinian town of Isdud on the coast and some inner enclaves of the Nakab, the Negev, as well as the villages southwest of Jerusalem for quite some time. Realizing they might have bitten off more than they could chew for the moment, the Israelis now accepted the offer by the UN mediator, Count Volker Bernadotte, for a truce. The first truce. Demolition was a core part of the Israeli activities from the moment the truce went into effect, officially declared on the 8th of June, but in practice beginning on the 11th of June, 1948, and to last 4 weeks. During the truce, the army embarked on the massive destruction of a number of expelled villages: Mazar in the south, Feja near Petah Tikva, Biar Adas, Messiah, Hausha, Sumiria, and Manshia near Acre. Huge villages such as Daliat al-Raha, Bataymat, and Sabarin were destroyed in one day. Many others were erased from the face of the earth by the time the truce ended on the 8th of July, 1948. All in all, the level of preparation the military command was engaged in during June for the next stages showed a growing confidence in the Israeli army's ability to continue not only its ethnic cleansing operations, but also its extension of the Jewish state beyond the 78% of mandatory Palestine it had already occupied. Part of this confidence was due to the significant reinforcement of its air force. At the end of May, the Israelis were only disadvantaged in one area: air power. In June, however, they received a sizable shipment of the new aeroplanes to supplement their rather primitive machines. Operation Yitzhak was launched on the 1st of June, 1948, to attack and occupy Jenin, Tulkarem, and Qalqilia, and capture the bridges on the Jordan River. As we saw, Jenin was attacked the previous month, but the Iraqi contingent guarding the city and its environs had successfully defended the area. Although Israeli air operations were primarily limited to raids along the state's borders at this time, in the military archives one can find orders for the aerial bombardment of Jenin and Tulkarem, as well as other villages on the Palestine's border. From July onwards, aeroplanes were used remorselessly in the cleansing operations, helping to force the villagers into a mass exodus and indiscriminately targeting anyone unable to take cover in time. At the beginning of June, Ben-Gurion was content to focus on the long march into the Upper Galilee, driving his troops up to the border with Lebanon. The Lebanese army was 5,000 strong, of which 2,000 were stationed on the border. They were supported by 2,000 ALA volunteers, most of them stationed around the city of Nazareth, and the rest scattered in small groups among the dozens of villages in the area. Under the charismatic command of Fawzi al-Kawkji, the volunteers continued as best they could to defend the villages and show some resilience in the face of the looming Israeli offensive. But they were hampered not only numerically and by their inferior military skill, but also by the poor quality of their weapons and lack of ammunition. One of the ATA battalions was the Hittin Battalion. The commander at one point sent the following message to al-Kawkji. The battalion's equipment is not usable because of the amount of dirt in it. This includes rifles, machine guns, and vehicles. The commander also complained that there was only one logistic supply line from Syria, which was often blocked, and even when the supply lines happened to be open, there were other problems to overcome. At one point he received the following telegram. In reply to your telegram asking for cars to remove supply from Tarshiha to Rama, we have no fuel for the cars, so we cannot reach you. Sent on the 29th of June and intercepted by the Israeli military intelligence. Thus, in the absence of any regular Arab troops, the Galilee lay wide open for an Israeli assault. But as early as June and increasingly over the following months, the villages themselves were beginning to offer the advancing troops more resistance, which is one reason there are still Palestinian villages in the Galilee today, unlike Marj ibn Amir, the coast, the inner plains, and the northern Negev. The desperate courage of the Palestinian villages, however, also accounts for the brutality on the front. As they progressed, the Israeli troops were more determined than ever to resort to summary executions and any other means that might speed up the expulsions. One of the first villages to fall prey to this strategy was the village of Mi'ar, today the location of several Jewish settlements built in the 1970s, Segev, Ya'ad, and Manof. The irony is that part of the land taken by force in 1948 remained uninhabited for decades, and was even cultivated by Palestinians living nearby, until it was reconfiscated in the 1970s as part of what Israel calls the Judaization of the Galilee, a brutal attempt by the government to de-Arabize the Galilee, which was still, in some areas, equally divided demographically between Jews and Arabs. It would appear that Israel intends to reactivate this scheme with the billions of dollars it hopes to extract from the U.S. government, following the pullout from Gaza in August 2005. The writer, Muhammad Ali Taha, was a boy of 17 when, on the 20th of June 1948, the Israeli soldiers entered the village of Mi'ar. He was born in nearby Saforia, but much of his poetry and prose today, as an Israeli citizen, is inspired by the traumatic events he saw unfolding in Mi'ar. That June, he stood watching, at sunset, the approaching Israeli troops shooting indiscriminately at the villagers still busy in the fields collecting their dura. When they got tired of the killing spree, the soldiers then began destroying the houses. People later returned to Mi'ar and continued living there until mid-July, when Israeli troops reoccupied it and expelled them for good. 40 people were killed in the Israeli attack on the 20th of June, part of the few thousand Palestinians who perished in the massacres that accompanied the ethnic cleansing operation. The pace of occupying and cleansing villages in the lower and eastern Galilee was faster than in any phase of the operations that had gone before. By the 29th of June, large villages with a significant presence of ALA troops, such as Koekat, Amka, Tel Kisan, Lubia, Tarbicha, Majd al-Kram, Maghar, Itarun, Malkiya, Safaria, Kafar Yassif, Abu Sinan, Judida, and Tabash appeared on the lists of future targets the troops were given. Within less than 10 days they had all been taken. Some villages were expelled, but others were not, for reasons that varied from one village to another. Majd al-Kram and Makhar are still there today. In Majd al-Kram, the occupying forces had started a mass eviction of the village when a row suddenly erupted between the intelligence officers, resulting in half of the village being allowed to return from the trail of forced exile. Most glorious olive groves is the literal translation of this village name, and it still lies amidst vast vineyards and olive groves adjacent to the northern slopes of Galilee's highest mountains, not far from Acre. In ancient times, the place was known as Majd Allah, the glory of God, but the name was changed when the vineyards that began developing around the village became famous. At the center of the village was a well whose water explains the abundance of plantations and orchards around it. Some of the houses looked indeed as if they had been there from time immemorial, stone-built and reinforced by clay, surrounded by the olive trees on the south and vast tracts of cultivated land on the east and west. Today, Majd al-Kram is strangulated by Israel's discriminatory policy, which does not allow Palestinian villages to expand naturally, but at the same time continues building new Jewish settlements around it. This is why, ever since 1948, the village has had a strong political cadre of nationalist and communist resistance, which the government then punished further by demolishing houses, the rubble of which the villagers have left in place in commemoration of their past resilience and heroism, and which is still visible today from the Acre-Sfat highway. Makhar is also still there, spread out within a scenic canyon in the descending valley that connects the lower Galilee to the Lake of Tiberias. Here the Jewish occupying force was faced with a village where Christians, Muslims, and Druzi had coexisted for centuries. The military commander interpreted Plan Dalet as calling for the expulsion of only the Muslims. To make sure this was done swiftly, he executed several Muslims on the village's piazza in front of all the villagers, which effectively persuaded the rest to flee. Many other villages in the Galilee were like Makhar, in that they had mixed populations. Hence, from now on, the military commanders were given strict orders to leave the selection process that was to determine who could stay and who could not to the intelligence officers. The Druzi were now fully collaborating with the Jews, and in villages that were partly Druzi, Christians were generally spared expulsion. Safaria was less fortunate. All its inhabitants were evicted, with soldiers shooting over their heads to hasten their departure. Al-Hajj Abu Salim was 27, and the father of one beloved daughter, when the village was taken. His wife was expecting another baby, and he recalls the warm family home with his father, a kind and generous man, one of the richest peasants in the village. For Abu Salim, the Nakbe began with the news of other villages surrendering. "When your neighbor's house is on fire, you begin to worry," is a well-known Arab saying that captures the emotions and confusion of the villagers caught in the midst of the catastrophe. Safaria was one of the first villages Israeli forces bombarded from the air. In July, many more would be terrorized in this way, but back in June this was a rarity. Terrified, the women took their children and hastily sought shelter in the ancient caves nearby. The young men prepared their primitive rifles for the inevitable attack, but the volunteers from the Arab countries took fright and escaped from the girls' school where they had been stationed. Abu Salim stayed on with the men to fight, although, as he remembered many years later, "The officer of the ALA advised me and others to run away," which, he admits, seemed to make sense, but he stayed put and so became a crucial eyewitness to the events that followed. After the air bombardment came the ground attack, not only on the village but also on the caves. "The women and children were quickly exposed by the Jews, and my mother was killed by the troops," he told a newspaper 53 years later. "She was trying to enter the Church of Annunciation, and the Jews dropped a bomb that hit her in the stomach." His father took Abu Salim's wife and fled to Reina, a village that had already surrendered. There they took refuge with a Christian family for a few months, who shared their food and clothing with them. They worked in the family's orchards and were well treated. As they had been forced to leave their own clothes behind in the village, villagers tried to return in the dead of the night to smuggle them out. Israeli troops caught several of them and shot them on the spot. In 2001, Abu Salim, now 80 years old, concluded his story by stating that he was still willing, as he had been in the past, to buy his old house back with good money. What he cannot rebuild is his family. He has lost all contact with his brother, whom he thinks has children somewhere in the diaspora, but he has been unable to track any of them down. Like many villagers in the vicinity of Nazareth, the people of Safaria fled to the city. Today, 60% of Nazareth's residents are internal refugees. The decision of the local Israeli commander who occupied Nazareth the following month not to drive out its inhabitants meant that many of the expelled villagers around Nazareth were spared the fate of a second eviction. Along with many of the survivors of the other villages, the people of Safaria put up new homes in a neighborhood that faced their old village, today called Safafra. This meant another traumatic life experience. They actually watched as the Jewish settlers began emptying their houses, occupied them, and slowly turned their beloved village into an Israeli moshav, a collective agricultural settlement, that they called Tzipori, which Israeli archaeologists quickly claimed was the name of the original Talmudic city. In other neighborhoods in the city of Nazareth today, you can come across survivors of Malul and Mujaydil, who settled in the southern part of the city as near as they could to the Israeli development town of Migdal HaEmek, built on the ruins of their villages after their occupation in July. Malul is gone without a trace. In Mujaydil, 2 churches and a mosque were the only remains until recently of the Palestinian presence. The mosque was destroyed in 2003 to make room for a shopping mall, and only the churches survive. The village of Mujaydil had 2,000 inhabitants, most of whom fled to Nazareth before the soldiers reached their houses. For some reason, the army left these intact. In 1950, after the intervention of the Pope in Rome, the Christians were offered the opportunity to move back, but refused to do so without their Muslim neighbors. Israel then destroyed half the houses and one of the village's mosques. Mujaydil's Al-Huda Mosque had been built in 1930 and was 12 meters high and 8 meters wide. A Kuttab, an elementary Quranic school, was nearby. The site was famous for the elaborate system it used to collect the rainfall from the mosque's roof into a well. A tall, impressive minaret was added to the edifice in the 1940s. The Christian sites were equally picturesque. Part of the Russian Orthodox Church is still there today, though its walls are long gone. It was built in honor of the brother of the Russian Tsar, Sergei Alexandrov, who had visited the palace in 1882 and who donated the money for its construction in the hope that local Christians of other denominations could be converted to Orthodox Christianity. But after he had left, the local representative of the Orthodox Church in Palestine, Patriarch Nicodim, proved less insistent on the missionary task he had been entrusted with and more genuinely concerned about education for all. He opened the church to all the denominations in the village and ensured it functioned most of the time as the local school. The village also had a Roman Catholic church built in 1903, which housed on its first floor a trilingual school for boys and girls. Teaching was in Arabic, Italian, and French. It also had a local clinic for the benefit of all the villagers. The church is still there, and an old family who decided to come back from Nazareth to take care of the site, the Abu Hani family, now looks after the lovely orchard and the school. As in other places in Palestine, it is worthwhile to dwell a little on the local history of the village, as it demonstrates how not only houses or fields were destroyed in the Nakba, but a whole community disappeared, with all its intricate social networks and cultural achievements. Thus, in Mujaydil, the Israeli army obliterated a piece of history that included some fine architectural specimens and a series of significant social developments. Just 20 years before the Nakba, the proud villagers decided to transform actually modernized the old traditional system that placed the Mukhtar at the head of the village community. Already in 1925 they had elected a local council whose first project was to provide lighting along the village's roads. Mujaydil was a unique place in many other aspects. Apart from its religious buildings and modern infrastructure, it had a relatively large number of schools. In addition to the 2 schools associated with the churches, there was also a state school, the Banin School, known for the magnificent trees that provided shade for the pupils during their breaks, well situated in the middle of the schoolyard, and for the fruit trees that surrounded it. The village's main source of collective wealth, which supported all these impressive constructions, was a mill, built in the 18th century, that served the villages in the vicinity, including the people of the veteran Jewish settlement of Nahalal. Moshe Dayan, who came from Nahalal, mentions his father's reliance on this mill. Operation Palm Tree. Mujaydil was taken in the military operation to take over Nazareth and the villages around it, which was codenamed Dekel, Hebrew for palm tree. It is actually pine trees and not palms that today cover many of the destroyed Palestinian villages, hiding their remains under the vast green lungs planted by the Jewish National Fund for the purpose of recreation and tourism. Such a forest of pine trees was planted over the destroyed villages of Lubia. Only the diligent and meticulous work of later generations, spearheaded by historian Mahmoud Isa, now living in Denmark, has enabled visitors today to trace the vestiges of the village and join the commemorations of the 60 people who lost their lives there. The village lay near a main junction, today called the Golani Junction, the last main crossroads on the Nazareth-Tiberias road before it starts its steep descent towards the Sea of Galilee. In those days of June 1948, when Israeli forces were on the whole able to occupy and cleanse Palestinian villages with relative ease, tenacious pockets of resistance sometimes held on for a little longer, though never for too long. These were usually locations where ALA volunteers or Arab regular troops, especially Iraqis, helped in the attempt to repel the attacks. One such village was Kakun. It was first attacked and occupied in May by the Alexandroni, but had been retaken by Iraqi troops. The Israeli headquarters ordered a special operation codenamed Kippah, summit, dome, but also skullcap in Hebrew, on the 3rd of June in order to reoccupy the village where Israeli military intelligence estimated 200 Iraqis and ALA volunteers were entrenched. Even this proved an exaggeration. When the Alexandroni once again took it over, they found a much smaller number of defenders. The order of Operation Kippah introduces yet another Hebrew synonym for cleansing. We have already encountered Tihur and Bi'ur, and now Platoon D of the Alexandroni Brigade was ordered to execute a cleansing operation, Nikui, all terms that fit the accepted international definitions of ethnic cleansing. The assault on Kakun was also the first in which the new state's military police were ordered to play an integral role in the occupation. Well before the attack, they had set up prison camps nearby for the expelled villagers. This was done to avoid the problem they had encountered in Tantura, and before that, in Ain al-Zaytun, where the occupying forces had ended up with too many men of military age, between 10 and 50, on their hands, many of whom they therefore killed. In July, the Israeli troops took many of the pockets that had been left in the previous 2 months. Several villages on the coastal road that had held out courageously, Ain Ghazal, Jabba, Ain Khawd, Tirat Haifa, Kfar Lam, and Izim, now fell, as did the city of Nazareth and a number of the villages around it. In between truces. By the 8th of July, 1948, the first truce had come to an end. It took the UN mediator, Count Volker Bernadotte, 10 days to negotiate another one, which came into effect on the 18th of July. As we have seen, the 15th of May, 1948, may have been a very significant date for the real war between Israel and the Arab armies. but it was totally insignificant for the ethnic cleansing operations. The same goes for the two periods of truce. They were notable landmarks for the former, but irrelevant for the latter, with one qualification. Perhaps it proved easier during the actual fighting to conduct large-scale cleansing operations, as the Israelis did between the two truces, when they expelled the populations of the towns of Lid and Ramla, altogether 70,000 people, and again after the second truce when they resumed the large-scale ethnic cleansing of Palestine, with huge operations of uprooting, deportation, and depopulation in both the south and the north of the country. From the 9th of July, the day after the first truce ended, the sporadic fighting between the Israeli army and the Arab units from Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon continued for another 10 days. In less than 2 weeks, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had been expelled from their villages, towns, and cities. The UN peace plan had resulted in people being intimidated and terrorized by psychological warfare. Heavy shelling of civilian populations, expulsions, seeing relatives being executed, and wives and daughters abused, robbed, and in several cases, raped. By July, most of their houses had gone, dynamited by Israeli sappers. There was no international intervention the Palestinians could hope for in 1948, nor could they count on outside concern about the atrocious reality evolving in Palestine. Neither did help come from the UN observers, scores of whom roamed the country at close hand, observing the barbarization and killings, but were unwilling or unable to do anything about them. One United Nations emissary was different. Count Volker Bernadotte had arrived in Palestine on the 20th of May, and stayed there until Jewish terrorists murdered him in September for having dared to put forward a proposal to redivide the country in half, and to demand the unconditional return of all the refugees. He had already called for the refugees' repatriation during the first truce, which had been ignored, and when he repeated his recommendation in the final report he submitted to the UN, he was assassinated. Still, it is thanks to Bernadotte that in December 1948, the UN General Assembly posthumously adopted his legacy and recommended the unqualified return of all the refugees Israel had expelled, one of a host of UN resolutions Israel has systematically ignored. As president of the Swedish Red Cross, Bernadotte had been instrumental in saving Jews from the Nazis during the Second World War, and this was why the Israeli government had agreed to his appointment as a UN mediator. They had not expected him to try to do for the Palestinians what he had done for the Jews only a few years before. Bernadotte succeeded in focusing international pressure of some kind on Israel, or he had at least produced the potential for such pressure. In order to counteract this, the Israeli architects of the ethnic cleansing program realized they would need to involve the state's diplomats and the foreign ministry more directly. By July, the political apparatus, the diplomatic corps, and the military organizations within the new state of Israel were already working harmoniously together. Prior to July, it is not clear how much of the ethnic cleansing plan had been shared with Israeli diplomats and senior officials. However, when the results gradually became visible, the government needed a public relations campaign to stymie adverse international responses, and began to involve and inform those officials responsible for producing the right image abroad, that of a liberal democracy in the making. Officials in the foreign ministry worked closely with the country's intelligence officers, who would warn them in advance of the next stages of the cleansing operation, so as to ensure they would be kept hidden from the public eye. Yaakov Shimoni functioned as a liaison between the two branches of the government. As both an Orientalist and a European Jew, Shimoni was preeminently suited to help propagate Israel's case abroad. In July, he was eager to see a more accelerated pace on the ground. He believed there was a window of opportunity for complementing the uprooting and occupation before the world turned its attention once more to Palestine. Shimoni would later become one of the doyens of Orientalism in Israeli academia due to his expertise on Palestine and the Arab world. expertise he and many of his colleagues in Israel's universities had gained during the ethnic cleansing and de-Arabization of Palestine. The first targets of the Israeli forces in the 10 days between the two truces were the pockets within the Galilee around Acre and Nazareth. Cleanse totally the enemy from the villages was the order that 3 brigades received on July 6th, 2 days before the Israeli troops, straining at their leashes to continue the cleansing operations, were ordered to violate the first truce. Jewish soldiers automatically understood that enemy meant defenseless Palestinian villagers and their families. The brigades they belonged to were the Carmeli, the Golani, and Brigade 7, the 3 brigades of the north that would also be responsible for the final cleansing operation in the Upper Galilee in October. The inventive people whose job it was to come up with the names for operations of this kind had now switched from cleansing synonyms, broom, scissors, to trees, palm, dekel, for the Nazareth area, and cypress, broche, for the Jordan Valley area. The operation in and around Nazareth was executed at a fast pace, and large villages not taken in May were now quickly captured. Amka, Birwa, the village where the famous contemporary Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish was born, Damun, Khirbat Jidin, and Kuwekat, each had more than 1,500 inhabitants, and yet they were easily forced out. It was Brigade 7 that supervised the execution of Operation Palm Tree, with auxiliary forces coming from the Carmeli and the Golani. In many of the Palestinian oral histories that have now come to the fore, few brigade names appear. However, Brigade 7 is mentioned again and again, together with such adjectives as terrorists and barbarous. The first village to be attacked was Amka, which, like so many villages on the coastal plain from south to north, had a long history going back to at least the 6th century. Amka was also typical because it was a mixed Muslim and Druze community who had been living together in harmony before the Israeli policy of divide and rule forced a wedge between them, deporting the Muslims and allowing the Druze to join other Druze villages in the area. Today, some of the remains of Amka are still visible, despite the massive destruction that occurred almost 60 years ago. In the midst of the wild grass that covers the area, one can clearly see the remnants of the school and the village mosque. Though now dilapidated, the mosque reveals even today the exquisite masonry the villagers produced for its construction. It cannot be entered, as its current Jewish owner uses it as a storehouse, but its size and unique structure are visible from the outside. Operation Palm Tree completed the takeover of the western Galilee. Some of the villages were left intact: Kfar Yassif, Iblin, and the town of Shafa Amr. These were mixed villages, with Christians, Muslims, and Druze. Still, many of their inhabitants who proved of the wrong origin or affiliation were deported. Actually, many families had deserted the villages before the occupation, as they knew what was in store for them. Some villages, in fact, were totally emptied, but they are there today because the Israelis allowed them to be repopulated by refugees from other villages they had destroyed. Such policies created confusion and havoc. As orders were followed by counter-orders, they disoriented even the expellers. In some of the mixed villages, the Israelis ordered the frenzied expulsion of half of the population, mostly the Muslims, and then permitted Christian refugees from nearby emptied villages to resettle in the newly evacuated places. As happened in the cases of the villages of Kfar Yassif and Iblin, and the town of Shafa Amr. As a result of these population movements inside the Galilee, Shafa Amr became a huge town, swollen by the streams of refugees entering it in the wake of the May to July operations in the surrounding area. It was occupied on the 16th of July, but was basically left alone. That is, nobody was expelled. This was an exceptional decision that would recur in Nazareth. In both cases, it was local commanders who took the initiative. Yigael Yadin, the acting chief of staff, visited the Shafa Amr later that month, and was clearly taken aback to find an Arab town with all its inhabitants still there. "The people of the town roam about freely," he reported in his bewilderment to Ben-Gurion. Yadin immediately ordered the imposition of a curfew and a search and arrest campaign, but gave particular instructions to leave the Druzi of Shafa Amr alone. Operation Policeman. One pocket of resistance held out for so long that some of the villages in the area endured 10 days of fighting. This happened along the coast south of Haifa. Of the 6 villages there, 3 fell before the second truce was announced. The other 3 succumbed after the truce had taken effect. The first 3 were Tirat Haifa, Kfar Lam, and Ein Haud. The largest of them was Tirat Haifa, only a few kilometers south of Haifa, with a population of 5,000. Today, it is a dismal Jewish development town, with almost the same name, Tirat HaKarmel, clinging to the lower western slopes of the Carmel at the bottom of Haifa's wealthiest neighborhood. Denya, which has gradually been expanding downwards from the crest of Mount Carmel, where Haifa University is located, but with Haifa's municipality studiously avoiding connecting the two with a road system. It was the district's most populous village and the second largest in terms of area. It was called Saint Johann de Tyre during the time of the Crusaders, when it became a significant site for both Christian pilgrims and the local churches. Since then, with its Muslim minority, Tirat Haifa had always had a small community of Christians, both groups respecting the village's Christian heritage and its overall Muslim character. In 1596, when it was included in the sub-district of La June, it had no more than 286 inhabitants. 300 years later, it was on its way to becoming a town, but then fell prey to new centralization policies in the late Ottoman period, and the massive conscription of its younger people into the Ottoman army, most of whom chose not to return. Tirat Haifa was another village that, at the end of the Second World War, emerged from tough and difficult times into the dawn of a new era. Signs of recovery were visible everywhere. New stone and mud brick houses were being built, and the 2 village schools, one for boys and one for girls, were renovated. The village's economy was based on the cultivation of arable crops, vegetables, and fruit. It was richer than most villages because it was endowed with an excellent water supply from the nearby springs. Its pride was its almonds, famous throughout the area. Tirat al-Lauz, the Tira of the almonds, was a household name in Palestine. An additional source of income was tourism, centered mainly around visits to the ruins of the monastery of St. Procardus, still there today. Throughout my childhood, the remains of the village's old stone houses lay scattered around the cubic gray apartment blocks of the Jewish development town that had been built on the village site. After 1967, the local municipality demolished most of them, more out of a profit-seeking real estate zeal than as a part of the ideological memoricide that had remained a priority for the Israelis. Like so many other villages in the greater Haifa era, Tirat Haifa was exposed, prior to its final depopulation, to constant attacks and onslaughts by Jewish forces. The Irgun bombarded it as early as December 1947, killing 13 people, mainly children and the elderly. After the shelling, a raiding party of 20 Irgun members approached and began firing at an isolated house on the edge of the village. Between the 23rd of April and the 3rd of May, every woman and child of Tirat Haifa was taken out of the village as part of the overall British mediation effort that enabled the Jewish forces to cleanse the greater Haifa area unhampered by any external pressure. Tirat Haifa's women and children were transferred by buses to the West Bank, while the men stayed behind. A unit of special forces consisting of the combined elite troops from several brigades were brought in to bring Tirat Haifa down on the 16th of July. Later that same day came the turn of Kfar Lam. South of Tirat Haifa, this village was less wealthy, although it, too, enjoyed a good source of water. About 15 springs flowed near the northern boundaries of the village. A dusty, unpaved road off the main asphalt road between Haifa and Tel Aviv led to the village. Its houses were made of hewn stone, the roofs of cement, and the traditional arches of wood. It had no fences or guarding towers, not even in July. The relative poverty of this village was due to its unusual system of land ownership, quite different from the villages around it. Half of the cultivated fields belonged to Ali Bek al-Khalil and his brother from Haifa, who leased the land for a share in the crops. A small number of families were not included in this leasing agreement and were forced to commute to Haifa for their livelihood. The village as a whole was closely connected to Haifa, as most of its agricultural products were sold there, and here too, 3 years before the Nakba, life looked brighter and more promising. Kfar Lam was a particularly apolitical village, which might explain its relative complacency in the face of the destruction already wreaked on the surrounding area since February 1948. The Haganah intelligence file described the village as moderate, but already back in the early 1940s, an ominous detail had been inserted into the file that hinted at its future fate. The file stated that the village had some Samaritans in it, who may originally have been Jews, but who, in the 1940s, had converted to Islam. For the Zionist historian and leading politician of the Zionist movement, Yitzhak Ben-Zvi, this was enough to show that there had been continuity of Jewish presence along Palestine's coast. This search for continuity was one of the main obsessions of the Zionist academia at the time. Ben-Zvi himself had published a book, in Yiddish, with Ben-Gurion, as early as 1918, in which they claimed that the Arab Falahin, peasant farmers, were the descendants of Jewish peasants who had stayed behind in Palestine after the Roman exile. Ben-Zvi continued to develop this argument in the 1930s and 40s. In his Sha'ah HaYishuv, Gate of the Jewish Settlement, he similarly argued that villagers in the Hebron Mountains were actually Jews who had converted to Islam. In July 1948, proof of continuity did not mean that the people of Kfar Lam were entitled to remain as citizens of the new Jewish state, only that their village was now rightfully returned to the Jewish people. Neither the relatively low yield of its harvests nor the political indifference of its people could save the village, and only its proximity to the more resilient villages on the coast allowed it to survive into July. While Kfar Lam has disappeared, the village of Ein Haud, occupied at the same time, is still almost intact. Adjectives such as beautiful, attractive, and other synonyms were used to describe certain villages, and many of them were indeed recognized as such by contemporary visitors, and by the inhabitants themselves, who often gave their villages names that clearly expressed the particular charm, beauty, and serenity they knew their location exuded. As, for instance, the people of Chayriya, literally in Arabic, the blessing of the land, which Israel demolished and turned into the city of Tel Aviv's garbage dump. Ein Haud was indeed unusual. It captured a special place in the hearts of many in the area. The main Hamula in the village, the Abu al-Hijja, were thought to have special healing powers, and therefore many people frequented the village, making their way up from the coast towards the Carmel Mountains on a winding road 15 kilometers south of Haifa. The village lay partly hidden in one of the many river valleys following from the mountain to the sea in the west. This particularly exquisite place was left intact, due to the presence of some Bohemian types in the unit that occupied it. They immediately recognized the potential of the village and decided to leave it as they found it, before coming back later to settle there and turn it into an artists' colony. For many years it hosted some of Israel's best-known artists, musicians, and writers, often affiliated with the country's peace camp. Houses that survived the ravages in the old cities of Sfat and Jaffa were similarly turned into special artists' enclaves. Ein Haud had already been attacked once in May, and the 5 families making up the Abu al-Hijja clan had successfully repelled the offensive, but on the 16th of July they succumbed. The original villagers were expelled, and the governmental naming committee, a body in charge of replacing Palestinian names with Hebrew ones, decided to call the occupied village Ein Hod. One of the 5 families of the Abu al-Hijja clan found refuge in the countryside nearby a few miles to the east and settled there. Stubbornly and courageously refusing to move, they gradually created a new village under the old name of Ein Hod. The success of this branch of the Abu al-Hijja clan is quite remarkable. They looked for refuge first in the nearby village of Tirat Haifa, only to discover that the village had been occupied the day before. They were chased into the canyons near their own village, but managed to hold out there. The Israeli commander reported that the operations to cleanse the pockets of resistance of refugees in the wadi east of the village continue, but they failed in their attempts to drive the family away. The rest of the people of Ein Hod were scattered, some as distant as Iraq, and others as near as the Druze villages overlooking Ein Hod from the top of Mount Carmel. In the 1950s, Abu al-Hijja built new cement houses inside the forest that now envelops their village. The Israeli government refused to recognize them as a legal settlement, and the threat of expulsion constantly hovered over their heads. In 1986, the government wanted to demolish the new village, but heroically, and against all odds, the Abu al-Hijja succeeded in halting attempts to expel them. Finally, in 2005, a relatively liberal-minded Minister of the Interior granted the village semi-recognition. The Jewish artist community, on the other hand, has gone into decline and seems less attractive in the 21st century than it was in its heyday. The colony's coffee bar, Bonanza, located in the original village mosque, is generally empty these days. Marcel Janko, the artist-founder of the Jewish Ein Hod, wanted it to become the center of Dadaism, the anti-establishment art movement that emerged in the early 19th century, and valued the primitive as a counter to the classical Greco-Roman tradition. Driven by a wish to preserve the primitive essence of art, Janko was keen to save part of Ein Hod's original stone houses from brutal renovation. Soon, however, the original Ein Hod village dwellings were turned into modern abodes for European Jewish artists, and the magnificent old village school building became the setting for art exhibitions, carnivals, and other tourist attractions. Janko's own works fittingly represent the racism shown by the contemporary Israeli left in its approach towards Arab culture in general and towards the Palestinians in particular, a covert and at times even nuanced but nevertheless pervasive racism in their writings, artistic works, and political activity. Janko's paintings, for instance, incorporate Arab figures but always fading into the background of occupied Ein Hod. In this way, Janko's works are forerunners of the paintings you can find today on the apartheid wall Israel has planted deep in the West Bank. Where it runs near Israeli highways, Israeli artists were asked to decorate parts of this 8-meter-high concrete monster with panoramas of the scenic landscape that lies behind the wall, but always making sure to eliminate the Palestinian villages that lie on the other side and the people who live in them. Only 3 villages remained in the coastal area just south of Haifa, and throughout those 10 days of fighting between the first and second truces, a massive Jewish force tried but failed to capture them. Ben-Gurion appeared to have become obsessed with the 3 and ordered the occupation effort to continue even after the second truce had come into effect. The High Command reported to the UN truce observers that the operation against the 3 villages was a policing activity, even choosing Operation Policeman as the code name for the whole assault. The largest of the 3 was the village of Ijzim, which had 3,000 inhabitants. It was also the one that resisted the attackers the longest. On its ruins, the Jewish settlement of Kerem Maharal was erected. A few picturesque houses are still left, and in one of them lives the former head of the Israeli Secret Service and founder of the peace proposal he recently concocted, together with a Palestinian professor, that abolishes the Palestinian refugees' right of return in exchange for a total withdrawal by Israel from the areas it occupied in 1967. Operation Policeman, Shoter in Hebrew, began on the 25th of July, exactly 1 week into the truce. But Ijzim survived another 3 days of fierce fighting, in which a small number of armed villagers courageously held out against hundreds of Israeli soldiers. Israel brought in its air force to break the resistance. When the fighting was over, the population as a whole was expelled to Jenin. 130 villagers died in the battle, according to the recollection of the survivors. The Israeli intelligence officers of the Northern Front reported upon entering the village of Ijzim on July 28th that our forces collected 200 corpses, many of them civilians killed by our bombardment. Ain Ghazal fell earlier on. It had 3,000 inhabitants, and, like Kfar Lam, life was harder here than in other places. The houses of this village were mainly made of concrete, atypical of the architecture in the area, and many of them had special wells and holes, sometimes 3 meters deep, in which people kept wheat. This tradition and its unique construction style may have been the result of the village's ethnic origins. Ain Ghazal was relatively new, only 250 years old. By comparison, when we talk of relatively old Jewish settlements, they might have been built only 30 to 35 years earlier, although a tiny minority were established at the end of the 19th century. The people of Ain Ghazal had come from the Sudan, looking for jobs in Syria and Lebanon, and put down roots here. Nearby villages such as Fureidis, Tantura, and Daliat al-Rawha had been there for centuries. Ain Ghazal was a popular destination for many Muslims, as it hosted a maqam, the burial place of a religious holy man called Sheikh Shahade. Some of the people who had left the village before it was attacked had taken refuge in the only 2 villages that were left intact on the coast out of the original 64, Fureidis and Jizr al-Zarqa. Elderly members of these villages, ever since 1948, had been trying to maintain the maqam of Sheikh Shahade. Aware of these efforts, and in an attempt to stop this journey of memory and worship, the Israeli authorities declared the maqam a holy Jewish site. One of the refugees from the village, Ali Hamouda, almost single-handedly safeguarded the maqam and kept its Muslim character alive. Although he was fined and threatened with arrest for having renovated it in 1985, he persisted in keeping the place of his worship sacred and the memory of his village alive. The people of Ain Ghazal, who had stayed put, rejoiced when they heard a second truce had come into effect. Even those who had been guarding the village since May thought they could now relax their guard. These were also the days of the annual Ramadan fast, and on the 26th of July, most of the villagers had come out onto the street in the afternoon to break the fast, and were gathering at the few coffee houses in the village center when an aeroplane appeared and dropped a bomb that scored a direct hit on the crowd. The women and children fled in panic, while the men stayed behind and, soon enough, saw the Jewish troops entering the village. The men were ordered by the occupying forces to gather in one place, as was the routine throughout rural Palestine on such occasions. The informer, always hooded, and the intelligence officer soon appeared. The people watched as 17 of them were selected, largely for having taken part in the 1936 revolt, and killed on the spot. The rest were expelled. On the same day, a similar fate befell the 6th village in its pocket of resistance, Jabba. Operation Dani. Operation Dani was the innocent-sounding codename for the attack on the 2 Palestinian towns of Lid and Ramla, located roughly halfway between Jaffa and Jerusalem. Lid lies 50 meters above sea level on the inner plains of Palestine. In the local popular memory, it is engraved as the City of the Mosques, some of which were famous around the Arab world. For example, the big mosque, Al-Umari, which still stands today, was built during the time of the Mamluks by Sultan Rukn al-Din Baybars, who took the city from the Crusaders. Another well-known mosque is the Dahamish Mosque, which could host 800 worshippers and had 6 shops adjacent to it. Today, Lid is the Jewish development town of Lod. one of the belt towns encircling Tel Aviv, housing the poorest and most underprivileged of the metropolis. Lod was also once the name for many years of Israel's only international airport, today called Ben Gurion Airport. On the 10th of July, 1948, David Ben-Gurion appointed Yigal Allon as the commander of the attack and Yitzhak Rabin as his second-in-command. Allon first ordered Al-Lid to be bombarded from the air, the first city to be attacked in this way. This was followed by a direct attack on the city's center, which caused all the remaining ALA volunteers to leave. Some had fled their positions earlier on learning that the Jordanian Legion units stationed near the city had been instructed by their British chief, Glub Pasha, to withdraw. As both Lid and Ramla were clearly within the designated Arab state, both the residents and the defendants had assumed that the Legion would resist the Israeli occupation by force, as they did in East Jerusalem and in the Latrun area, west of the city, not far from Lid and Ramla. But they were wrong. For his decision to retreat, Glub Pasha later lost his position and had to return to Britain. Deserted by both the volunteers and the legionnaires, the men of Lid, armed with some old rifles, took shelter in the Dahamish Mosque in the city center. After a few hours of fighting, they surrendered, only to be massacred inside the mosque by the Israeli forces. Palestinian sources recount that in the mosque and in the streets nearby, where the Jewish troops went on yet another rampage of murder and pillage, 426 men, women, and children were killed. 176 bodies were found in the mosque. The following day, the 14th of July, the Jewish soldiers went from house to house, taking the people outside and marching about 50,000 of them out of the city towards the West Bank. More than half of them were already refugees from nearby villages. One of the most detailed accounts on what unfolded in Al-Lid was published in the summer of 1998 by the sociologist Salim Tamari in the Journal of Palestine Studies. It drew on interviews with Spiro Muniar, who had lived all his life in Lid and was an eyewitness to the events on that terrible day in July. He saw the occupation, the massacre in the mosque, the way Israeli troops barged into the houses and dragged out the families, sparing not a single house. He watched as the houses were then looted and the refugees robbed before they were told to start marching towards the West Bank, in one of the warmest months of the year, in one of the hottest places in Palestine. He was working as a young physician in the local hospital, alongside the dedicated Dr. George Habash, the future founder and leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. He recalls the endless numbers of corpses and the wounded who were brought in from the scene of the slaughter, and these were the same horrible experiences that were to hunt Habash and drive him to take the road of guerrilla warfare in order to redeem his town and homeland from those who had devastated it in 1948. Muniar also recounted the anguished scenes of expulsion he witnessed. During the night, the soldiers began going into the houses in areas they had occupied, rounding up the population and expelling them from the city. Some were told to go to Haruba and Barfilia, while other soldiers said, "Go to King Abdallah, to Ramallah," the streets filled with people setting out for indeterminate destinations. The same sights were observed by the few foreign journalists who were in the town that day. 2 of them were Americans, apparently invited by the Israeli forces to accompany them in the attack, what today we would call embedded correspondents. Keith Wheeler of the Chicago Sun-Times was one of the 2. He wrote, "Practically everything in there, the Israeli forces, way, died. Riddled corpses lay by the roadside." The other, Kenneth Bilby of the New York Herald Tribune, reported seeing the corpses of Arab men, women, and even children strewn about in the wake of the ruthlessly brilliant charge. Bilby also wrote a book on these events, New Star in the Near East, published 2 years later. One might wonder why newspaper reports of a massacre on this scale did not provoke an outcry in the United States. For those who have been shocked by the callousness and inhumanity that U.S. troops have sometimes displayed toward Arabs in the operation in Iraq, the reports from Lid may seem strangely familiar. At the time, American reporters like Wheeler were astonished by what ironically he called the Israeli blitzkrieg, and by the resoluteness of the Jewish troops. Like Bilby's description, ruthlessly brilliant, Wheeler's account of the Israeli army's campaign sadly neglected to provide a similarly probing report on the number of Palestinians killed, wounded, or expelled from their villages. The correspondents' reports were totally one-sided. More sensitive and less biased was the London Economist, as it described for its readers the horrific scenes that took place when inhabitants were forced to start marching after their houses had been looted, their family members murdered, and their city wrecked. The Arab refugees were systematically stripped of all their belongings before they were sent on their trek to the frontier. Household belongings, stores, clothing, all had to be left behind. This systematic robbery was also recollected by Muniar. The occupying soldiers had set up roadblocks on all the roads leading east and were searching the refugees, particularly the women, stealing their gold jewelry from their necks, wrists, and fingers, and whatever was hidden in their clothes, as well as money and everything else that was precious and light enough to carry. Ramla, or Ramleh, as it is known today, the hometown of one of the PLO's most respected leaders, the late Khalil al-Wazir, Abu Jihad, lay nearby. The attack on this town, with its 17,000 inhabitants, had started 2 days earlier, on the 12th of July, 1948. But the final occupation was only completed after the Israelis had taken Al-Lid. The city had been the target of terrorist attacks by Jewish forces in the past. The first one had taken place on the 18th of February, 1948, when the Irgun had planted a bomb in one of its markets that killed several people. Terrified by the news coming from Lid, the city notables reached an agreement with the Israeli army that ostensibly allowed the people to stay. The Israeli units entered the city on the 14th of July and immediately began a search and arrest operation in which they rounded up 3,000 people who they transferred to a prison camp nearby. And on the same day they started looting the city. The commander on the spot was Yitzhak Rabin. He recalled how Ben-Gurion had first called him into his office to discuss the fate of both Lid and Ramla. Yigal Allon asked, "What is to be done with the population in Lid and Ramla?" Ben-Gurion waved his hand in a gesture that said, "Drive them out." The people of both cities were forced to march, without food and water, to the West Bank, many of them dying from thirst and hunger on the way. As only a few hundred were allowed to stay in both towns, and given that people from nearby villages had fled there for refuge, Rabin estimated that a total of 50,000 people had been transferred in this inhuman way. Again, the inevitable question presents itself. 3 years after the Holocaust, what went through the minds of those Jews who watched these wretched people pass by? Further to the west, the Arab Legion, which had abandoned the 2 Palestinian towns, defended the Latrun area so tenaciously that the battle here would be engraved in the collective memory of the Israeli armed forces as its biggest defeat in the war. The bitter memory of this fiasco provoked feelings of revenge. The opportunity surfaced in June 1967, when Israel occupied the area. Retaliation then was directed not towards the Jordanians, but towards the Palestinians. 3 of the villages in the Latrun Valley, Bidu, Yalu, and Imwas, were expelled and wiped out. The mass deportation of the villagers was the beginning of a new wave of ethnic cleansing. The Legion also successfully repelled Israeli attacks on the eastern neighborhoods of Jerusalem in July, especially on Sheikh Jarrah. "Occupy and destroy," a vengeful Ben-Gurion demanded from the army, with this charming neighborhood in mind. Thanks to the defiance of the Legion, today one can still find among its many treasures the American Colony Hotel, originally one of the first houses built outside the walls in the late 19th century by Rabah al-Husseini, a leading member of the local nobility. Operation Palm Tree continues. On the 11th of July, the entry in Ben-Gurion's diary reflects considerable confidence in Israel's military strength against the combined might of its Arab neighbors. I ordered them to occupy Nablus, to inflict heavy bombardment on Cairo, Alexandria, Damascus, and Beirut. Nablus, however, was not captured, despite Ben-Gurion's instructions, but that was to be the fate of another Palestinian city in the 10 days of frantic activity between the two truces, the city of Nazareth. Its story forms one of the most exceptional episodes in the herbicide campaign. This relatively large city had only 500 ALA volunteers who, under the command of Madlul Beek, were meant to protect not only the indigenous population, but also the thousands of refugees from nearby villages who were flooding into the crowded city and its environs. The attack on Nazareth started the 9th of July, the day after the first truce ended. When the mortar bombardment on the city began, the people anticipated forced eviction and decided they would prefer to leave. However, Madlul Beek ordered them to stay. Telegrams between him and commanders of the Arab armies that Israel intercepted reveal that he and other ALA officers were ordered to try to stop expulsions by all means. The Arab governments wanted to prevent more refugees streaming into their countries. Thus, we find Madlul turning back some people who were already making their way out of the city. When the shelling intensified, however, he saw no point in trying to stand up to the overwhelmingly superior Jewish forces, and encouraged people to leave. He himself surrendered the city at 10 p.m. on the 16th of July. Ben-Gurion did not wish the city of Nazareth to be depopulated for the simple reason that he knew the eyes of the Christian world were fixed on the city. But a senior general and the supreme commander of the operation, Moshe Carmel, ordered the total eviction of all the people who had stayed behind. 16,000, noted Ben-Gurion, 10,000 of whom were Christians. Ben-Gurion now instructed Carmel to retract his order and let the people stay. He agreed with Ben Dunkelman, the military commander of the operations. Here the world is watching us, which meant that Nazareth was luckier than any other city in Palestine. Today, Nazareth is still the only Arab city in pre-1967 Israel. Once again, however, not all those allowed to stay were spared. Some of the people were expelled or arrested on the first day of the occupation, as the intelligence officers began searching the city from house to house and seizing people according to a pre-prepared list of suspects and undesirables. Pappé was going around with a well-known Arab personality from Nazareth, carrying with them 7 notebooks filled with the names of people who could stay, either because they belonged to clans that had been collaborating with the Israelis, or for some other reason. A similar process took place in the villages around Nazareth, and in 2002, Pappé claimed that, thanks to his efforts, 1,600 people had been allowed to stay, a decision for which, again, he was later criticized. "The notebooks are lost," he told his interviewer. He recalled he had refused to write down the name of a single Bedouin. "They are all thieves," he had told his partners in the operation. But nobody was really safe, not even the Arab notable, who will remain anonymous, who accompanied Pappé. The first military governor installed after the war did not, for some reason, like this person, and wanted to deport him. Pappé then stepped in and saved him by promising to move him, his close family, and friends to Haifa. He admitted that actually quite a few of those listed in his good notebooks were eventually forced out of the country after all. One more village in the area between Nazareth and Tiberias was targeted for occupation after attempts to take it over in previous months had failed, and this was the village of Hattain. A 1937 photograph of the village could have come straight from a tourist brochure of today's Tuscany or Greece. Clinging to the mountain slopes, 8 kilometers northwest of Tiberias, at an elevation of 125 meters above sea level, but seemingly much higher, as it overlooks the Sea of Galilee, which is under sea level. The spot is breathtaking. The black-and-white picture clearly shows Hatay's stone-built houses, covered by roofs made of arched wood and surrounded by orchards and cactus fences. Cars had easy access to the village, but in 1948 it proved a hard site to take as it put up strong resistance. Even though no more than 25 people, all poorly equipped volunteers, defended the village. The village's history goes all the way back to the famous battle between Salah al-Din and the Crusaders in 1187. Its fame also rested on the presence of the grave of Nabi Shu'aib, the holy prophet of the Palestinian Druzi, who identify him with Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, and for whom his maqam is a place of worship and pilgrimage. The fact that the Druzi had already gone over to the other side and allied themselves with the Israeli army spurred the Israelis in their ambition to capture the village. Today, a website for Hatayn refugees contains the following reference to the Druzi. Whether they, the Druzi, like it or not, they are still Palestinian Arabs. A clear reference to the fact that the Druzi showed little solidarity or affinity with their fellow Palestinians, let alone compassion. On the contrary, many of them joined in the destruction of rural Palestine, to which, tragically, they of course also belonged. As with so many of the villages mentioned, the Nakba hit when prosperity had just arrived. A new school and a new irrigation system were the signs of its recently won affluence, but these were all lost to the Hatayn residents after the 17th of July, 1948, when the unit of Brigade 7 entered the village and began cleansing it in a particularly brutal manner. Many people escaped to nearby villages that would be occupied in October, when they would be uprooted a second time. This brought to an end Operation Palm Tree, which expelled all the villages around Nazareth. The troops on the ground could now count on the embryonic Israeli Air Force for assistance. Two of the villages, Safaria and Mujaydil, were shelled from the air, as were several villages on the coast. Jabba, Ijzim, and Ain Ghazal were bombarded into submission well into the second truce. In fact, what developed in July was ethnic cleansing from the air, as air attacks became a major tool for sowing panic and wreaking destruction in Palestine's larger villages in order to force people to flee before the actual occupation of the village. This new tactic would come into its own in October. But already in the second half of July, Israeli pilots could tell from the spectacle unfolding before their eyes how effective their sorties were. Throngs of refugees, carrying a few hastily collected possessions, flooded out of the villages onto the main roads and slowly made their way towards what they thought would be safer havens. For some troops on the ground, this was too good a target to miss. A report from the 17th of July, 1948, of the Northern Command reads as follows. Our forces began harassing the only road leading out of Sejra, where a throb of refugees were making their way. Sejra was a village near Mount Tabor, which had maintained an uneasy relationship with the veteran Zionist colonies that had taken in Ben-Gurion when he first arrived in Palestine. In the summer of 1948, however, Ben-Gurion was less interested in the north, where he had begun his career, and was focusing on the south, where he would end it. In July, the ethnic cleansing operations for the first time extended to the Nakab, the Negev, as well. The Negev Bedouin had inhabited the region since the Byzantine period, and had been following their semi-nomadic way of life since at least 1500. There were 90,000 Bedouin in 1948, divided between 96 tribes, already in the process of establishing a land ownership system, grazing rights, and water access. Jewish troops immediately expelled 11 tribes, while they forced another 19 into reservations that Israel defined as closed military areas, which meant they were allowed to leave only with a special permit. The expulsion of Negev Bedouin continued until 1959. The first tribe that was targeted was the Jubarat. Part of the tribe was expelled in July. The tribe as a whole was then forcibly transferred in mid-October, when the second truce was officially over. The majority of them to Hebron, and the rest to the Gaza Strip. In 1967, Israel uprooted them once more, this time expelling them to the eastern bank of the Jordan River. Most of the other tribes were driven away towards the end of 1948. The truce that wasn't. The news of an impending second truce to come into effect on the 18th of July, 1948, came at an inconvenient moment for the ethnic cleansing operation. Some operations were sped up and thus completed before the truce began, which was the case with the occupation of the villages Kula and Khirbat Sheikh Meizar. By then, the Israelis had added 2 towns, Lid and Ramla, and another 68 villages to the 290 they had already occupied and cleansed. The second truce was violated the moment it came into effect. In its first 10 days, Israeli forces occupied key villages north of Haifa, another pocket they had left alone for a while, as they had to the villages south of the city along the coast. Damun, Imwas, Tamra, Kabul, and Mi'ar were thus taken. This completed the occupation of the Western Galilee. Fighting also continued in the south during the second truce, as the Israelis found it difficult to defeat the Egyptian forces that had been caught in the so-called Fallujah pocket. Egypt's main military effort was directed towards the coast, where their advance was halted at the end of the first week of the official war. Since that debacle, they found themselves gradually being pushed back to the border. A second expeditionary force had been sent to southern Jerusalem, where its troops had some initial successes. By the middle of July, however, a third Egyptian contingent in the northern Negev had been cut off from both the forces on the coast and those in southern Jerusalem, and now counted in vain on the Jordanian reinforcements that were scheduled to meet up with them in the original Arab war scheme. By the end of July, the Israelis started strengthening the siege around this pocket to force it to surrender. The Egyptians, however, held on until the end of the year. The disintegration of the Egyptian forces left the northern Negev from the slopes of Mount Hebron to the Mediterranean Sea near Gaza at the mercy of the Israeli troops. The belt of villages that had been settled centuries ago on the edge of the arid Negev desert were now stormed, occupied, and expelled in quick succession. Only the Gaza Strip and the West Bank were successfully protected by Egyptian and Jordanian troops, respectively, who thereby prevented many more refugees from being added to the thousands of Palestinians already expelled since December 1947. Sensing that their violation of the truce would go uncensored as long as it was directed towards the remaining Arab pockets within the Jewish state, as designated by UN Resolution 181, the Zionist leadership also continued their operations in August and beyond. They now clearly envisaged this Jewish state as stretching over most of Palestine, in fact, all of it, had it not been for the Egyptian and, crucially, Jordanian steadfastness. Consequently, villages that had gradually been isolated were now easily cleansed, while the UN observers who had been sent in to supervise the truce watched nearby. Also in August, the Jewish forces took the opportunity of the truce to make some modifications to areas they had already occupied. These might have been on the orders of a local commander, for which he did not need authorization from above, or, occasionally, at the request of a particular group which may have collaborated with the Zionists and now wanted to take part in the division of the spoils. One such place was the Druze village of Isfia on the Carmel. The Druze notables of Isfia asked for the Bedouin living in their town to be expelled, claiming they were thieves and generally incompatible. The commander in charge said he did not have the time to deal with expulsions of people who were not, in any case, totally alien to the village. The Bedouins of Isfia are still there today, discriminated against as lesser members of the local community, but fortunate that the Israeli army was too busy to follow up on the request of the Druze. These internal skirmishes show that in the relative calm that had descended on the fronts with the Arab armies, Israel had decided the time had come to institutionalize the occupation. The Zionist leadership seemed most pressured to determine the status of the lands it had occupied, but that were legally within the UN-designated Arab state. In August, Ben-Gurion still referred to these territories as administered areas, not part of the state as yet, but governed by a military judicial system. The Israeli government wanted to obfuscate the legal status of these areas, which had originally been granted to the Palestinians, because of its apprehension that the UN would demand an explanation for their occupation, an apprehension that proved totally unfounded. Inexplicably, the issue of Israel's legal, read illegal, status in UN-designated Arab Palestine was never raised during the momentary interest the international community briefly displayed in the fate of post-mandatory Palestine and that of its indigenous population. Until Israel was accepted as a full member of the UN in May 1949, the designation of these areas alternated between administered and occupied. In May 1949, all distinctions disappeared, along with the villages, the fields, and the houses, all dissolved into the Jewish state of Israel. The collapse of the Second Truce. The Second Truce was extended through the summer of 1948, although, due to the continuing hostilities on both sides, it seemed a truce in name only. However, the UN did succeed in averting an Israeli attack on the Golan Heights, and the only proper town there, Quneitra, the order for which arrived in the force's headquarters on the day the truce ended. Even at a distance of almost 60 years, it makes chilling reading. Your orders, wrote Yigael Yadin to the commander in charge, are to destroy the city. The city would remain relatively unscathed until 1967, when it was ethnically cleansed by Israeli troops occupying the Golan Heights. In 1974, Yadin's terrorist order was implemented literally when the Israeli forces destroyed the town of Quneitra, before returning it to the Syrians, a complete ghost town, as part of a disengagement settlement. In 1948, Israel's determination to take the Golan Heights was fed by the gradual withdrawal of the Syrian troops, first to the slopes of the Golan, and then further into the Syrian hinterland. But most of the leaders of the Jewish state coveted Palestine, not Syria. In August, there were still 3 main areas of Palestine that Israel had not yet taken, but that Ben-Gurion saw as essential to would-be Israel: Wadi Ara, the western part of the Upper Galilee, and the southern Negev. The first 2 were heavily populated Palestinian areas, and thus became the inevitable targets of the ethnic cleansing campaign, wholly outside the theater of war with the regular Arab armies that had in any case petered out in August due to the truce. September 1948 looked very much like August 1948. Real fighting with the regular Arab armies had dwindled, leaving Israeli troops trying to complete the job they had started in December 1947. Some of them were sent on impossible missions to go beyond the occupation of the 78% of Palestine that had already proven to be within Israel's grasp. One of these assignments in September was for the troops to try for a 3rd time to occupy Wadi Ara and the northern tip of the West Bank, with special orders to capture Qalqilia and Tulkarem. This was Operation Autumn. The attempt to invade the Wadi Ara area was again repelled. This part would be annexed by Israel when King Abdullah of Jordan decided to cede it in the spring of 1949 as part of the armistice agreement between the 2 countries. It is one of the ironies of history that many Israelis today, frightened by a potential adverse shift in the demographic balance, favor the transfer of this area back to the Palestinian Authority's West Bank. The option between being imprisoned in a locked Bantustan on the West Bank or enjoying second-class citizenship in Israel holds no exciting prospects either way, to say the least. But the people of the Wadi understandably go for the latter, as they rightly suspect that, as in the past, the Israelis want the territory without the people. Israel has already dislocated 200,000 people since it started erecting its segregation wall in any area very near to the Wadi, and also heavily populated by Palestinians. In September 1948, every single one of the 15 villages that make up Wadi Ara showed resilience and bravery in repelling the attackers, aided by Iraqi officers from the nearby contingent that the Arab League had dispatched to protect the northern West Bank when the war started. These Iraqis were among the few of Palestine's neighbors who actually fought and succeeded in rescuing whole Palestinian villages. Captain Abu Rauf Abd al-Razik was one such Iraqi officer who helped defend the villages of Tetaba and Kalansua. He had chivalrously decided to stay behind when all the other Iraqi soldiers had received orders to leave a few weeks before Operation Autumn. Major Abd al-Karim and Captain Farhan from the Iraqi army led the fortified opposition in Zeta and Jat, and Sergeant Khalid Abu Hamoud supervised the resistance in Atil. Captain Najib and Mohammed Suleiman did the same in Baka al-Gharbiya, Khalil Bik, in the village of Ara, and Mamdou Miara in Arara. The list of Iraqi junior officers mounting the guard and taking the lead is impressively long. September also saw the preparations for Operation Sneer, in another effort to take over the Golan Heights, including once more the town of Kunitra, with the 14th of September set as D-Day. The first stage was delayed to the 26th and eventually trimmed down to a mini-operation, codenamed Bereshit, Genesis, involving the attempt to take a Syrian stronghold that, according to the UN map, was inside the Jewish state. Outpost 223. The Syrian Defense Forces repelled one Israeli attack after another. As part of their preparations, the Israelis tried to contact Circassian and Druze soldiers in the Syrian army to persuade them to collaborate. Israel's military action on the Syrian line continued well into the spring of 1949 and included orders not only to occupy outposts but also villages. On the 1st of April 1949, the orders were then revised, confining the forces to offensives against military outposts only. In September, the ethnic cleansing operation continued in the central Galilee, where Israeli troops wiped out Palestinian pockets ahead of the last big operation that was to come a month later in the Upper Galilee and in the south of Palestine. Local volunteers and the ALA put up some tough resistance in several villages, most notably Ilan. A report by the Israeli forces describes their abortive assault. "Tonight our forces raided Ilan. After overcoming the enemy's resistance, we found the village deserted. After inflicting damage and slaughtering a herd, our forces withdrew while constantly exchanging fire with the enemy." In other words, although Ilan had not yet been taken, it had already been emptied of most of its inhabitants. In the village of Tarshiha, on the other hand, mostly Christian Palestinians defended the village, while the majority of the people were still there. With hindsight, it would seem that it was their decision to stay that saved them from expulsion, although, had most of them been Muslim, their fate could have been very different. Tarshiha was eventually occupied in October, but was not subsequently evacuated. Had it been taken in September, this outcome, too, might have been very different, since the orders for Operation Aleph Ain from the 19th of September 1948 read, "Tarshiha has to be evicted to the north." But such moments of grace were few and far between, and were certainly not bestowed upon the final group of villages that were depopulated in the western part of the Upper Galilee and in the southern parts of the Hebron area, Beersheba, and along the southern coastline. Chapter 8. Completing the Job. October 1948 to January 1949. Over 1.5 million ethnic Albanians, at least 90% of the Kosovo population of the province, had been forcibly expelled from their homes. At least 1 million left the province, and 500,000 appear to be internally displaced persons. This is a campaign on a scale not seen in Europe since the Second World War. State Department Report on Kosovo, 1999. In 1948, 85% of the Palestinians living in the areas that became the State of Israel became refugees. It is estimated that there were more than 7 million Palestinian refugees and displaced persons at the beginning of 2003. Badil Resource Center. Facts and Figures. The month of October began rather frustratingly for the Israeli cleansing forces. The Galilee, especially in its upper parts, was still controlled by Palestinian volunteers reinforced by Al-Qaukji's ALA units. The latter could still be found in many villages in the northern Galilee, all part of the UN-designated Arab state, where they tried to wage a mini-guerrilla warfare against the armed Jewish forces, mainly in the form of sniper fire at convoys and troops. But theirs was an ineffective kind of resistance, largely in vain. October also saw the final futile attempt by regular forces from Lebanon to add their firepower in a last pathetic gesture of Arab solidarity as they shelled one Jewish settlement, Manara, high up in the Galilee. Down south in the lower Galilee, the Arab volunteers were left with only artillery gun in Ilan. It symbolized their imminent and total collapse. Whatever resistance may still have existed was wiped out during the onslaught of Operation Hiram in the middle of the month. Hiram was the name of the biblical king of Tyre, which was one of the targets of this ambitious and expansionist scheme, Israel's takeover of the Upper Galilee and southern Lebanon. With intensive artillery and air force attacks, Jewish troops captured both in a matter of 2 weeks. Operation Hiram. These 2 weeks now rank, together with the heroic struggle to save Wadi Ara, as one of the most impressive chapters in the history of the Palestinian resistance during the Nakba. The Israeli Air Force dropped about 10,000 leaflets calling upon the villagers to surrender, although not promising them any immunity from expulsion. None of the villages did, and, almost as a whole, came out to confront the Israeli forces. Thus, for a brief period, in courageous defiance of the vastly superior Israeli military power, Palestinian villages, for the first time since the ethnic cleansing started, turned themselves into strongholds, standing up to the besieging Israeli troops. A mixture of local youth and the remnants of the ALA were entrenched for a week or two, holding out with what meager arms they had before being overpowered by the assailants. 50 such brave men defended Ramayash. Others could be found in Deir al-Kasi, most of them, in fact, not locals but refugees from Savoia, vowing not to be displaced again. They were commanded by a man called Abu Hamud from the ALA. Unfortunately, we only have the names of a few officers from the Israeli intelligence files and oral histories, such as Abu Ibrahim, who defended Kfar Manda, but, like the Iraqi officers mentioned in the Wadi Ara campaign, they should all be written into the Palestinian and universal Book of Heroes who did everything they could to try to prevent the ethnic cleansing from taking place. Israel, and the West in general, refers to them anonymously and collectively as Arab insurgents or terrorists, as they have done with the Palestinians who fought with the PLO until the 1980s, and others who led the 2 uprisings against the Israeli occupation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 1987 and 2000. I have no illusion that it will take more than this book to reverse a reality that demonizes a people who have been colonized, expelled, and occupied, and glorifies the very people who colonized, expelled, and occupied them. The handful of warriors of a sort were inevitably defeated, subjected to heavy bombardments from the air and fierce ground attacks. The ALA volunteers withdrew first, after which the local villagers decided to surrender, quite often through UN mediation. But a distinguishing feature of this phase in the Nakba was that the withdrawal of the volunteers, who by now had already spent 10 months in Palestine, only came about after they had desperately fought to defend the villages, quite often disobeying orders from their headquarters to leave. 400 such volunteers lost their lives in those days in October. The Israeli air bombardments were massive and caused a considerable amount of collateral damage to the Palestinian villages. Some villages suffered more than others from heavy pounding: Rama, Samata, Malkiya, and Kafar Bi'im. Only Rama was left intact. The other 3 were occupied and destroyed. Most of the villages in the Upper Galilee were seized in a single day at the end of October, Dirhana, Ilaban, Araba, Ikrit, Faradia, Mi'ilia, Hirbat Iribin, Kefar Inan, Tarbika, Tarshiha, Merun, Safsaf, Sasa, Jish, Fasuta, and Kadita. The list is long and includes another 10 villages. Some villagers were evicted. Some were allowed to stay. The main question about those days is no longer why villages were expelled, but rather why some were allowed to remain, obviously almost always as a result of the decision made by a local commander. Why was Jish left intact and nearby Kadita and Meirun expelled by force? And why was Rama spared while nearby Safsaf was totally demolished? It is hard to tell, and much of what follows is based on speculation. Located in the well-traveled road between Acre and Sfat, the village of Rama was already overcrowded, having earlier taken in a large number of refugees from other villages. The size of the village, but quite possibly its large Druze community, were two factors that probably influenced the local decision not to expel its population. However, even for villages that were allowed to stay, scores, sometimes hundreds of their inhabitants were imprisoned in POW camps or expelled to Lebanon. In fact, the Hebrew noun tichur, cleansing, assumed new meanings in October. It still described, as before, the total expulsion and destruction of a village, but it could now also represent other activities, such as selective search and expulsion operations. While Israel's divide-and-rule policy proved effective in the case of the Druze, to whom it promised not only immunity, but also arms as rewards for their collaboration, the Christian communities were less cooperative. Israeli troops at first routinely deported them together with the Muslims, but then started transferring them to transit camps in the central coastal areas. In October, Muslims rarely remained long in these camps, but were transported, in the language of the Israeli army, to Lebanon. But Christians were now offered a different deal. In return for a vow of allegiance to the Jewish state, they were allowed to return to their villages for a short time. To their credit, most of the Christians refused to participate willingly in such a selection process. As a result, the army soon meted out the same treatment to Christian as to Muslim villages where they did not have a Druze population. Instead of waiting to be deported, imprisoned, or killed, many villagers simply ran away. Heavy bombardments in advance of the occupation precipitated the flight of many villagers, varying in numbers from case to case. But in most instances, the majority of the people bravely stayed put until they were forcibly uprooted. Additionally, it would appear that during the very last days of October, the cleansing stamina of the Israeli troops was beginning to wane. Because villages with large populations were eventually allowed to stay, this may help explain why Tarshisha, Dirhana, and Ilaban are still intact today. Or rather, half of the people of Ilaban are still with us today. The other half of the original population live in refugee camps in Lebanon. Those who were allowed to resettle in the village went through horrific experiences. During the occupation, the villagers had taken refuge in Ilaban's 2 churches. The frightened community crowded inside the small church buildings, cowering at the entrances as they were forced to listen to a long speech by the Israeli commander of the operation. A sadistic and capricious person, he told the besieged villagers that he blamed them for the mutilation of 2 Jewish bodies, for which he instantly retaliated by mowing down several young men in front of the horrified congregation. The rest of the people were then forcibly evicted, apart from the men between the ages of 10 and 50, who were led away as prisoners of war. At first, everyone in the village was expelled, and started making their way in a long column marching towards the Lebanese border, several of the villagers dying on the way. Then the Israeli commander changed his mind and ordered the Christians, who made up half the deportees, to turn back along the same painful and arduous route they had just taken through the Rocky Mountains of the Galilee. 750 people were thus allowed to return to their village. The question of why certain villages were allowed to remain is perplexing, but equally hard to understand is why the Israeli forces subjected certain villages and not others to treatment that proved exceptionally savage. Why, for example, from all the villages conquered in the final days of October, were Sasa and Safsaf exposed to such barbarity, while others were exempted from it? War crimes during the operation. As mentioned earlier, in February 1948, Jewish troops had perpetrated a massacre in the village of Sasa that ended in the killing of 15 villagers, including 5 children. Sasa is located on the main road to Mount Me'arun, today Meron, the highest mountain peak in Palestine. After it had been occupied, the soldiers of Brigade 7 ran amok, firing randomly at anyone in the houses and on the streets. Besides the 15 villagers killed, they left behind them a large number of wounded. The troops then demolished all the houses, apart from a few that the members of Kibbutz Sasa built on the ruins of the village, took over for themselves after the forced eviction of their original owners. The chronicle of what happened in Sasa in 1948 cannot easily be constructed from the archival material, but there is a highly active community of survivors bent on preserving their testimonies for posterity. Most of the refugees live in Nahr al-Barid, a refugee camp near Tripoli, Lebanon. Some are in Rashidia camp near Tyre, and others, mostly from a single clan, live in Ghazawiya. A smaller community also resides in the Ein Hilwa refugee camp in southern Lebanon, while I met a few of the survivors now living in the village of Jish in the Galilee. They find it difficult to revisit the horrible events surrounding the occupation of their village, though more information needs to be gathered before we can reconstruct exactly how events unfolded in Sasa. The story they tell does indicate, as in the case of the survivors of Tantura, that the Israeli troops perpetrated a massacre in the village. We know more about Safsaf. Muhammad Abdullah Ejhaim was born 15 years before the Nakba. He had attended elementary school in the village until the 7th grade and had completed his first year in Sfat's high school when the city fell into Jewish hands in May. No longer able to attend school, he was at home when a mixed unit of Jewish and Druze soldiers entered his village on the 29th of October, 1948. Their arrival had been preceded by heavy bombardment that had killed, among others, one of Galilee's best-known singers, Muhammad Mahmoud Nasir Zagmunt. He died when a shell hit a group of villagers working in the vineyards to the west of the village. The young boy witnessed the singer's family trying to carry his body to the village, but they had to abandon the attempt due to the heavy shelling. Every one of the defenders of Safsaf, among them ALA volunteers, was waiting, for some reason, for a Jewish attack to arrive from the east, but it came from the west, and the village was quickly overrun. The following morning the people were ordered to assemble in the village square. The familiar procedure for identifying suspects now took place, this time also involving the Druze soldiers, and a large number were picked out from the captured population. 70 of the unfortunate men were taken out, blindfolded, and then moved to a remote spot and summarily shot. Israeli archival documents confirm this case. The rest of the villagers were then ordered to leave. Unable to collect even their most meager personal possessions, they were driven out, with the Israeli troops firing shots above their heads towards the nearby border with Lebanon. The oral testimonies, unlike the Israeli military archives, tell of even worse atrocities. There is very little reason to doubt these eyewitness accounts, as so many of them have been corroborated by other sources for other cases. Survivors recall how 4 women and a girl were raped in front of the other villagers, and how one pregnant woman was bayoneted. A few people were left behind, as in Tantura, to collect and bury the dead. Several elderly men and 5 boys. Safsaf, in Arabic, means weeping willow. Mahmoud Abdallah Ejhaim, our main source for the atrocities, is today an old man, still living in the refugee camp of Ein Hilwa. His little hut is surrounded by the many weeping willows he planted when he first arrived there almost 60 years ago. This is all that remains of Safsaf. Bulaida was the last village taken during Operation Hiram. It was left until the end, as its people proved steadfast in their determination to protect their homes. It was very close to the Lebanese border, and Lebanese soldiers crossed the fence and fought alongside the villagers, probably the only significant Lebanese contribution to the defense of the Galilee. For 10 days, the village withstood repeated assaults and raids. In the end, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the population fled even before the Israeli soldiers moved in. They did not want to undergo the horrors the people of Safsaf had experienced. By the 31st of October, the Galilee, once an area almost exclusively Palestinian, was occupied in its entirety by the Israeli army. Mopping up operations. In November and December, some cleansing activity continued in the Galilee, but it took the form of what the Israelis called mopping up operations. These were, in essence, second-thought operations to cleanse villages that had not originally been targeted. They were added to the list of villages to be evicted because Israel's political elite wanted to eradicate the unmistakably Arabic character of the Galilee. But today, despite all of Israel's efforts to Judaize the Galilee, beginning with direct expulsions in the 1940s, military occupation in the 1960s, massive confiscation of land in the 1970s, and a huge official Judaization settlement effort in the 1980s, it is still the only area in Palestine that has retained its natural beauty, its Middle Eastern flavor, and its Palestinian culture. Since half the population is Palestinian, the demographic balance prevents many Israeli Jews from thinking of the region as their own, even at the beginning of the 21st century. Back in the winter of 1948, Israeli attempts to tip this balance in their favor included the expulsion of additional small villages, such as Arab al-Saniya near Acre, with its 200 inhabitants, and the large village of Dir al-Kasi, with a population of 2,500. In addition, there is the unique story of the 3 villages of Ikrit, Kefa-Be'im, and Gabisiya, which began in October 1948 but has still not ended. The tale of Ikrit is fairly representative of what also happened to the other 2 villages. The village was close to the Lebanese border, perched high on the mountains, about 30 kilometers east of the coast. An Israeli battalion occupied it on the 31st of October 1948. The people surrendered without a fight. Ikrit was a Maronite community, and they expected to be welcome in the new Jewish state. The commander of the battalion ordered the people to leave on the grounds that it was dangerous for them to stay, but promised them they would be able to return in 2 weeks' time, after the military operations were over. On the 6th of November, the people of Ikrit were evicted from their houses and transported by army trucks to Ramah. 50 people, including the local priest, were allowed to stay behind to keep an eye on the houses and property. But 6 months later, the Israeli army came back and drove them out as well. This is another example of how the methodology of cleansing varied. The case of Ikrit and the neighboring village of Kefa-Be'im is one of the few publicized instances where, in a long, drawn-out process, the indigenous people decided to seek redress through the Israeli courts. The villagers, being Christians, were allowed to stay in the country, but not in their village. They did not capitulate, however, and began a protracted legal struggle for their right to return home, demanding that the army keep its promise. Almost 60 years later, the struggle to regain their stolen lives is still not over. On the 26th of September, 1949, the Minister of Defense announced that emergency regulations, dating from the British Mandate, applied to Ikrit, in order to prevent the repatriation the occupying officer had promised earlier. Almost a year and a half later, on the 28th of May, 1951, the people of Ikrit decided to take their case to the Israeli Supreme Court, which on the 31st of July declared that the eviction was illegal and ordered the army to allow the people of Ikrit to resettle in their original village. To bypass the Supreme Court ruling, the army needed to show that it had issued a formal order of expulsion during the 1948 war, which would have turned Ikrit into just another depopulated village, like the other 530 Palestinian villages whose expulsion the Israeli courts had condoned retrospectively. The IDF subsequently fabricated this formal order without hesitation or scruples, and in September 1951, the former residents of Ikrit, now refugees living in the village of Rama, were bewildered to receive the official military order for their formal expulsion, showing the date of the 6th of November 1948, but sent almost 3 years later. In order to settle the matter once and for all, on Christmas Eve 1951, the Israeli army completely demolished all the houses in Ikrit, sparing only the church and the cemetery. That same year, similar destruction was carried out on nearby villages, among them Kadita, Dir Hana, Kfar Bir-Im, and Gabisia, to prevent repatriation. The people of Kfar Bir-Im and Gabisia had also managed to secure a categorical ruling from the Israeli courts. As with Ikrit, the army had immediately retaliated by destroying their villages, offering the cynical excuse that they had been conducting a military exercise in the area involving an air bombardment, somehow leaving the village in ruins and uninhabitable. The destruction was part of an ongoing Israeli battle against the Arabization of the Galilee, as Israel sees it. In 1976, the highest official in the Ministry of Interior, Israel Koenig, called the Palestinians in the Galilee a cancer in the state's body, and the Israeli Chief of Staff, Raphael Eitan, openly spoke of them as cockroaches. An intensified process of Judaization has so far failed to make the Galilee Jewish. But since so many Israelis today, politicians as well as academics, have come to accept and justify the ethnic cleansing that took place and to recommend it to future policymakers, the danger of additional expulsions still hovers above the Palestinian people in this part of Palestine. The mopping-up operations actually continued well into April 1949 and sometimes resulted in further massacres. This happened in the village of Khirbat Wara al-Sauda, where the Bedouin tribe Al-Mawasi resided. This small village in the eastern Galilee had held out against repeated assaults during Operation Hiram, and had then been left alone. After one of the attacks, several of the villagers had severed the heads of the dead Israeli soldiers. After the overall hostilities had finally come to an end, in November 1948, revenge followed. The report of the commanding officer from Battalion 103, which committed the crime, describes it graphically. The men of the village were gathered in one place, while the troops set fire to all the houses. 14 people were then executed on the spot, and the rest moved to a prison camp. Israel's anti-repatriation policy. The major activities towards the end of the 1948 ethnic cleansing operation now focused on implementing Israel's anti-repatriation policy on 2 levels. The first level was national, introduced in August 1948 by an Israeli governmental decision to destroy all the evicted villages and transform them into new Jewish settlements or natural forests. The second level was diplomatic, whereby strenuous efforts were made to avert the growing international pressure on Israel to allow the return of the refugees. The two were closely interconnected. The pace of demolition was deliberately accelerated with the specific aim of invalidating any discussion on the subject of refugees returning to their houses, since those houses would no longer be there. The major international endeavor to facilitate the return of the refugees was led by the UN Palestine Conciliation Commission, the PCC. This was a small committee with only 3 members, 1 each from France, Turkey, and the United States. The PCC called for the unconditional return of the refugees to their homes, which the assassinated UN mediator, Count Volker Bernadotte, had demanded. They turned their position into a UN General Assembly resolution that was overwhelmingly supported by most of the member states and adopted on the 11th of December, 1948. This resolution, UN Resolution 194, gave the refugees the option to decide between unconditional return to their homes and/or accepting compensation. There was a third anti-repatriation effort, and that was to control the demographic distribution of Palestinians, both within the villages that had not been cleansed and in the previously mixed towns of Palestine, at that point already totally de-Arabized. For this purpose, the Israeli army established on the 12th of January 1949 a new unit, the Minority Unit. It was made up of Druzi, Circassians, and Bedouin, who were recruited to it for one specific job only: to prevent Palestinian villagers and town dwellers from returning to their original homes. Some of their methods for achieving this objective can be seen in the summary report of Operation No. 10, submitted by the Minority Unit on the 25th of February, 1949. A report on the search and identification of the villages of Araba and Diakhana. In Diakhana, shots were fired above the heads of the citizens, Izrahim, that were gathered for the identification. 80 of them were taken to prison. There were cases of unbecoming behavior of the military police toward the local citizens in this operation. As we shall see, unbecoming behavior usually meant physical and mental harassment of all kinds. In other reports, these cases were detailed, yet here we find them obfuscated by vague terminology. Those who were arrested were deported to Lebanon, but if they found refuge in the area Israel continued to occupy until the spring of 1949, they were likely to be expelled again. Only on the 16th of January 1949 did the order come to stop the selective deportations from southern Lebanon, and the Minority Unit was instructed to confine its activity solely to the Galilee and the former mixed towns and cities. The mission there was clear: to prevent any attempt, and there were quite a few, by refugees to try to smuggle their way back home, no matter whether they tried to return to a village or a house to live, or just wanted to retrieve some of their personal possessions. The infiltrators, as the Israeli army called them, were in many cases farmers who sought surreptitiously to harvest their fields or pick the fruit from their now unattended trees. Refugees who tried to slip past the army lines quite often met their death at the hands of Israeli army patrols. In the language of Israeli intelligence reports, they were successfully shot at. A quote from such a report, dated the 4th of December 1948, records, "Successful shooting at Palestinians trying to return to the village of Blamia, and who attempted to retrieve their belongings." The main problem, complained one intelligence unit, was that the Syrians are shooting at the refugees from their side, so we are shooting back at them to enable the refugees to cross the River Jordan. Those who tried to cross the river to Jordan were often turned back by the Hashemite kingdom as it began to feel the burden of an ever-growing refugee community on its territory, which had already doubled the size of the Jordanian population. The same report commended the Lebanese for allowing free passage of refugees into their country. But even when they were not subjected to arrest and deport operations, or fired at as infiltrators or returnees, those villagers who were allowed to remain, around 50 villages out of 400 within the borders Israel had established for itself, as yet excluding the Wadi Ara, were still in danger of being forcibly evicted or transferred to other places because of the greed of Jewish farmers, especially kibbutzniks, who coveted their lands or their location. This happened on the 5th of November to a small village, Dal Hamia, near Kibbutz Ashdot Yaakov, in the Jordan Valley area, which was evicted so that the kibbutz could expand its arable land. Even worse was the fate of the village of Ramel Zaita, near the city of Hadera. It was moved once in April 1949 closer to the West Bank, and then a second time, when in 1953, a new Jewish settlement made up of the younger generation of older kibbutzim decided to move near the new location of Zaita. Upon arrival, the young kibbutzniks were not content with merely grabbing the land, but demanded the government move the houses of the Palestinian village out of their sight. The crudeness of the kibbutzim's demands was matched by the overall transformation of the language of the expellers. For Operation Hiram, the operative command reads as follows: Prisoners, cars will be ready to transport the refugees, plitim, to points on the Lebanese and Syrian borders. POW camps will be built in Sfat and Haifa, and a transit camp in Acre. All the Muslim inhabitants have to be moved out. Under the watchful eyes of UN observers who were patrolling the skies of the Galilee, the final stage of the ethnic cleansing operation, begun in October 1948, continued until the summer of 1949. Whether from the sky or on the ground, no one could fail to spot the hordes of men, women, and children streaming north every day. Ragged women and children were conspicuously dominant in these human convoys. The young men were gone, executed, arrested, or missing. By this time, UN observers from above and Jewish eyewitnesses on the ground must have become desensitized towards the plight of the people passing by in front of them. How else to explain the silent acquiescence in the face of the massive deportation unfolding before their eyes? UN observers did draw some conclusions in October, writing to the Secretary-General, who did not publish their report, that Israeli policy was that of uprooting Arabs from their native villages in Palestine by force or threat. Arab member states attempted to bring the report on Palestine to the attention of the Security Council, but to no avail. For almost 30 years, the UN uncritically adopted the rhetorical obfuscations of Abba Eban, Israel's ambassador to the UN, who referred to the refugees as constituting a humane problem for which no one could be held accountable or responsible. UN observers were also shocked by the scope of the looting that went on, which by October 1948 had reached every village and town in Palestine. After so overwhelmingly endorsing a partition solution, almost a year earlier, the UN could have passed another resolution condemning the ethnic cleansing. But it never did. And worse was to come. A mini-empire in the making. So successful was Israel during this final phase that dreams re-emerged of creating a mini-empire. The Israeli forces were once again put on the alert to expand the Jewish state into the West Bank and southern Lebanon. The difference with these orders was that the allusions to the West Bank, called Samaria, or the Arab Triangle in those days, were clearer, actually forming the first transparent and official breach of the tacit Israeli-Transjordanian understanding. The order was to try to take the areas around Jenin in the northern part of today's West Bank and, if they were successful, to proceed to Nablus. Although the attack was postponed, in the months to come the military high command remained obsessed with the areas the army had not yet occupied, especially the West Bank. We have the names that were given to the different operations Israel had planned to implement there between December 1948 and March 1949, the best known of which was Operation Sneer. When Israel and Jordan finally signed an armistice agreement, they had to be set aside. These last operations were cancelled because of concerns over the military alliance Britain had with Jordan, which at least officially obliged His Majesty's government to resist with force an Israeli invasion into Jordanian territory. What the Israeli ministers did not know was that the British government did not regard the West Bank as falling under the terms of this Anglo-Jordanian treaty. Interestingly, Ben-Gurion reports at one point to his government that he had secured French approval for such an operation, but that he was apprehensive of a possible British retaliation. As we know, these plans were eventually reactivated in June 1967, when the Israeli government exploited Gamal Abdel Nasser's brinksmanship policies to wage an attack on the West Bank as a whole. Ben-Gurion took the discussion of future plans, including the need to occupy southern Lebanon, to a committee of 5, all veterans of the consultancy, whom he invited to the Israeli Army's new headquarters, called The Hill. They met several times through October and November, which must have made Ben-Gurion nostalgic about the cabals of earlier days. Ben-Gurion now consulted this 5-man body of decision-makers about a future occupation of the West Bank. His comrades brought to the fore another argument against the occupation of the West Bank. In the words of one of the participants, Yitzhak Greenbaum, Israel's Minister of the Interior, "It would be impossible to do there what was done in the rest of Palestine, that is, ethnic cleansing, Greenbaum continued, "If we take places such as Nablus, the Jewish world will demand of us to keep it, and hence we would have not only Nablus, but also the Nablusians." Only in 1967 did Ben-Gurion recognize the difficulties of reenacting the 1948 mass expulsions in the areas Israel occupied in the June War. Ironically, it may have been he who dissuaded the then Chief of Staff, Yitzhak Rabin, to refrain from such a massive operation and be content with the deportation of only 200,000 people. Consequently, he recommended withdrawing the Israeli army from the West Bank immediately. Rabin, supported by the rest of the government at that time, insisted instead on annexing the territories to Israel. Plans to seize southern Lebanon were based on intelligence reports that the Lebanese had no offensive, but only defensive plans. 13 villages were captured in southern Lebanon, which left the Israelis with a larger number of what they called prisoners of war, a mixture of villagers and regular soldiers, than they could handle. Consequently, executions took place here as well. On the 31st of October, 1948, the Jewish forces executed more than 80 villagers in the village of Hula alone, while in the village of Saliha, Israeli troops butchered more than 100 people. One person, Shmuel Lahis, later to become Director General of the Jewish Agency, was brought before a military court at the time for single-handedly executing 35 people. Dov Yirmiyah, a commander who had himself participated in ethnic cleansing operations between May and July, was one of the few IDF officers who was genuinely appalled when he realized what the operations were leading to. He began protesting vociferously against any atrocities he witnessed or heard about. It was Yirmiyah who brought Lahis to trial. Lahis received a 7-year prison term, but was almost immediately pardoned and exonerated by Israel's president, and subsequently rose to high positions in government. When Israel reinvaded southern Lebanon in 1978 and again in 1982, the POW problem was solved. The IDF built a network of prisons to interrogate and quite often torture the people it held captive there, with the help of the South Lebanese Army. The prison at Khiam has become a byword for Israeli cruelty. Back in 1948, another pattern appeared, inevitable in the repertoire of an occupying army, which would reoccur in the 1982 to 2001 occupation, and this was the exploitative and abusive conduct towards the occupied population. A complaint from the 14th of December, 1948, by the commander of the Israeli forces in Lebanon to the High Command notes, "The soldiers in southern Lebanon order the villagers to provide and prepare food for them." In the light of the Israeli disposition in later years in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, one can only imagine this was just the tip of the iceberg of abuse and humiliation. The Israeli forces withdrew from southern Lebanon in April 1949, but, as happened in 1978, and once more in 1982, their occupation had created a lot of bad blood and stirred up feelings of revenge as it extended the practices of the 1948 ethnic cleansing in Palestine to the south of Lebanon. The whole of the Galilee was now in Jewish hands. The Red Cross was allowed to go in and examine the conditions of the people who had been left, or rather allowed to remain, in the region, as Israel knew that barring the Red Cross from such inspections would stand in the way of its application to become a full member of the UN. The toll of siege, bombardment, and expulsion could be seen everywhere. In November 1948, the organization's representatives reported a scene of devastation. In every village they visited, the able men had been imprisoned, leaving behind women and children without their traditional breadwinners, and creating total disarray. Crops were not harvested, and were left to rot in the fields, and diseases were spreading in the rural areas at an alarming pace. The Red Cross reported malaria as being the main problem, but also found numerous cases of typhoid, rickets, diphtheria, and scurvy. Final cleansing of the South and the East. The last front was the southern Negev, which the Israelis reached in November 1948. Driving out the remaining Egyptian forces, they continued south and arrived in March 1949 at a fishing village near the Red Sea, Rashrash. Today, the city of Ilan. Yigal Allon, aware that the best brigades were being used for the ethnic cleansing operations in the populated areas, now wished to redirect them to the occupation of the Negev. I need to replace the Negev Brigade with Brigade Ha'el, and I wish to have Brigade 8. The enemy is strong, fortified and well-equipped, and will wage stubborn war, but we can win. The main worry, however, was a British counterattack, since the Israelis wrongly believed this area was coveted by Britain, or that His Majesty's government would activate its defense treaty with Egypt, as some of the Israeli forces were about to move into Egyptian territories proper. In the event, the British did neither, although they did clash here and there with the Israeli Air Force that mercilessly, and perhaps pointlessly, bombarded Rafah, Gaza, and El Arish. As a result, the Gazans, refugees and veteran population alike, have had the longest history as victims of Israeli air bombardment, from 1948 until the present. On the ethnic cleansing front, the final operations in the south provided, unsurprisingly, an opportunity for further depopulation and expulsions. The two southern coastal towns of Isdud and Majdal were taken in November 1948, and their populations expelled to the Gaza Strip. Several thousands of people who had remained in Majdal were expelled in December 1949, shocking some left-wing Israelis, as this was done during the time of peace. The month of December 1948 was devoted to cleansing the Negev of many of the Bedouin tribes that resided there. A huge tribe, the Tarabins, was expelled to Gaza. The army only allowed 1,000 of its members to remain. Another tribe, the Tayaha, was split into two. Half of them were deported to Gaza, and the other half forcibly evicted in the direction of Jordan. The Al-Hajjajri, whose land straddled the railway line, were pushed into Gaza by December. Only the Al-Azazmi succeeded in returning, but they were driven out again between 1950 and 1954, when they became the favorite target of a special Israeli commando force, Unit 101, led by a young, ambitious officer called Ariel Sharon. In December, the Israeli units also completed the depopulations of the Beersheba district that they had started in the autumn of 1948. When they finished, 90% of the people who had lived for centuries in this, the most southern inhabited region of Palestine, were gone. In November and December, Israeli troops attacked Wadi Ara again, but the presence of volunteers, Iraqi units, and local villagers both deterred and in several cases defeated this plan yet again. Villages that are familiar names to Israelis, traveling on the busy Route 65 that connects Afula and Hadera, succeeded in protecting themselves against a far superior military force. Mushefriya, Muawiyah, Arara, Bata'ah, Shawaika, and many others. The largest of these villages has grown into the town we know today as al-Fam. There, with some training from the Iraqi soldiers, the villagers themselves had organized a force that they called the Army of Honor. This fifth Israeli attempt to occupy these villages was called Hidush Yeminu Kekedim, that is, restoring our glorious past, possibly in the hope that such a charged codename would imbue the attacking forces with particular zeal, but it was destined to fail once again. Another ominous-sounding name was given to the operation in the Beersheba-Hebron area, Python. Apart from the small town of Beersheba, which, with its 5,000 inhabitants, was occupied on the 21st of October, two large villages, Kubeba and Daweme, were taken. Habib Jarada, who today lives in the city of Gaza, remembered the people of Beersheba being driven out at gunpoint to Hebron. His most vivid image is that of the town's mayor beseeching the occupying officer not to deport the people. "We need land, not slaves," was the blunt answer. The town of Beersheba was protected mainly by Egyptian volunteers from the Muslim Brotherhood's movement under the command of a Libyan officer, Ramadan al-Sanusi. When the fighting was over, the captive soldiers and all local people the Israeli troops suspected of holding arms were rounded up and randomly fired at. Jarada remembers to this day many of the names of the people killed, which included his cousin, Yusuf Jarada, and his grandfather, Ali Jarada. Jarada was taken to a prison camp and was released only in the summer of 1949 in a prisoner exchange following Israel's armistice with Jordan. The massacre in Daweme. Then there was the village of Daweme, between Beersheba and Hebron. The events that unfolded in Daweme are probably the worst in the annals of the Nakba atrocities. The village was occupied by Battalion 89 of Brigade 8. The UN's Palestine Conciliation Commission, mentioned before as replacing Count Bernadotte in the UN mediation efforts, convened a special session to investigate what happened in this village on the 28th of October, 1948, less than 3 miles west of the city of Hebron. The original population was 2,000, but an additional 4,000 refugees had tripled that. The UN report from the 14th of June, 1949, accessible today on the Internet by simply searching for the village name, says the following. The reason why so little is known about this massacre, which, in many respects, was more brutal than the Deir Yassin massacre, is because the Arab Legion, the army in control of that area, feared that if the news was allowed to spread, it would have the same effect on the morale of the peasantry that Deir Yassin had, namely, to cause another flow of Arab refugees. More likely, the Jordanians feared accusations being rightly leveled against them for their impotence and lack of action. The report to the PCC was based mainly on the Mukhtar's testimony. He was Hassan Mahmoud Idib, and much of what he says was corroborated by the reports that lie in the Israeli military archives. A well-known Israeli writer, Amos Kainan, who participated in the massacre, confirmed its existence in an interview he gave in the late 1990s to the Palestinian actor and filmmaker Muhammad Bakri for Bakri's documentary, 1948. Half an hour after the midday prayer on the 28th of October, recalled the Mukhtar, 20 armored cars entered the village from Kubeya, while soldiers attacked simultaneously from the opposite flank. The 20 people guarding the village were immediately paralyzed with fear. The soldiers on the armored cars opened fire with automatic weapons and mortars, making their way into the village in a semicircular movement. Following the established routine, they surrounded the village from 3 flanks, leaving open the eastern flank with the aim of driving out 6,000 people in 1 hour. When this failed to happen, the troops jumped out of their vehicles and started shooting at the people indiscriminately, many of whom ran to the mosque to seek shelter or fled to a nearby holy cave called Iraq al-Zag. Venturing back into the village the next day, the Mukhtar beheld with horror the piles of dead bodies in the mosque, with many more strewn about in the street. Men, women, and children. Among them, his own father. When he went to the cave, he found the entrance blocked by dozens of corpses. The count the Mukhtar carried out told him that 455 people were missing, among them around 170 children and women. The Jewish soldiers who took part in the massacre also reported horrific scenes: babies whose skulls were cracked open, women raped or burned alive in houses, and men stabbed to death. These were not reports delivered years later, but eyewitness accounts sent to the High Command within a few days of the event. The brutality they describe reinforces my faith in the accuracy of the descriptions, mentioned earlier on, of the hideous crimes Israeli soldiers committed in Tantura, Safsaf, and Sassa, all reconstructed mainly with the help of Palestinian testimonies and oral histories. This was the end result of the order that the commander of Battalion 89 of Brigade 8 had received from the Chief of Staff, Yigael Yadin. Your preparations should include psychological warfare and treatment, tipul, of citizens as an integral part of the operation. The massacre at Daweme was the last large massacre Israeli troops perpetrated until 1956, when 49 villagers of Kfar Qasim, a village transferred to Israel in the armistice agreement with Jordan, were butchered. Ethnic cleansing is not genocide, but it does carry with it atrocious acts of mass killing and butchering. thousands of Palestinians were killed ruthlessly and savagely by Israeli troops of all backgrounds, ranks, and ages. None of these Israelis was ever tried for war crimes, in spite of the overwhelming evidence. And if, here and there, in 1948, some remorse was to be found, as in a poem by Natan Alterman, the same Alterman who had in 1945 compared the Palestinians to the Nazis, it was no more than another show of shoot and cry, a typically righteous Israeli way of seeking self-absolution. When he first heard of the brutal slaughtering of innocent civilians in the north in Operation Hiram, Alterman wrote, "On a jeep he crossed the streets. A young man, prince of beasts, an old couple cowered to the wall, and with his angelic smile he called, 'The submachine I will try,' and he did, spreading the old man's blood on the lid." Nor did any contrition, such as Alterman's, stop the forces from completing their mission of cleansing Palestine, a job to which they now applied increasing levels of ruthlessness and cruelty. Hence, starting in November 1948 and all the way up to the final agreement with Syria and Lebanon in the summer of 1949, another 87 villages were occupied. 36 of these were emptied by force, while from the rest, a selective number of people were deported. As 1950 began, the energy and purposefulness of the expellers finally began to wane, and those Palestinians who were still living in Palestine, by then divided into the State of Israel, a Jordanian West Bank, and an Egyptian Gaza Strip, were largely safe from further expulsions. True, they were placed under military rule both in Israel and Egypt, and as such remained vulnerable. But whatever the hardships they incurred, it was a better fate than they had suffered throughout that year of horrors we now call the Nakba.